Welcome to downtown Phoenix, day 3 of NFL draft coverage 4 through 7. Easton Stockford, Cash Versailles here bringing you all the action from rounds 4 through 7. And action right off the top, speaking of which, the Raiders trade up right away with the Bills for the first pick of the 4th round. So we'll see who they go to. Bills needed a corner, needed an edge, but now the Raiders, a bit of a different look for them as they take the top spot in the 4th round, Cash.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Raiders, obviously, one of, if not the worst team in the NFL last year. That's, of course, why they went Fernando Mendoza at 1. And they've been on the upswing as well. Of course, there was the Max Crosby debacle. There was the Linderbaum signing. And, you know, as a Chargers fan, it's tough to say, but the Raiders are on the upswing, and the AFC West just keeps getting even more competitive. And you know, it's going to be interesting to see where the rest of this top spot goes. Who do the Bills go as they trade down one spot? It'll be an interesting day 3.
And really strong draft for the Raiders. As you mentioned, their offseason's been really good. I feel like they've been one of the biggest rising teams this offseason. And while trading Max Crosby did kind of offer them that draft capital of the future, bringing him back makes him a really strong defensive team with the additions they made and makes them a little more well-rounded. They have to figure out some cap hits and stuff like that as well, especially, I imagine, Mendoza's getting a pretty big ticket here after going 1-1 and being what everyone expects him to be. But it'll be interesting to see kind of how they adjust with Crosby back, and I think it's going to make him better.
Absolutely. And, you know, Max Crosby, he wants to be a Raider. He's wanted to be a Raider for the longest time, ever since he was drafted. And he was heartbroken when they didn't put him back in with the injury concern, and he was really upset with them trading him to Baltimore. But with him coming back and Mendoza at 101, you know, the Raiders can be a very scary good team next year. I think they could be sneaky good, but over the course of the next half to full decade, I think they will be a very talented team. And you mentioned how talented of a draft they've had already. They went Tre'Davious Stukes out of U of A with the 6th pick in the 2nd round. Kieran Crawford, Trey Zune as well in round 3. And, you know, they could really go anywhere. They've got a lot of holes on that roster, particularly defensively. Do they go back there after going safety and edge in rounds 2 and 3?
And it feels like the position that they could go to, and the position of the day is probably cornerback. When you look at who's available, Jermod McCoy has been the story of the draft, probably the biggest faller to this point. He had an ACL injury. And there's some worries about the cartilage in his knee. I'm no doctor, but just going to leave that one to the experts, but he's fallen a lot. Keontae Scott still on the board as well. ASU alumni Keith Abney still up there, and a couple other good options. Malik Muhammad. I could very much see the Raiders going in that direction here, as that those top prospects are pretty much mostly corners.
Absolutely, and there's also another guy. It's Skylar Bell out of UConn, who's at the top of the board wide receiver-wise. He's got a 6.31 grade, the senior receiver out of UConn. That could be a solid pick, as there's not really many people to throw to for Fernando Mendoza or Kirk Cousins, whoever turns out to be that week 1 starter. But, you know, Skylar Bell might be an interesting day 3 selection here for the Raiders, who could turn out to become a starter and become eventually a really good starter playing with Brock Bowers, because really what you want to do is you want to open the game up for Ashton Genty. You want to open it up for Brock Bowers. And, you know, tight end is a quarterback's best friend in the league, especially a young quarterback like Mendoza. If you can open things up for Brock Bowers, who's already a top 2, top 1 of 1 tight end in the NFL, it'll be a problem for the NFL as the pick is in. We're waiting for the reports to see where the Raiders go at 101.
Another interesting name that could be tantalizing for the Raiders is Elijah Surratt, who played at Indiana with Mendoza. I could very well see them going that direction with a receiver who Mendoza's familiar with and had a lot of success with last year. As we'll wait to see who the pick is. They had pretty good options and a lot of solid picks in the war room right now. We'll see who they go with, trying to kick off day 3 strong. But this just gets to a point where you're kind of trying to take a little more risks, and that's why I think a guy like Jermod McCoy might go really, really high in round 4 because you don't have to give him guaranteed money anymore, and you don't have to worry about that injury risk, which is really why it feels like he fell. But we'll see what the Raiders decide to do here. Some other signings for them: Nakobe Dean, Kwity Paye there on the defensive line as well, Teron Johnson at corner. So they've added quite a bit of assets to their squad in the offseason.
Can't forget about Super Bowl champion Kenny Pickett into that quarterback room.
And the Kirk Cousins signing will obviously be interesting, and it'll be interesting to see what they do timing-wise between Kirk Cousins and Mendoza. If he plays the first half of the year, Kirk, and then after, Mendoza kind of might take over. Or if they go with Mendoza, I'd imagine it's quarterback battle out of camp, but it feels like Kirk Cousins has paid too much money to just sit behind Mendoza.
Yeah, and he'll be a very good mentor for Mendoza. People have been talking about how they're both really good fits for each other, and if Mendoza can live up to the first overall pick hype, the AFC West, as I mentioned before, you got to watch out because that is already a dangerous division with Mahomes, Herbert, Nix, now Mendoza. It's probably one of, if not the most competitive division where we could very well in the future see every single AFC West team make the playoffs, of course, with the division leader in the top 4 and then 5, 6, 7 making the wild card, with them also being, yes, Pierce, 6, 7, all 3 wild card teams being an AFC West team.
I could very well see the Raiders kind of slotting themselves into like that wild card hunt this year with the moves they've made. And depending on if Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza perform, that's the real question mark there. But other than that, they built a really solid team around them.
Yeah, another thing you also have to watch out for, obviously Max Crosby failed his physical. Is that a terrible thing? Is that a big setback? Or is he going to come back bigger, better, faster, stronger, whatever it may be for next year? Here's the Raiders' pick.
Typically, D-line has been good, and they do go Jermod McCoy, first pick of the 4th round. The cornerback out of Tennessee missed all of the 2025 season after he tore his ACL in 2024. And we talked about this a little bit before, but Jermod McCoy might be arguably the best cornerback, in this draft on tape. And it really just came down to that injury that forced him to fall all the way to this 4th round.
Yeah, it's crazy because he was being mocked as high as top 12, top 10 to the Dallas Cowboys. Obviously, they go Caleb Downs. I believe they traded up for Caleb Downs in that first round. And, I apologize. Jermod McCoy falling this far is a bit of a surprise. But when you consider that injury and that it was a bone fragment in his knee that was being reported as an issue, likely a turnoff and a turn away for most NFL teams. And the Raiders feel like, like you mentioned, with it being day 3, there's no guaranteed money left in the conversation. They go Jermod McCoy, who they don't have to guarantee that money for. And he's going to be a big addition to that DB room, who obviously struggled mightily last year. Probably the biggest hole was that DB room.
And I think whoever it was, whether it was the Raiders or the Bills, were going to take him there. And I think that's why the Raiders did trade up to get him. Because Bills also needed a cornerback, so I felt like he was a hot commodity coming into these later rounds. But looking at that Raiders defense and looking at their draft, the only question I really have is the Trey Zune pick out of Texas A&M. They just signed Tyler Linderbaum as a center, and then they drafted another center. But other than that, they're addressing a lot of needs, and they've had a really solid draft. Would you say they've been one of the biggest risers?
Absolutely, and we also mentioned how big their offseason was with Linderbaum, with retaining Max Crosby, Nakobe Dean getting him, and Quay Walker, and of course the highlight was bringing in Clint Kubiak from the Super Bowl champion Seahawks. Obviously, he's an offensive-minded guy. Surratt would have been a big pick there, as well as Jude Bowery, the tackle out of Boston College, goes at 102 to Buffalo. So some more O-line help for Josh Allen. says he's sharp punch, stays square, a potential guard, so a swing tackle type of deal to move around. Dion Dawkins isn't getting a whole lot younger. He's still very talented, as the Jets all immediately send in their card as well as at 103, so we'll be waiting to see the result on that. Cardinals now on the clock.
And teams start to figure out what they need, what they're looking for, and kind of fly through these rounds 4 through 7, but trying to get Josh Allen some protection. That was a bit of a problem last year, getting him protections, getting him options, which they solved by signing DJ Moore. I guess we'll see if they solve by signing DJ Moore. But definitely an interesting draft so far for the Bills. No first-round picks. They had 2 seconds when TJ Parker and then Davison, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that, to be honest with you, out of Ohio. Igbenison.
Probably my best shot at it.
Cornerback out of Ohio State. So addressing that defensive side of the ball, but then going with an offensive tackle to give him some protection after trading back. And after addressing a corner issue in round 2 anyways, it didn't feel like they needed to have that first overall pick, and they're able to get a little capital back and stay at 2, get the guy they needed.
Yeah, I'm looking at Bowery's player analysis. It describes him as a toolsy left tackle prospect, a higher ceiling and a lower floor. So, with the right time, it's saying he could be a very dangerous tackle for him, especially learning behind Dion Dawkins, who is a top tackle in the NFL. He really isn't given his flowers a whole lot. He won that blindside or Protector of the Year award, did he not? Isn't that a new award?
Not
or
sure.
It was like Lineman of the Year?
Not sure on that. The Jets have their pick in. Jets also feel like maybe one of the teams people wouldn't consider a faller, but maybe not the best draft for some Jets fans. I know a lot of people wanted Arvell Reese at 1-2, but yeah. David Bailey's a pretty solid prospect. I mean, there was no bad pick. I personally think Arvell Reese is a little more talented, and he's kind of a freak of nature, but David Bailey's really solid. As they get ready to announce their pick here, I love the pick with Kenyon Sadiq. I think adding that tight end, I think he's one of the most athletic tight ends and could come in and be a Brock Bowers type of guy. And then D'Angelo Pons, I really liked what he did at Indiana. I thought he would go a little higher as the Jets take a defensive tackle here, Florida State's Darrell Jackson Jr. So going back to that D-line, again, they got David Bailey off the edge, now Darrell Jackson Jr., so adding 2 pieces there. And they added Omar Cooper Jr., so kind of honing in on the Indiana prospects, if you will. But solid pickup here for the Jets, an interior lineman. It feels like that D-line has really not been a strong suit for them.
No.
So trying to beef that up a little bit with David Bailey and then Darrell Jackson here.
I mean, when I had the honor to cover this for bottom of the 6th on Thursday, I covered probably about picks 10 through 20 during that show. And we mentioned how, Kenyon Sadiq could very well have that type of hype that we saw Kyle Pitts have out of Florida. And, he hasn't lived up to that 104 hype, but he's still a very talented, very athletic receiver. And Kenyon Sadiq could be a guy who plays in line or outside as a tight end, that versatile threat. David Bailey was the top edge rusher in the class, and he was taken at the 2nd overall pick for a reason. Even though Max Ihanachor dealt with him handily in Tempe this past year. But obviously, Omar Cooper, D'Angelo Pons, now Darrell Jackson. The Jets infamously have holes everywhere, not heralded as one of the top teams in the NFL, at least teams that are run. But they're making some very, very good moves here. And the Jets in the next couple of years could be very, very good.
Yeah, and then this brings up the Cardinals now at 104. We are in Arizona, not too far from State Farm Stadium, and I can tell you people weren't happy with how they've drafted so far. Jeremiah Love seems like a generational running back prospect in my eyes, but some people didn't think it was the right time for them to take a running back prospect. And then, of course, they go Carson Beck yesterday, which was
not a shock.
I mean, I could see him going in the where he got drafted in the 3rd round, and the Cardinals kind of in an interesting quarterback situation where Jacoby Brissett might hold out, Carson Beck's there. It could be interesting to see what happens there, but maybe not a draft that a lot of people are pleased with. They do address the O-line situation with Chase Bastones out of Texas A&M.
Yeah, Chase Basantis, he was such a phenomenal offensive line prospect. I was really upset the Chargers weren't, my hometown Chargers, who are on the clock right now, weren't able to get him. But, Love, he wasn't going to make it past pick 4. And I think that's a big reason as to why Carnell Tate ended up going at pick 4. Not a whole lot of people saw that, but he's going to be a big weapon for Cam Ward. And they were sort of forced into that situation by the Jeremiah Love pick. That's what really shook up the first round, in my opinion. And frankly, obviously the offensive coordinator for the Cards last year was not good at all. And it really didn't help Trey McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. You bring in Jeremiah Love and a new OC, and it's going to be a dangerous offense 4 years to come, especially with how young they are. And with Jeremiah Love obviously being a generational running back, taking the highest since Saquon Barkley, as there goes Caleb Proctor out of Southeast Louisiana, the D tackle, going at 104 to the Cardinals. They finally addressed the defense. Explosive first step, Milton Williams type comparison, especially getting that value out of the 4th round with how well Milton Williams played last year. It's going to be huge for the Cardinals, who have yet to address the defense until now.
There were some other D-tackle options still up on the board, but not a bad pick, addressing another need. And you talked about Drew Petzing. He's going over to the Lions, see how he fares there in a bit of a different system, different environment. But, I mean, who'd you say up to this point? I know we're only 4 picks into our coverage here in the 4th round, but who do you think the biggest winner of this entire draft has been? Because there's definitely been some winners and there's definitely been some losers.
I think it's got to be the Raiders, especially taking into account the free agency. As much as I hate to say it as a Chargers fan, but the Raiders getting all of those guys to come in for their team. Obviously, Jermod McCoy just went. Mendoza, who's a generational player. Traydan Stukes, who's going to be great value at the 38th overall pick. Kieran Crawford. Trey Zune III, he could probably play guard if they want him to and develop behind Linderbaum. That's adding good depth because the Raiders infamously do have those injury problems. But also adding Jermod McCoy, who's, he's got a low floor because of the injury, but an incredibly high ceiling. And the Raiders are it seems like they're doing just about everything right at the time that they can do. They still have another 4th round pick coming up in probably about an hour or so. But the Raiders have been my winner so far. What about yourself?
I have to look at the Cleveland Browns and what they've done. I think they've built really strongly. I think, it comes down to that quarterback battle. When you look between Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders, and what they have going on there. But to add Denzel Boston in the 3rd round, I think that's a really solid pickup. Early 2nd round. I forgot they had 2 first there. And Casey Conception was probably one of my favorite players in the country to watch last year at Texas A&M. He can fly. He's electric. I love the way he plays. And Spencer Fano was a guy I wanted to go to the Lions. I'm a Lions fan. I think he would have been a great addition on offensive tackle. He obviously went a lot higher than a lot of people expected, but that addresses a very, very important offensive line need for the Browns to get their young quarterbacks protection. So I'd say they're probably my biggest winner, if not one of my biggest winners. I think the Eagles did a great job the way they traded up to get Mekhi Lemon in there. I think the Cowboys have had a really solid draft as well.
Oh, yeah.
I really like the Caleb Downs pick, and Malachi Lawrence I think will be a really, really good edge for them. And going to losers, though, you have to look at the Rams. The Rams with that Ty Simpson pick had a lot of people up in arms. They didn't love it. It doesn't feel like they've done a whole lot outside of the box to make you think that they've had a good draft. But
Max Clare will be a good tight end for a good developmental tight end, whether it be for Ty Simpson in the future, who's going to have time to learn behind Matt Stafford. I personally think that I think the Ty Simpson pick is probably going to end up being a correct decision as the years go by, because not only do you get to learn behind former 1st overall pick and one of the greater quarterbacks of our generation in Matt Stafford, who obviously is still playing at a high level, but we get to see another Aaron Rodgers, Jordan Love type situation where Ty Simpson's going to be able to come in and learn and eventually take over as he spends some time behind him, and then will eventually be able to take over for him as Matt Stafford goes away. We'll go to break real quickly for Blaze Sports' coverage of Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Welcome back to Blaze Sports' coverage of Day 3 of the NFL Draft. Early round 4 right now. I'm Cash Money Versailles. With me, Easton Stockford. Behind the scenes, Pierce Gordon and AJ Gonsall. The Chargers are up at the 5th pick of the 4th round, pick 105, and they take one of my favorite targets on their draft board. They take Brennan Thompson out of Miss State. I had the honor of doing pre-half post for ASU's coverage of, for Blaze Sports' coverage of ASU versus Miss State. And he was so talented the whole year, let alone that game. Obviously ran the fastest 40 time for the receivers, and the Chargers bring in Brennan Thompson to be a very deadly weapon for Justin Herbert for the future, as well as in that Mike McDaniels offense. The Chargers traded down in both the 2nd and the 3rd round. They traded out of the 3rd round with Cleveland, which gave them this pick to take Brennan Thompson, and they loaded up with 7 Day 3 draft picks when initially they only had 2 or 3. And, they reap the rewards with Brennan Thompson at 105.
And they've had a really solid draft. I think O-line hasn't been as dressed as some people thought it might be, but getting Akeem Mesidor at the 122 is pretty solid, and I think he's going to be very, very good for them to come. And then also they pick up Jake Slaughter, so they do add a center. And then getting a weapon for Justin Herbert could never hurt, and that's kind of an area where they struggled as well. So now they'll have Amarion Hampton. They have Ladd McConkey, Brendan Thompson, who they just took. They have Joe Alt on that offensive line. He'll be coming back, which will be a huge help for them. And they're shaping out to be pretty solid in that strong division. Fernando Mendoza got drafted.
Yeah. And, I mentioned pre-show, I wasn't amazingly in love with Akeem Mesidor at 122 just because of that age. Obviously, the Chargers are in win-now mode. They want to win. So bringing in Akeem Mesidor, who could eventually learn behind Khalil Mack. Jake Slaughter will be playing guard for the next couple years until Tyler Biadasz eventually moves out. And obviously that huge weapon, Brennan Thompson, for Justin Herbert. The Texans pick is in. They're announcing it currently at 106. Will be interesting to see where Houston goes with this one, as they've gone Keelan Rutledge in the 1st, Cade McDonald and Merlin Klein in the 2nd. They go a guard in the 4th here with Fabeki Nwaiwu out of Oklahoma, the senior. This pick coming from the Commanders. And it'll be interesting to see, reliably good with his length. He was a 2nd-team All-SEC, 41 starts at right guard at both Oklahoma and North Texas. And, he had a bumpy first season in 2024, but a very strong 2025. And we mentioned it's in the 4th, 5th, really Day 3 as a whole. You're taking these guys that can be boom or bust. And, Nwaiwu could end up being one of those boom picks.
And kind of an interesting pick from the Texans here. They go Keelan Rutledge, guard in the 1st, take another guard here in the 4th. So trying to load up in that guard spot, trying to improve on that offensive line, which seems to be a priority of so many teams this draft. I mean, you look at the tackles in the 1st round and how much people jumped up compared to what everyone expected. Spencer Fano went higher, Proctor went higher, and then the Miami tackle as well went higher. So really, really interesting how much of a priority offensive line's been made all week.
Oh, yeah, and this is one of the, obviously, coming into this, edge was probably one of the deeper positions, and so was offensive line. Teams are trying to take advantage of that, and it's interesting to see these sort of players at the top of the board, at least according to NFL and ESPN, in safety Jalen Kilgore, Skylar Bell out of UConn, Kyle Lewis out of Pitt, Connor Liu out of Auburn. Surprised they don't go Connor Liu out of the center out of Auburn there. But, obviously they loved Nwaiwu. That's obvious. That's why they picked him over Connor Liu, even though they had already gotten Rutledge earlier. But as the draft goes on, we might see a lot more reaches and a lot more of these other guys at the top of the board fall, like Miami corner Keontae Scott and ASU corner Keith Abney.
Keith Abney, definitely an interesting prospect. A lot of people thought he was going to go yesterday on day 2, still hanging around now. Niners now have their pick in. They went DeJon Stribling, the first pick of the second round, so didn't have a first-round pick, have added some solid pieces. Receiver, they added Keelan Black, the running back out of Indiana. He was really solid last year, a really heavy runner. So that'll be interesting to have kind of a power back with CMC back there. And then Romello Height in the third round as well, an edge rusher. So we'll see what they really need to adjust. Really one of the more well-rounded teams in the NFL, but trying to add some depth pieces here maybe and trying to deepen out with how many injury problems they've had.
Yeah, that's what it's about. And whether you want to be skeptical about the substation next to their practice facility and stadium being a key factor in that, but the injuries continue to be a problem for the past decade really for the 49ers. And you need to add that depth, like Keelan Black, who could step in if and or when Christian McCaffrey inevitably messes up his hamstring for the 12th time. Romello Height will be a huge guy off the edge. DeJon Stribling in that wide receiver room is going to be pretty big because that wide receiver room fairly bleak compared to what it was just a few years ago when they were competing for that Super Bowl. But getting another weapon for Brock Purdy or Mac Jones, whoever's in, again, barring injuries, and whoever they go here, they also acquired Osa Odigizua from the Cowboys for a third-round pick this year. It'll be interesting to see where they go here at pick 107. Of course, the massive extension as well to Trent Williams, Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, and bringing in so many weapons for Brock Purdy.
Trent Williams, one of the best tackles in the league. He is getting up there in age, and there's really no clear line of succession to see who's going to come in behind him once he retires. We'll see if they go to that tackle spot. There's not quite as many on the board here in the later rounds. As we talked about, it is a hot commodity. But we'll see what they end up doing here. Definitely an interesting team. They have Brock Purdy. They had success last year, and it didn't feel like there was one particular position that really put them over the edge of not getting over that hump to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's going to come down to that depth. Because if you constantly, and that was a big key reason as to why the Chargers suffered so strongly after that 3-0, Justin Herbert MVP campaign at the start of the year, where they went undefeated in the division, and then they just sort of fell off a little bit because of those injuries. They felt the effect of losing Slater. They felt losing Alt and Amarian Hampton for a time, and so many key pieces. And, teams can also learn from the 49ers, who were still so good last year after losing so many of their starters like Fred Warner and George Kittle. They lost Brock Purdy for a significant amount of time. And Shanahan really is one of the better coaches in the NFL. That's why the Shanahan system is so widely regarded, especially with guys like Mike McDaniels. But if they can get some depth, some quality depth, so then they don't really have to worry about a season being derailed like they're seeing happen to a lot of other major NFL teams, this will be a huge pick with 107.
Stepping up to make it now. They've had success on day 3. Brock Purdy obviously was Mr. Irrelevant. Jawan Jennings was drafted there. George Kittle was a day 3 draft pick too. So they've had success on this day. Having the NFL International Fan of the Year from Germany announced the pick. So always some cool stories with who announces the pick. We saw in the first round, the Lions had a kid named Easton actually announce their first pick.
Wasn't you?
It was not me. I was here in this building, and then also the Seahawks did kind of the same with that whole Make-A-Wish Foundation. And they go D tackle, Grayson Houghton out of Oklahoma, 6'2", 293. So going big on the inside. They needed to address D-line. I'd say that's one of their weak points, not necessarily defensive tackle, but definitely adding a key fundamental piece there to build off that D-line.
Yeah, and especially somebody to help take the load off of Nick Bosa, and I believe DeForest Buckner might still be. No, he's a Colt, ain't he? Wow, where am I? 2020? But adding Grayson Halton, who maybe he becomes that next DeForest Buckner for him. Obviously an SEC pick. I'm a big SEC guy in terms of talent, but he'll be a 3-tech that could possibly slate inside if he can put on some extra weight. And he was productive at Oklahoma. Started 10 of 47 games over the course of the last 2 years. Denver immediately with their pick in as well, who've also been pretty solid this draft. And they're going to elect to go with the running back out of Washington, Jonah Coleman. And Kansas City immediately also sends in their card. So obviously, they have guys that they're doing work on as we get into day 3, but Jonah Coleman going at 108. He's a 5'8", 220-pound guy. So for those at home, if you need a reference, take me, put on another 20 pounds, probably all muscle, and then you get this UW running back who, behind J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey, will be a key piece. They mentioned he lacks juice. Maybe he is me. Maybe that's just me in disguise. But
it's me if you add 100 pounds. So, and I also lack explosiveness. And I'm not getting drafted to the NFL. The Washington running back had a really solid year last year. 2024, he cracked 1,000 rushing yards as well. So solid pickup for them. It feels like they didn't fully need the depth at running back, but kind of a position where they've been on and off throughout the years with who's been their real go-to guy, and kind of a question for them every year, I would say. So an interesting pick. They haven't had a ton of draft picks, but definitely a solid pickup for them to add some depth to an always questionable running back room.
Yeah, and we mentioned J.K. Dobbins is so tough to have because he's had that long injury history. R.J. Harvey had a stint as well, but they don't have a pick until the early 3rd round where they go D-tackle out of A&M, Tyler Onyedim. Now they go Jonah Coleman. They'll have another pick coming up just shortly in less than 10 minutes. The Chiefs now here, who've also had a really good draft. They were one of the worst teams in the NFL last year. Obviously I'm never going to count out Mahomes, but he certainly doesn't look as good as he once was. They go Mansour Delane and Peter Woods and R. Mason Thomas. They don't have a 3rd-round pick, but really addressing that defense, which is going to be huge to an already very good defense. No guys. They've not added to the O-line, which I think was a big need for them with Mahomes tearing his ACL. He is not going to be mobile, especially early in the season coming off that torn ACL. And they're going to go back to the DB room with Jaden Kennedy, the corner out of Oregon here, the senior.
I can't lie, Cash. I really haven't been that big of a fan of their draft. Jaden Kennedy, adding to that corner room, I think that's a solid pickup for them, and I think that secondary is an area that needed improvement.
Especially after losing both Justin Watson and Trent McDuffie to the Rams. A big part has been they lack that cap space. They couldn't extend Trent McDuffie. Obviously, they also extended Travis Kelce, which was certainly an interesting move, putting that much cap space towards him. Mahomes had the restructure on his deal, but they go back to the DB room, which does have a big need, but they keep straying away from the offense, which was really, really lackluster last year, despite having Eric Bieniemy running the play calls.
They also go Mansour Delane 1-6. That wasn't a pick I was a huge fan of because it felt like they could have got him at 9, didn't need to trade up to get him. Peter Woods, the D-tackle, solid pick, but wouldn't you like to see them go somewhere on the O-line there, maybe a tackle, maybe a guard, something that they needed to really address. They go edge in the 2nd round, which is fine, and then add another corner. So feels like they're adding on to the defense quite a bit. I don't think they needed to give up as much as they did to trade up at all. I think they could have gotten Mansour Delane at 9. And also, I think there might have been better corners on the board than Jadon Kennedy right now. I mean, you look who's still there. Malik Muhammad's still up. Keith Abney's still there. There's a couple other solid. Keontae Scott out of Miami is still on the board. So kind of going with someone a little bit further down. We'll see how it pans out for them. But definitely an interesting draft for the Chiefs, to say the least.
And absolutely. And the Chiefs are going with guys that they're just in love with. And obviously, as we're not in these war rooms. We're not NFL GMs, and probably for good reason. But they were obviously in love with Jaden Kennedy over guys like Keontae Scott or Malik Muhammad or Keith Abney, and they decided to go with Kennedy. But continuing to address that defense, which was the stronger of the two sides of the ball, the Jets trade up to pick 10 with Cincinnati. So they'll be they went Darrell Jackson earlier in the round. They'll go with somebody here at pick 110. The pick is in, but currently on commercial break. The NFL making us wait a little bit longer.
We kind of talked about the Jets draft, and it seems like they're really trying to hone in on these day 3 picks. Had the third one in round 4, went Darrell Jackson. We'll see who they go with here. Not sure exactly what they're looking for in trading up to 4. I'm sure someone has caught their eye up towards the top of the best available there. They've already gone corner with D'Angelo Pond, so don't know if they'll go corner again. They got a D tackle. They've really addressed pretty much every position on the football field, it feels like, at this point.
And the Jets are still going to have a hole somewhere, because that's just how the Jets roll nowadays.
Well, that hole's probably going to be at quarterback when you really look at it. I mean, who's going to be their starting quarterback next year?
Right now, Geno Smith, obviously, and maybe they take a shot on Garrett Nussmeier or Cade Klubnik, or Diego Pavia. Obviously, was also a Heisman finalist. There's Sawyer Robertson out of Baylor who they might take. I don't think they will, but maybe. And Fagnano out of UConn, who also had a pretty solid year. Jalen Daniels out of Kansas was pretty solid as well. The Texas Tech quarterback Baron Morton was pretty solid as well when he was healthy. But frankly, the Jets are seeing this a lot, especially after Geno Smith led the Raiders to the Fernando Mendoza glory, but the glory land. But now the Jets probably eyeing up that first overall pick next year to take their pick of the litter, whether it be Julian Sand, Dante Moore, Trinidad Chambliss if he has a very strong year, maybe even Arch Manning. But, do they go quarterback here? Possibly. I'm not sure if I see it, but
I think they'll kind of hold out for a quarterback. I think next year is a better quarterback class. I don't hate Garrett Nussmeier at all, though. I know he had his struggles at LSU, but from a raw talent standpoint and the way he throws the ball, I think he's one of the better throwing quarterbacks in this draft class. It's not a particularly strong class, but not the worst quarterback you can pick. I thought he might have gone before a guy like Carson Beck, but we'll see what they end up doing. ESPN does say Garrett Nussmeier is the best fit for them, but I don't think they're going to go quarterback here. I think it would be smart for them to kind of hold out and wait for a better quarterback class next year.
A lot of decisions in that Jets war room, as we also look at some other guys at the top of the board. Jalen Kilgore's still there, Skylar Bell, Kyle Lewis, maybe even Connor Lew addressed the O-line, which they have yet to go with so far. Connor Lew was one of the top interior offensive line picks. We've mentioned Keontae Scott. Maybe they go Xavier Harris, the D-tackle out of Ole Miss. Maybe they go to edge again, or maybe they go with the Arkansas running back, Sam Hecht, the center out of Kansas State. This really could be any direction for the Jets here as they come up to announce the pick.
They could go corner again, too. I mean, they lose Sauce Gardner last year. I know they pick up D'Angelo Pons a couple rounds ago, but they still have holes to fill over there. And, wow, they go Cade Klubnik out of Clemson. So going quarterback, trying to get someone to maybe learn under Geno Smith. I don't know how much he's going to learn under Geno Smith, but, but someone to be behind Geno Smith, and not definitely an interesting pick. I mean, I don't know if this means they're going to if they do get the first overall pick next year, would they still go quarterback now that they've picked Cade Klubnik and put in a Dylan Gabriel, Shadur Sanders situation where you have two guys trying to duke it out for that top spot?
I still think it's incredibly likely that they end up going a quarterback at 101. Obviously, they're slated to be one of the worst, if not the worst team in the NFL next year. Despite them having such a great draft, perhaps maybe they sit and wait for a quarterback to fall into their laps next year. But obviously, they could fall in love with Cade Klubnik, who, considering Geno Smith as their week 1 starter, I give Cade Klubnik maybe 4 to 6, maybe 8 weeks until he's the starter in East Rutherford. But maybe they love Cade Klubnik so much that they stray away from quarterback in the first round. Maybe another Shadur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel situation as Denver here with pick 111. They went Jonah Coleman, the UW running back, just a few picks ago. They got this one obviously from Miami in the Jalen Waddle trade, and the Cowboys on the clock right behind them, who have a second pick at pick 114 as well.
I think it's important to keep in mind with that Cade Klubnik pick that coming into the last college football season, he was projected to be a top 15 pick in the draft. And obviously his production wasn't up to par in what his 2024 season was, but he had that level of talent that people saw in 2024 where they were like, hey, this kid could go number 1. And Fernando Mendoza was a guy who wasn't in that conversation at all until this most recent year. And I think Mendoza absolutely deserves it, but Cade Klubnik, maybe a guy who flew under the radar a little bit this year. I know Clemson had a really, really rough year. His receiving core had a lot of drops, didn't have the world's greatest protection. We'll see if maybe he can kind of shock some people considering he did have that early first-round talent coming into the 2025 season. Denver going to go with Cage Casey, tackle out of Boise State, and again, another tackle off the board.
Yeah, and even though there's still a very deep class on the interior, a lot of the top prospects are interior offensive linemen. They go back to the outside. He's started over 40 games at left tackle at Boise State the last few years. That obviously includes blocking for Ashton Genty and their quarterback this past year. I'm blanking on his name, but he was also a very solid quarterback. But, he's durable, obviously, by his 40 games. That's probably what you want to get out of these later picks, is a guy who can, somebody you can rely on if need be. And, durable. But one other thing that I'm looking at, he's persistent, and that helps him finish the job, even though they're saying that his lack of length, which obviously was why Ruben Bain fell to the middle first round when he was slated as high as 102, as the Cowboys have their 4th round draft pick, or their first of the 4th round picks here coming up.
Cowboys are going to go tackle here as well. They're going to take Drew Shelton out of Penn State. So another tackle off the board. Cowboys are back on the clock right now. Colts right after them have their pick in. So 2 quick picks here for the Cowboys. Colts separating them, but started 28 games at left tackle over the last 2 seasons. Struggling Penn State team this last year, but Penn State is a program that is known for pumping out some really good talent, some really solid alignment as well.
Yeah, obviously, and you bring up that the talent has been so good out of Happy Valley. It's Happy Valley, right? Yeah. But bringing in Drew Shelton, who they mentioned started 28 games after Olu Fashanu left for the draft, and continuing to reach further down the board for these tackle prospects, especially these durable guys like Cage Casey, who started over 40 games at Boise State. Drew Shelton started 28 for Penn State. The Colts up next. The pick is in. They'll be running it up in a moment. Their needs have been stated as edge, linebacker, safety, on the O-line, wide receiver as well. They paid a lot of money for Alec Pierce, more than I would have been comfortable paying him. But, like I said, I'm not a GM for a reason. They went C.J. Allen in the 2nd, and they went A.J. Halsey in the 3rd, the linebacker out of Georgia and the LSU safety respectively, as they once again go on to commercial break. But, with still a lot of these top prospects on the board, Kilgore, Bell, Lewis, Lou, where do you imagine that the Colts can go here?
It really could be anyone at this point in the draft. I think safety's kind of been a need for him, so I think Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina would be a really solid pickup. And I want to go back to kind of talking about what you were saying with how all the players being picked up now are kind of these high durability players who have played a lot of games, and it goes back to the best abilities availability, right? The Lions go with the guy who played every game in his college career. And as a Lions fan, I love to see that because how many injuries have plagued teams. You look at the Niners. The Lions last year had that problem. Chiefs, when Mahomes went out, had that problem. But being injured can ruin seasons. So try to find those guys who are constantly healthy and can play at a high level is important. And trying to find those guys who can stay healthy when guys go out and fill in those roles promptly is also just as important.
Yeah, absolutely. And, NFL a few moments ago brought up a graphic of notable Hall of Famers that went during day 3 of the draft. Jared Allen being one of them in the early 2000s. But with these day 3 picks, we mentioned how you're looking for these boomer bust picks, and you're looking for these guys who can be available if these injuries do occur. Because there's, say what you will about how talented they are, there's still NFL talent making it to there's still one of the best of the best of the best in the world at this sport. And if you can get a guy who, maybe not, who's probably nowhere near as good as, say, Quentin Nelson is, bringing in an offensive lineman that can come in should Quentin Nelson go down, or any of those other key offensive linemen, or anybody at any other position who are already really, really talented, that's going to be huge out of these day 3 picks.
It's also about building those kind of rotational players. As well, when you look at the D-line, guys who get worn down quickly, having guys where you can fill in, give them more rest, that also prevents injury, and it also allows for more depth. When you have to go to that second D tackle, if he's better, obviously he's going to be more impactful on the field, which is what you want to see from these later round picks, is guys who can fill in the rotation and still be impactful.
Yeah, these rotational guys, whether you have like a change of pace back, or maybe you want to go to a possession receiver on a third and forever rather than going to a speedster there. Did that say Nasir? They added Nasir Adderley. I know he came back, but I had no idea that the Colts might have picked him up. Yeah, the Colts pick up Nasir Adderley. He's 28 years old. He hasn't been in the NFL in 3 years after retiring due to health issues just a few years ago. And he was getting like Sean Taylor comps out of the draft. So maybe they see that sort of comparison come true after a 3-year hiatus. The Colts pick is in.
What's with the international picks? Pick being announced from Berlin, Germany. NFL's really made it a priority to go global and trying to execute that through the draft here.
And they go Jalen Farmer, the guard out of Kentucky. Finally, one of the top guards go. Oh, there's Big Blue in Berlin as well.
Made the flight out to Germany. He's doing the gritty on a Ford Raptor right now.
Day 3 must be a fever dream in the NFL. Cowboys pick already in, but they go the Kentucky guard. He absorbs power. He's got quick feet, and he's going to end up being a talented player. Obviously, 2-year starting guard. He's a better run blocker than he is a pass blocker, and with after the phenomenal year that Jonathan Taylor had, maybe they want to stick to what works. Blocked for Cutter Boley last year, so maybe the Colts go ASU quarterback Cutter Boley next year. Who knows?
Cross that bridge when we get there. There's a lot of time between those two drafts, but Colts again building out that O-line. Traditionally, just always been one of those teams that has a really solid offensive line. They've drafted really well at the position, so.
Yeah, and the defense is really what plagued them last year, as well as injuries. Things really went downhill once Daniel Jones got injured, and even though you bring in 80-year-old Phillip Rivers, which didn't really help.
He did almost win a game.
He did almost win a game. I may call him 80, but he's closer to an NFL snap than I ever will be.
Now, Cowboys have their pick in. They're going to go cornerback here again. It looks like Devin Moore. So some of the top corners that we thought would be maybe day 2 picks, like Keith Abney, like Keontae Scott, so many others, kind of sliding down draft boards here. Devin Moore out of Florida going to America's team.
Yeah, and Keith Abney, I even saw mocks of him going as high as the late first, with Ihana Chor and Jordan Tyson having a 3-player first-round pick for the Devs. His NFL says he's huge, better in pass coverage, finds and plays the ball really well. And, the Cowboys had the worst defense in the NFL last year. I'm not going to sugarcoat it as well, especially if my buddy Brody is watching this. Sorry, Brody, but it's true and you know it. Then, it's evident because they traded up from 12 to 11 to take Caleb Downs. They had traded down with the Eagles. I wasn't in love with that decision, but they still end up getting Malachi Lawrence, who is a top edge rusher. They get Jayshawn Barham, and they're really addressing this defense. They've got one more third-round pick in probably about less than an hour, and adding Devin Moore to that DB room that has been struggling mightily the past few years, especially after, even when Trayvon Diggs was a star, he was still getting burnt for 100 yards a game. The Ravens here with new head coach Jesse Minter. Really wish he didn't leave the Chargers, but they end up going with the Indiana receiver Elijah Surratt. So no connection for any of the Indiana guys going to the Raiders with Mendoza. They did have a comp pick at 34, but Elijah Surratt going to Baltimore to help Lamar Jackson instead.
And kind of a sneaky good draft for the Ravens this time around. Zion Young out of Missouri was someone I was pretty high on coming in. They get him in the middle of the second round, which kind of feels like a great place to get him. They go guard in the first, which is, I think, a need. I think protecting Lamar Jackson's a priority. He's obviously very mobile, and giving him time and space in the pocket helps. He has that ability to get out, but protecting him, opening up holes on the interior for Derrick Henry as well is obviously helpful. And then they address receivers. They go Jacoby Lane out of USC and Elijah Surratt, 2 guys who I think could have an impact week 1, maybe not as your number 1 receiver, but 3 and 4 guys who can run out of the slot and find their way to get 3 receptions a game in their rookie year. I think those are 2 really strong picks, and I think they've had a really sneaky good draft here.
Absolutely, and the passing game is really what's been struggling for Baltimore. When you have that 2-headed monster in Lamar and Derrick Henry and being able to run that read option off an RPO offense, it's so deadly. And you bring in Vega Ioane out of Penn State, who we mentioned has been breeding a lot of really good talent out of Happy Valley. Zion Young, who is even mocked to the first round. You go back to last year's one when they took Mike Green, who was even mocked to be the number 1 edge player last year, and he falls to them in the second round and had a really good year. You now add Zion Young, and learning after watching Jesse Minter's defense for the past 2 years in LA, this is a man and a scheme that's built to elevate everybody on that defense, not just your star players like he's going to see with Marlon Humphrey and Kyle Hamilton in the DB room, but he's going to be able to those are the only really 2 guys on that Baltimore defense that I really know by name. But any of their other guys, he's going to be able to elevate them the way he elevated day 3 draft picks like Cam Hart and Tarheeb still in LA, or when they brought in Tony Jefferson off the couch at age 36.
Tampa Bay now on the clock. Another international fan of the year. I think everyone is kind of bringing out their international fans of the year based on what I've seen in this 4th round. Just really cool how much the NFL has grown beyond just America and how much support it's gotten. Karsten Neubauer announcing the pick, and it feels like Tampa Bay has had a pretty solid draft. Nothing that really jumps off the page to me too much, but they're going to actually end up going with another defensive piece. They had Ruben Bain out of Miami. They're going to take his teammate here, and Keontae Scott is off the board. So feels like a lot of corners. We said cornerback was the position of the day, and Keontae Scott goes. A bunch of corners go. Keith Abney still on the board. Malik Muhammad still on the board. So it feels like the corners are just going to keep going. But a really good pickup for the Buccaneers and keeping a guy local as well and getting Reuben Bain his teammate.
Yeah, that connection between Bain and Scott's going to be huge, but they're having a lot of these guys really fall into their lap. Reuben Bain was mocked as high as 102 to the Jets. Josiah Trotter, I believe Jeremiah Trotter might be a Hall of Famer. I know he was a very talented linebacker at the very least for the Eagles in that 2000s era, but they bring in Josiah Trotter, his son, the redshirt sophomore out of Mizzou. Now Keontae Scott, who has career interceptions against both Sayan brothers, both in high school and in college. A big one, obviously, in the semifinals against Julian. And Keontae Scott, he's very, very talented coming out of San Diego, which has been a real hotbed for football talent. Obviously, we're going to see Julian Sayan next year and a bunch of other guys in the next coming years. But they bring in Keontae Scott. The Chargers trading up here to 117.
We got our two teams back-to-back here. Chargers, Lions, 117, 118. Who are you looking for the Chargers to get here?
Let me look at the board. They could really go anywhere. And obviously, Xavier Harris, the Chargers need interior D-line help. That's been a big need. They have Xavier Harris on the board out of Ole Miss, so maybe they traded up to get him. Maybe they want a safety in Jalen Kilgore, who's fallen this far. I doubt they go Skylar Bell here. Kyle Lewis maybe, but I have a feeling that they're going to want to rely on, I'm blanking on the linebacker that they drafted out of Michigan a few years ago who's yet to make a big impact yet. Maybe they'll go Josh Josephs. Maybe they go a running back with Mike Washington. I don't really think that's high or like a good pick. Maybe they take Keith Abney as well here. Maybe they see a few possible run on corners. And Keith Abney, he's a slot corner, which the Chargers could get some help at. Tarheeb Still and Cam Hart are primarily outside corners. Getting a guy like Keith Abney, who is a phenomenal tackler in space, which is what the Chargers' defensive philosophy has become over the past years under Minter and now under their new defensive coordinator, who they just brought back from Wyoming. They preach toughness in that building, in that culture, and Keith Abney is going to fit it.
We'll see what they end up doing. The 131, 31st pick of the fourth round. A lot of corners still up for grabs. A lot of secondary at the top of the best available as well. Garrett Nussmeier still there. Maybe someone to back up Justin Herbert, although I don't think that's really needed.
They did extend Trey Lance, so they're not gonna take Garrett Nussmeier, and they're gonna go with the offensive tackle out of Memphis, Travis Burke. That scared me.
That scared me too.
But Travis Burke out of Memphis, we'll have to research up on him, but says tall tackle. He's 6'9", so definitely pretty tall. 6'9", 325. Drive blocking talent for his body type. Great use of his hips and ankles as well. Well-placed hands to create leverage. He seems like he can become, there's going to be a lot of competition on this O-line, particularly in the interior. Obviously, Slater's going to start at left tackle. They're going to have Alt at right, barring one or both of them getting injured, which I pray does not happen, obviously. But on the interior, it's who's going to start. Is Jake Slaughter going to start at guard, or maybe center? Is Biotish going to kick out to guard? What's going to happen with Cole Strange, Trey Pipkins, Trevor Penning? Now you bring in Travis Burke, who could also maybe play that swing tackle role or be a depth piece. But they want guys with athleticism and that can fit that Mike McDaniel's scheme. I think Travis Burke will fit well there, as the Lions pick is in as well, just behind him. Who do you think the Lions go here at 118?
I think they go secondary. I'm not exactly sure who they're looking at. I think Malik Muhammad. We talked about Keith Abney. Jalen Kilgore doesn't really feel like a necessity at safety, but with the injury problems, I can 100% see it with Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. But we'll see what they end up going with. I wouldn't hate a center here too. Well, pick is in. I'd be interested to see. I'd be thrilled with Keith Abney here. Malik Muhammad would also be a solid pickup, but corner's definitely an area where I've really wanted them to pick up their game and kind of make the pick in that direction this whole draft. And I've been happy with what they've done this draft, but I think corner would be the right move here.
Chargers give up a 6th and 123 to move up 6 spots. That report coming from the Chargers themselves, and obviously they go Burke there. Lions pick is in. We're waiting for that update. They're fist bumping in the war room, and here comes. They're going to go with the linebacker out of Michigan, Jimmy Rolder. Michigan guy. Say his instincts and run game consistency make it hard to believe he was only a one-year starter in college, and he plays low in leverage, and that's going to be huge as a linebacker. He's got the ideal size at 6'2.5", 240, downhill thump. They're saying Evel Knievel. I didn't know he played in the NFL, but that is going to be an interesting comparison for him.
And going with the Michigan guys, the local kids, I really like the Derek Moore pick in the 2nd round. Don't hate this pick at all. Someone to go alongside Jack Campbell, maybe. They do lose Alex Anzalone, so kind of trying to fill that role. But I'm not mad at the pick at all. I like linebacker here. I think it was something that they've kind of lost in the offseason that they needed to fill a little bit. And Keith Abney, though, still on the board. A lot of people who I thought would have been gone earlier in this 4th round are still already off the board.
Yeah, and we were looking at that tape just now. Jimmy Rolder just plays with great instincts and, like they said, with a big thumping mindset. And that's really, like I mentioned, with the culture the Chargers are trying to breed on that defense with being tough, physical, and tackling at the point, or bring him down at the point of contact. The Lions get much of the same there with Rolder, who plays with physical toughness and just total physicality and instincts. The Jags trade up here to pick 119 with Carolina, and they're going to go with Wesley Williams, the Duke edge rusher, 6'3" and 3/4, 250 pounds, 32-inch arm length, and, plays every snap with a white-hot motor and intensity that opponents found hard to match in 2025. He's a natural knee bender, and he uses his leverage to blow up blocks and dart into gaps. That's going to be big for that Jaguars defense, somebody to possibly pair up with Trayvon Walker, who's coming off of a big year.
Yeah, and I think getting someone opposite of him will probably free up someone like Williams or whoever they decide to slot over there because of how much attention Trayvon Walker garners off the edge. So definitely an interesting pick off the edge there. They've had an interesting draft. No first-round pick for them, but really kind of gone defense heavy. They took a tight end in the 2nd and a guard in the 3rd, but other than that, it's been all defense from the Jags.
Yeah, Borkersher in that 2nd round. They had to wait like almost 60 picks to get their first pick. They go Albert Regis, the D tackle out of A&M. They go Emmanuel Pregnon, who I was a big fan of. They give up, the Jags get a 4th and a 6th. They give up 124 in their 5th round pick to move up for Wesley Williams. Obviously, again, somebody they're in love with. They go Jalen Husky out of Maryland in the 3rd round, where they had 3 third-round picks. That one a compensatory pick that they got from Detroit, actually. And then Wesley Williams, obviously, in this 4th round, who could slot in and become a very good depth piece for him.
Now Packers making just their 3rd pick of this draft. They've had 1 pick in each round so far. They have 1 pick in each round to close out the day, and then 2 in the 7th, but no first-round pick for them. Took a corner out of South Carolina in the 2nd, and then D tackle with their most recent pick. So we'll see what they end up doing here.
Yeah, Brandon Sissa, the South Carolina corner, was mocked as high as the 1st round. Chris McClellan, a top D tackle prospect as well, falls to them in the 3rd round. Considering their needs have been described as edge, a defensive lineman, obviously they got with McClellan, as well as corner, which they got with Sissa. They need offensive line help. Maybe they go running back here as well. Mike Washington out of Arkansas is still on the board, trying to look for some other running backs that might be on here. And, day 3 is where we see a lot of running backs go, but I'm looking, maybe they go Le'Veon Moss.
Nick Singleton out of Penn State had a pretty strong last 2 years. I know Penn State kind of struggled, but he wasn't terrible out of there and kind of one of the bright spots of their team. We'll see what they end up doing. I can see them going defensive side of the ball as well. They do have Josh Jacobs still. Micah Parsons with that ACL tear kind of derailed their season a little bit, I would say, but we'll see if they pick someone up to help him out, maybe back him up.
Another international fan, somebody from the Irish Institute of Music.
It's pretty cool. Don't know what that has to do with the Green Bay Packers, but I love to see it.
I don't know. A big part of Irish culture is the color green. It's in their flag.
Yeah, fair enough.
And they're going to go Danny Dennis Sutton out of Penn State, who is also a very good, he was mocked as high as day 2. The edge rusher goes at pick 120. He's about 6'5.5", 250 pounds, around a 4.6 40. Very athletic player, and he's a base defensive end, really. So you're going to see he's going to fit primarily in a 4-3, effective against the run, has limited pass rushing upside, though. So you get somebody that you can pair with a guy like Micah Parsons, who's primarily a DPR, a designated pass rusher. But, and obviously we're seeing some really good pass rushing tape. But, with him being a dominant run stopper, maybe he's going to be in on those first and possibly second down plays if he can develop well enough over training camp and the preseason.
And Packers trying to build out that defense a little more. The receiving core is kind of, I would say, their weakest spot. They added Matthew Golden last year, but he didn't really do a whole lot. So interested to see how they kind of start to work with that and try and add to that. But now the hometown team stepping up for this NFL draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers. They went Maxie Honachor with their first-round pick out of Arizona State, Jeremy Bernard as well, and then Drew Aller in the third. So an interesting draft for them. I don't hate the Drew Aller pick at all. I think he's got good arm talent. He's going to be behind Aaron Rodgers, and we'll see how that ends up shaking out. He was another guy who was projected to go pretty high coming into the season and then got injured, didn't have a great year, kind of fell down draft boards as well. But they're going to end up going with a wide receiver here out of Iowa.
Caden Wetchen, the senior receiver from, like you said, Iowa. Primarily a return specialist, so, interesting going that direction in the 4th round. But, he can help flip the field as a returner. Maybe they bring him in as a gadget player like I hate to go back to the Chargers every time, but, that's really the key comparison is comparing him to Darius Davis, who obviously is a key return specialist, but he's got that real gadget upside that we could possibly see blow up and really explode this season with Mike McDaniels. Perhaps we see another thing out of the Steel City with Caden Wetchen.
Yeah, kind of that Devin Hester type of player, maybe not quite.
Devontae Turpin as well.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. I couldn't think of the name, but kind of a gadget player, and he's been the top returner in the nation 2 years in a row. Kind of stepped up when Cooper DeJean was drafted, and he was the returner at Iowa for quite a bit. So definitely a key piece, and kind of special teams is often undervalued. I mean, day 3 here, we can see some kickers and punchers go too, maybe a long snapper even, dare I say, but we'll see what happens. Interesting to see a return specialist go here in the 4th round.
Yeah, and obviously you bring up Maxie Honachor. The story with that is just pure insanity. The Cowboys are on the clock, and this at 20, the Steelers at 21. They're on the phone with Mekhi Lemon, and the Eagles try to call him at the same time, and they're like, oh my goodness, we got to trade up for him. So an in-division trade, they didn't have to give up a whole much. They get Mekhi Lemon, so A.J. Brown is likely out of the building, probably have to wait until early to mid-June. The Raiders trading up here to 122, but they take the Steelers also got Jeremy Bernard, which apparently the 49ers wanted, but they ended up going with Dejon Stribling. Obviously Drew Aller, who can compete with the QB1 role with Will Howard. There's Dalen Everett, the Georgia corner, who's also, he was mocked very highly coming into this season. Jennings Dunker is a big pick on that O-line, 3-year starter. They go Iowa with back-to-back picks. Raiders up next as, obviously they address the quarterback need. They've addressed wide receiver fairly well as well, I believe, if I remember correctly. They've not addressed receiver yet, so maybe Skylar Bell here. Like I said, the first time they were on the clock, they went Jermod McCoy last time.
Really good draft from the Raiders so far. Jermod McCoy will end up being a good pickup. Hopefully everything can recover smoothly with his knee, but so much talent to get a 4th-round corner of that caliber. Still some corners on the board. I don't really think they go back to the secondary here. I think a guy like Skylar Bell, maybe Deon Burks, one of those wide receivers who is up there would be a really interesting pick, and someone they could maybe try to develop into a wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 type of player, but they definitely need some help in that wide receiver position.
Yeah, maybe they even go Sturdivant, who was a pretty big prospect coming into this year. I'm trying to look for other names that speak out to me, but I think that's just about it, unfortunately, for the wide receiver room. And obviously, these guys, most of these guys are going to end up being, practice squad. You're obviously going to want to get the most out of them, have them be rotational or even starters or depth pieces in case a guy goes down. But more often than not, these guys are going to result in, being special teams players or practice squad players and those real depth pieces and guys that they'll give a chance in the next coming years. But with the Raiders being on the clock, they really could go any direction. Like the Jets, they had holes just about everywhere, other than running back and wide receiver with having those two talented players. Probably didn't need offensive line as much with Colton Miller, but the Raiders could really go anywhere, and they could possibly go back to that D-tackle spot.
Top player on the board right now, Xavier Harris, is a defensive tackle. So it would make sense if they do go that direction. I don't know where else they would go, to be honest. They could go linebacker maybe, but it'll be interesting to see what they decide to do. Bryce Lance still on the board well out of North Dakota State. They produce a lot of NFL talent, not a NCAA Bowl Series school, an FCS school, but they always do a good job and always have a couple names in the draft. So we'll see what they end up doing here.
There's going to be somebody on the board. You don't trade up if there's not somebody you're in love with, and obviously they're going to have a guy they're in love with right now at pick 122.
If you're a Raiders fan, you got to be pretty happy with what they've done so far. I mean, they didn't mess up drafting Fernando Mendoza, which it would have been hard to, but crazier things have happened. Some people thought maybe they were going to trade back, something along those lines, but did a pretty solid job through those first 4 rounds. Got a good pickup, traded up to the first pick of the 4th round to get McCoy as well, and see what they do as well. Like I said, Kwity Paye, Quay Walker, they had so many pieces this offseason that they could really make themselves contenders if Clinton Kubiak steps into this coaching role smoothly.
Absolutely. I think he'll do just fine. He'll do a great job at revolutionizing that offense, which was plagued by Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly. People were like, oh my goodness, this is going to be such a big move, and obviously it didn't turn out. Here comes Barbara Estrada from Mexico, another NFL International Fan of the Year. Obviously, the Raiders have a big presence in the Hispanic community, being in LA and Oakland for so long. Now they're in Vegas, and they're going to go to the running back room. They're going to pick up Mike Washington Jr. to back up Ashton Jeanty, the running back out of Arkansas here. He played for 3 different colleges, and he showed improvement with each move to a new school. Maybe they don't go Mike Robertson because it just got deleted. No, they're going to stick with Mike Washington. So a little bit of a glitch on my end. I apologize to everybody at home. But, he's got speed, and where maybe a Sonic and Knuckles type situation where, obviously Ashton Jeanty is that really good yards after contact ability. Maybe you bring in Mike Washington on those big plays, and we're watching his tape right now. He can really get to the outside, turn on those burners, and get by that last defender. He's just so talented, and you look at that vision as well. I mean, granted, if he missed a hole that big, that was like 5-6 yards wide, he has no place in the NFL or the UFL even. But, he's got good vision. We see that contact balance, and that's probably why the Raiders went there, and it's going to be another big weapon for Kubiak.
And I think the Raiders they've done a good job at this draft, as I said. And I think Mike Washington, when you look at Ashton Jeanty, I would say his biggest weakness is probably out of the backfield receiving. And I think Mike Washington could be a guy who fills that role, get him active on some slip screens, RPOs, things of such, swing routes where you could use that speed to the outside and get him into space. And I think Jeanty strives there, but I mean, Jeanty is really known for his contact balance, getting physical. So he doesn't have that same edge to where he can get into space and create with his speed as much. But I think Mike Washington's going to kind of fill that gap.
Raiders got 3 more draft picks today, one in each, the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th. And the Texans on the board, they go Wade Woodaz, the linebacker out of Clemson, obviously this one from the Chargers trade. 2-year starter, and, says he fails to stamp games with high impact level, but he led the team in 2024 in tackle. He's got 9 sacks, and, adequate size, able to diagnose quickness as well. And they're saying he lacks base strength and take on pop to keep himself clean through contact. Not necessarily something you'd love to see out of a linebacker analysis. Maybe we see some sort of gadget like box safety type of deal out of Wade Woodaz, but only one way to find out. Probably going to end up being a big special teams contributor at 6'3.5", 236.
Yeah, and a good athlete too. You can see him maybe going to strong safety, maybe a little too big to be a free safety and doesn't quite have that same speed. But we'll see how they choose to use him on Houston. Bears stepping up now, and they are going to take the top corner left on the board, Malik Muhammad out of Texas. Going to go to the Chicago Bears, 6 foot flat, 182. Had a really strong year at Texas and kind of addressing, I would say, a pretty big need for the Bears there.
Yeah, and obviously they still got Jalen Johnson in that DB room, and he's one of the more talented corners in the league. He's a really unsung hero on that Bears defense, trying to get back to how talented that 2018 defense was, or even maybe the 84. Was it the 84? It was the 85 Bears, wasn't it? Yeah, but really good man corner. He's going to be big, especially in that NFC North where you've got to face against Amon-Ra twice a year. You got to face against Jettas twice a year. If Matthew Golden can figure out him twice a year, and Malik Muhammad really headlined what was really a preseason top 2 defense in college football, obviously until the Buckeyes really ran away with things with players like Reese and both the Styles brothers and Caleb Downs and Caden McDonald. But Malik Muhammad is going to be a big addition there in the Windy City.
I think that's a really good 4th-round pickup for them. We do have a Bears fan just to our left here, our producer, Pierce Gordon. Can we get a thumbs up, thumbs down? How are we feeling? Thumbs up. He likes to pick a lot, likes going corner there. Pair him up with Dylan Thieneman as well. That secondary is going to be pretty solid next year, and the Bears are starting to slowly look like Super Bowl contenders. I mean, they kind of are working their way up. They made big steps this year. I don't know if they'll replicate it, but so many young pieces with so much talent that 3-4 years from now that they're going to be scary. I think they're going to be one of the top teams and one of the top divisions in football.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Pierce's original reaction in that, maybe not Super Bowl contender. They can make a run for it. Don't get me wrong.
Would that not
maybe
make them Super Bowl contenders if they can make a run for it?
I'd say it'd be more surprising. But the Bills have back-to-back pick here at 125 and 126, and they're going to go with the UConn receiver Skylar Bell here at 125 to kick things off between their back-to-backs. Another weapon for Josh Allen as they go with the UConn receiver. Obviously, UConn, more of a basketball school. They made the Final Four. Dan Hurley, a really good coach. Maybe we should hire his brother. Surely that translates, right? But, they went T.J. Parker and Igbenison in the second. They traded down with the Raiders and ended up taking Jude Bowery. They go back to the offensive side of the ball. They go Skylar Bell, who's a pretty solid receiver as well. We take a look at, he's just about 6 foot, at 5'11" and 5/8", you can round up, and 192 pounds.
I round up to 6 foot too.
Where are you at right now?
5'8" and 5/8".
You know what? We're all 6 foot in this room. AJ, are you 6 feet? He's not listening to me. Whatever. But, and I think what's really big about Skylar Bell, never mind, AJ. You're good. But what's really big is the versatility that Bell can bring. They're saying he could play inside, he could play outside. Obviously, there was Carnell Tate and Jordan Tyson, who were primarily like X and Z receivers on the outside. There's Mekhi Lemon, who's primarily in the slot. you get Skylar Bell, who could play all over the place. And again, bringing it back to like Chargers comparisons, Keenan Allen can play outside, primarily a slot guy too. Maybe they get similar production out of Skylar Bell that the Chargers got out of Keenan for the past decade. Obviously, hope he doesn't tear his ACL twice like Keenan did, but
I'm sure the Bills hope they get the same production the Chargers got out of Keenan Allen. I'm sure they'd be thrilled with that. With a 4th-round pick, they go back-to-back for the Bills. Caleb Alarms-Orr out of TCU, linebacker. So going receiver or linebacker, they've hit a new position every pick, which I guess isn't that unusual, but really focusing on both sides of the ball, and they've addressed both pretty well.
Yeah, and what stands out to me, he's 6'2", 234. He's a guy who's actually 6 foot, unlike you and myself. But what really sticks out to me is this 85.5 athleticism grade. Obviously his production grade, according to NFL Next Gen, sub 70, which isn't great. You're not going to get a lot of guys that produced in the day 3 picks, though. But well-built linebacker, above average athleticism, says problematic instincts. But if he can, maybe you don't want that out of a linebacker. And a guy out of TCU, he's gonna be a solid player. He was pretty solid this year. Obviously didn't help much in that comeback win that ASU had over him. Maybe that was a big key reason. But, with those problematic instincts, if he can fix that like we saw Sonny Styles do this past year, so he was a senior, so he couldn't have come back for that last year and try to develop like we saw Sonny Styles did and end up turning into a top 10 pick. But Alarms-Orr in the next year or two, if he can get past those instinct problems, he could become a very problematic linebacker for that Bills defense. Is the next 4 picks slated to be the Niners, Bengals, Panthers, Dolphins.
And it's kind of what we talked about, where it's kind of gambling on these guys a little bit. I mean, such a great athlete, but maybe not instinctually the best. So trying to take someone who has that natural athleticism and build them into something where you can teach them the football IQ, kind of get them to understand how to read those blocking schemes, how to understand offenses in a way like Sonny Styles did, where they developed him into that. So trying to gamble on that athleticism, bank on the fact that he's going to have that, which he will, and then teach him and kind of show him the ropes on how to do that in the NFL.
Yeah, and a big thing is, you can't teach athleticism as much as you can teach the sport itself, and that's probably why they wanted to go Alarms-Orr. They're probably looking at him like he's big, he's fast, he's strong, he's quick, he's agile, whatever you need him to be. He's prototypical linebacker. He's just got some problems IQ-wise, and they're going to probably try to weed those out. Maybe he becomes a phenomenal special teams player for them, and maybe even get some Pro Bowl or All-Pro nods as a special teams contributor. 49ers on the clock. Obviously, they need O-line, edge, receiver, D-line, and safety entering this draft. We take a look at who they've taken so far in this one. Trying to find them earlier in the round. They took Grayson Holton, the D-tackle out of Oklahoma. Mentioned that they took Dejon Stribling, which apparently there was a joke in that war room. They're like, oh, what if we took Dejon Stribling? And the GM did it. And I forget who we mentioned ended up going with that receiver that they actually wanted. But Romello Height, obviously, as well in the 3rd round, and Kalen Black. I'll try to look into that 2nd or 3rd round to find the receiver that they really wanted and ended up going away from.
It was Jacoby Lane. That's who it was.
Was it Jacoby Lane? I heard Jeremy Bernard, who went to Pittsburgh. They probably also liked Jacoby Lane, but from the reports I was seeing, they wanted Jeremy Bernard at the top of the 2nd. And apparently a joke in the war room had them taking the Ole Miss receiver. Maybe we can be GMs, Easton. Maybe we can.
Probably not.
Probably not. Might have to change our majors a bit.
Still waiting on the Niners pick here. It seems like they've addressed a lot. They've addressed wide receiver like we were talking about with Dejon Stribling. Seems like something they might need. They have Ricky Pearsall, or do they still have Ricky Pearsall?
I believe they still have Ricky Pearsall on that rookie deal, yes.
Obviously, Brandon Ayuk is kind of out of the picture now. Um, I mean, I think is he still rostered with the Niners? I know there's been a whole bunch of stuff going on
I
with
believe
him.
he is. I'll
but
go look.
Not sure if that'll stay that way or if he'll ever get back to the way he was.
In the last 24 hours, it's saying a Commanders trade for Brandon Ayuk, so another Niner going to Washington is possible. I'm going to try and pull up his contract details right now on Spot Rack. Not sponsored.
So it'll be
I don't know if
interesting.
Spot Rack's sponsoring anybody. Let's be real.
It'll be interesting to see what they do end up doing. They could go wide receiver. Jalen Kilgore seems like a solid solid pick, but they're going to go with an offensive tackle. They're going to go Carver Willis out of Washington, 20th ranked offensive tackle in the draft, getting him in the late 4th round with the 33rd pick. I'm trying to add on to that O-line.
Still refreshing for me. I apologize. But looking at the Brandon Ayuk situation, he's slated to, right now, this upcoming year in 2026, his base salary is going to be about $1 million. It's going to be but also $9 million option, $13.5 million cap hit. But each of the next 2 years, it's going to be about a $42 million annual cap, $42 million cap hit. The dead cap right now is sitting around $33.5 million. That's going to drop to 22 and then 13 million the next 2 years in 27 and 28 as he gets into his later 20s and his early 30s. But looking at this pick, Carver Willis out of UW, and going to the Niners, Shanahan's system loves to run the ball, and his run block tape is impressive. He's quick out of his stance, gets in a run fits with good pop and aggression, and he's a consistent finisher on blocks, and that's really what you want to look for in a profile for not just your tackle, but really anybody across the line.
The only thing I do notice is he's not the lengthiest guy, 79-inch wingspan, 32.5 inches on the arm length, so something you'd be concerned about that a lot of people had that worry with Ruben Bain, as we talked about, and it seems to kind of be a reason people fall his arm length, small things like that. So we'll see how that develops and what he can turn into. He'll obviously behind Trent Williams, but maybe a future replacement. Trent Williams getting up there in age, so we'll see what ends up happening with him and how he shapes out. And an interior lineman going off the board to Cincinnati, Connor Lew, center out of Auburn, one of the top interior linemen in this draft.
Yeah, and the pick announced by an international fan from London, Ontario, not London, England. But, the Auburn pick, this pick, transferred between the Texans, then the Lions, then to the Jets, and now the Bengals at 128. Team captain, he's recovering from an ACL injury that he suffered in October of last year. So that's likely the reason he fell this far, similar to why we saw Jermod McCoy fall this far. But, he says he's a natural bender with better foot quickness and athleticism than he shows in the Auburn run scheme. So probably going to be a big run fit guy and adding more protection for Joe Burrow. Maybe opening up some lanes for Chase Brown or a possible other running back that they have to have come in and compete with them. But he's got a lot of toughness, good leadership quality, and he's very intelligent as well, which is a quality you want out of your starting center.
We'll keep it rolling. Panthers have their pick in too.
And trust me, with Connor Lew, so long as he's smarter than Bradley Bozeman, he'll be just fine in the NFL.
Panthers have their pick in too. Bengals go center, trying to beef up that O-line, like you said, for Joe Burrow. So it looks like we have another international fan, I believe, announcing it. My guess, maybe Australia. No, Germany. Good guess, though.
Australia is a very good guess. His
he has
name
a mullet. He has a mullet and a mustache. So
the name of Bjorn Bodler, little bit of a turn away, but he'll be announcing the Panthers' 4th-round pick here. I believe this might be the first Panthers pick we've called today. They traded down from 119 And Carolina, they took Monroe Freeling. They had Lee Hunter fall to them in the second. They took Chris Brazzell the second, the wide receiver out of Tennessee. They go Will Lee the third here at 129, the corner out of A&M. This obviously from the Chicago trade down. They've got 2 fifths and a sixth coming up later this day. But they get a boundary corner with good length, good catch disruption ability, and again, inconsistent instincts in coverage. Better in man than he is zone, but has no problem covering in man or zone, and he's got some pure speed as well as he measures in at 6'1", and he's a corner, so nobody probably cares about his weight as much unless he's weighing as much as who's that one Green Bay Packers running back from like a decade ago?
Eddie Lacy.
Eddie Lacy. God, could you imagine him playing man coverage?
I think there's a reason he wasn't playing man coverage. But you look at height and weight for a corner, Will Lee off the board at 6'1.5" and 189, and we're at ASU. Keith Abney, obviously an ASU prospect that is the 6th best according to ESPN right now, 10th at his position, still hasn't gone, and you have to imagine that's because of the height and weight. He's 5'10", 187, and I think if like Keith Abney's 6'2", he could be a first-round draft pick, but I think that height concern is really why he's been falling, as the Dolphins now have their pick in as well, and cornerback maybe a position they could go after.
Especially because slot corner is particularly less important. There's less elite slot receivers compared to elite boundary and X and Z receivers. And they're going to go away from our beloved Keith Abney. They're going to go with Trey Moore, the edge rusher out of Texas. He measures in at 6'1.5", 240 pounds, so a little bit undersized for an edge rusher. But he started 46 games at Texas. My goodness. Flexible NFL positioning, so he could probably play anywhere between a 3 to a 5, maybe even a rover type thing if they want to go with a 3-4 bear defense. Undersized, lacks NFL length as an edge defender, but he's skilled, he's instinctive with a robust set of approaches, and he won't burn the edges with pure speed, but he compensates that with a deep bag of moves. So maybe should we see him get a lot of stats? He had 30.5 sacks in his 46-game career. Perhaps we see, some good swims and some good spins as well.
Sack Cutter Bully.
Yeah. Well, I bet Cutter Bully's happy he doesn't have to deal with him. But also, what I'm seeing here is he's got potential as an off-ball linebacker. So possibly playing what, like Arvell Reese was saying, or what Arvell Reese is going to do in what's it called, New York, with him being primarily an off-ball linebacker, but somebody who can help come in pass rush. Another U of A safety off the board. The Chargers, who they got, using the pick they got from the New England trade down yesterday, they take the 6'2", 200-pound safety out of U of A. They're going to go with Genesis Smith. Ball hawking coverage qualities, alarming issues as an open field tackler, so frankly, I'm surprised they even took him. But he is instinctive with the eyes to digest route development. So obviously they're going to have this guy coming in on, third and longs if they want to bring him in. Probably less of that special teams type player. He's got good tape we're seeing here, but if they can help develop that tackle ability, which I think they'll do just fine with, he'll be very, very talented. He had 3 interceptions, 6 PBUs back in 24.
Good athlete as well. Scored really well on all of his athletic tests. He jumps routes nicely. Again, like you said, really just that open field tackling, which is something they could look to develop. But you're going to get to learn behind Derwin James and kind of begin to understand that system that is really, really strong defensively.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring up Derwin James, especially because there's still the South Carolina safety Jalen Kilgore on the board, who's a little bit shorter, about 6'1.5". He's heavier at 210, so he's going to be more of that strong box safety type nickelback player. But, saying he's a really good run supporter and primarily covering tight ends he's really good at and containing run games near the box, they go with primarily a free safety in Genesis Smith. The Chargers have also had a pretty solid draft. Obviously, in that first round, they took Akeem Messidor, who will be likely a day one rotational starter type piece. Jake Slaughter, who can play anywhere on the interior, Brennan Thompson and Travis Burke earlier in the day. They go back to the defense with Genesis Smith, their first defensive player, in about 109 picks.
Now the Saints on the clock. I like what they've done. They got a weapon for Tyler Shaw, being Jordan Tyson. I mean, him and Chris Olave, you saw Tyson talk about it himself, where he was talking about how one-on-one it's going to get ugly. He really likes the fact that he's going to be working across from an all-pro receiver like that. Christian Miller goes in the second round to them, so a defensive tackle they're able to take off the board. But now it feels like the gap that they haven't really hit is in that secondary, and maybe a good spot to pick up someone like Keith Abney, reunite him with Jordan Tyson. I know they were pretty close in their time at ASU. They competed a lot against each other. Obviously, the wide receiver one and the DB one put up a solid amount of reps against each other. This feels like it would be maybe not the expected landing spot for Keith Abney, but a team that really could take a shot on him.
Yeah, absolutely. And they, earlier in the draft, obviously they go Tyson. They took Oscar Delp, the tight end out of Georgia, in the early third. They went Christian Miller, the D tackle out of Georgia, in the second. So 2 future potential targets for a potential future first-round quarterback should they be dissatisfied with Tyler Shuck and or Spencer Rattler's production this year. And they're going to go to the O-line. They're going to go Jeremiah Wright, the guard out of Auburn. So 2 interior Auburn offensive linemen. Ground and pound right guard, excellent power at the point of attack, so that'll help open the way up for Kendra Miller and most importantly, Alvin Kamara, and help try to develop that run game to make things easier for second-year quarterback Tyler Shuck.
Wasn't exactly the best scoring lineman at the combine, ranked 20th among all the guards, but just trying to build in that interior line, like you said, try and beef up that run game. Alvin Kamara hasn't really had that same level of production that he had, say, 3 or 4 years ago, but trying to find a way to kind of eke that out of him towards the end of his career maybe, and Saints just picking up offensive linemen. It really, today, these later rounds really shows how much of a priority O-line is, and even in the earlier rounds with how much people took them, it's been pretty interesting to see how much of a premium there is on high-level tackles and interior linemen.
Yeah, we're seeing this. He converted from D tackle during his redshirt sophomore season and then went on to start 24 straight games at right guard for the Auburn Tigers. We look at his next-gen stats. His total score was 120 with a sub-55 production and about a 67 athleticism. Sorry. And, not the highest stats, obviously underlying metrics that you want to see, but a solid pick there, and hopefully they can get some really good production, particularly in the run game. The Ravens trading up here to pick 133, the first of however many comp picks we have here in the fourth. That's 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 comp picks here in the fourth round, and the Ravens trade with San Francisco for 133. They ended up giving a 6th rounder next year and a 5th rounder this year for this pick.
So obviously they like someone who's still on the board, trying to get them before the end of the 4th round. Any idea who that might be, given what they need?
Keith Abney's got to go at some point, right?
I could see a world where Keith Abney drops out of the draft and signs as an undrafted free agent. I could see a world where he doesn't get drafted, but I don't think the Ravens take him here. I don't think they really need a corner. This feels more like they're going to take someone maybe on the offensive line or off the edge.
Yeah, the O-line and edge, and they're going to go with neither. I was going to say they're big needs heading into this draft, but they're going to go with Matthew Hibner, the senior tight end out of SMU. So they had 2 receivers, and they add a tight end. So Lamar Jackson's probably really stoked at this draft class. He's 6'4", 250, a 6-year senior, broke out at SMU in his final 2 seasons after 4 quiet seasons with limited snaps. Says his ankle tightness limits his change of direction, quickness, and ability to uncover underneath. But he builds speed when working the seams as his open field runner. And if having a guy that can help spread open that field and have somebody on that deeper seam route. With the aging Mark Andrews in that team, they lost Charlie Kolar. Obviously, they still have Isaiah Likely as well. But anybody else that they bring into that receiving room will probably be big help. A lot of competition likely to come out of that receiving room.
And he'll probably have an opportunity to be a day one starter. I don't think Mark Andrews will fall out of that spot, but I think they'll give him a chance to compete for it at the very least. Mark Andrews has struggled in recent years and hasn't exactly been as sharp as he once was. So maybe Mark Andrews giving him a little competition, maybe trying to wake him up a little bit and kind of use an iron sharpens iron thing to get the best out of him. And if not, then you pick up a young tight end here and can fill his role pretty shortly.
Absolutely, and it's crazy to think, the journey that Mark Andrews has come on. There were times where, obviously he'd be the first tight end off the board in fantasy football drafts, and you can, some people might still take him in that. But, in recent years, obviously the infamous playoff drop, I think he might have had 2 of them in the past 2 years. And now, bringing in another tight end in Matthew Hibner. Obviously, Harbaugh's gone, Minter's in, and having that change in that small change in philosophy and obviously in personnel is going to be interesting to see where they go. The Ravens up next at 134. Their new head coach is Kevin Stefanski. He was coaching Cleveland for the past 6 seasons. Obviously, and also I believe led them to the postseason one year. But Michael Penix is out for quite a while, and Tua Tagovailoa is going to be that day one starter. But Garrett Nussmeier's on the board still, maybe a quarterback here at 134 for Atlanta.
We'll see what they end up going to. Wide receiver could be another positional need for them. They have Drake London. They did pick up Zachariah Branch in the 3rd round yesterday. We'll see if they go another receiver. I don't necessarily see a world where they would need to. Deion Burke still on the board. That could be an intriguing pick. They also have Kyle Pitts as well, who really kind of broke out last year and had a really, really solid year. They're going to go linebacker here. So they're going to go to Kendall Davis out of Oklahoma, the number 22 linebacker in the class, 229 overall in the rankings, but really good frame, 6'5", 242, someone who's going to be either really tall on the inside as a box linebacker or someone you could put out on the edge and have the size they need to be someone who can pass rush as well and be a run stopper.
Yeah, it says here in his prospect analysis, a safety turned a linebacker with outstanding length and athleticism, lagging behind in instincts and fundamentals. His athleticism was graded at a 62, but with obviously being a 6'5", 240-pound safety turned linebacker, he's going to be one of the more athletic linebackers in this class with a 79-inch wingspan, and hopefully, he lacks the take-on and physicality to leverage his gap, and his quickness makes him a menace in the gaps, and he has good pursuit speed, but he's got to improve his tackling and technique, and if anybody's going to do that, it's going to be an NFL team, truly.
He hits hard. Yeah, I mean, even the tape they're showing, he gets downhill and he hits hard, which is it's a good problem to have.
Probably why that says he needs to refine his abilities, because I'm seeing him lead with his head and his shoulder a lot more. Obviously very dangerous health-wise, but you match up with Ashton Genty in the gap or anybody else who's really good contact balance or anybody that can get underneath that 6'5" frame of Kendall Daniels, and that's going to breed problems. As here comes maybe another international fan of the year, Colts fan for pick 135.
He's going to be he's probably going to be he's German. I'm really confused, man.
Lucas Lejeune. The Colts have a big presence in Germany too. Weren't they the first ever one of the first 2 teams to play in Germany?
I have no idea, but they're going to take Bryce Bocher, a linebacker out of Oregon, so back-to-back linebackers, and an interesting take for them.
Yeah, and what especially is sticking out to me, he's a former walk-on, plays like the chip never left his shoulder, but most importantly, a two-sport standout.
Yeah, I have heard about him. He was a center fielder at Oregon who decided to walk onto the football team, made his way into a starting spot. So two-sport athlete. Dan Lanning has talked about him as being one of the ultimate competitors and someone who is just ever so hungry to get better at everything he does. So really good pickup and a lot of potential. Maybe from a two-sport athlete, you tend to see a lot of success from people who play more than one sport.
Yeah, like A.J. Brown was a outfielder drafted by the Padres back in, I believe it was 2016. And, he can be a very, very talented, might have been 2018, any one of those years. And a lot of other players. Kyler Murray was drafted by the Athletics, who still hold his player rights. There were even conversations this offseason that he was going to forgo the NFL and go play in the MLB. And, the Athletics are an up-and-coming young team. Bring in Kyler Murray, a past first-round draft pick for the Athletics. I doubt it does much, but who knows. But Betcher, he had a higher production grade than athleticism, which is crazy to think for a baseball player. The Saints, Cowboys, Dolphins, Niners, and Bengals closing out the fourth round. These next few picks, Saints pick is in. We're waiting on them, but a center fielder, possibly, maybe we see that outfield speed and athleticism with Bryce Betcher playing at that linebacker spot.
Maybe Landon Hairston goes to the NFL next year.
Maybe. You know what? Why not?
Kenny Dillingham needs a linebacker, although I don't think he has the same size. He's only about 5'10", not 6'1" and an eighth 330. So definitely maybe not. Now that I think about it,
Let me look at Landon Hairston's profile. Let's see if he can translate as we'll have information on that when we return from this break. It's Blaze Sports' coverage of Day 3, the NFL Draft.
seen them take cornerback. We've seen them take safety and edge through that draft. We've talked about Keith Abney. He's still on the board. Do you think it's a pick where they could go back and keep bolstering up that cornerback room?
I really don't. They've gone secondary twice already. Obviously,
Yep.
Caleb Downs, I think, was a home run in the first round.
Right.
Big fan of that pick. And they go Devin Moore earlier in the fourth. I think if they were going to go to Abney, they would probably have just done it there. I don't think they go back-to-back corners, but we'll see their picks in. And it sounds like we're going to hear it here momentarily. I could see them going D-line. We talked about how Xavier Harris has really been the top prospect for quite a while now, left on the board per ESPN. So don't totally hate going with that pick. We'll see what they end up doing. They could go receiver too. Deion Burks is up there. There's a couple other solid receivers in the mix as well. A lot of linebackers up there. And these are the rounds where you tend to see those guys go as well. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, there's Deontay Lawson as well out of Alabama. Maybe another TCU linebacker comes off the board here, and Obiazor, Harold Perkins Jr. as well. Oh my goodness, Justin Jefferson, an Alabama linebacker. I didn't know he transferred. That's crazy. But maybe we see any one of those SEC and the other TCU linebacker going here. But frankly, I could see a world in where Keith Abney goes here, because you take a look at Devin Moore, the corner out of Florida. He's a 6'3" boundary corner. Yeah. And you compare that to Keith Abney, who's really good in space, tackling players, especially as a slot corner, which is a bigger, that's a bigger skill set as a slot corner. Perhaps they bring him in, and, anything can really help that Dallas defense that was just, frankly, so terrible last year. Right. And, they struggled at pretty much every single level. If there was a fourth level of the defense, they would have figured out a way to be terrible at it. And, adding Devin Moore, Barham, Lawrence, Caleb Downs, it's all going to help. But do you stop thinking you fixed the worst defense in the NFL next year? I don't think they do. Their offense is in a pretty good shape. I would genuinely be surprised if they go offense with this one, but obviously they have to wait until the early 7th rounder for their last pick in the draft. Maybe they go offense here and then go defense then, but frankly, that defense was so terrible, you got to keep fixing it.
And the offense really wasn't the problem. I mean, Dak Prescott had a solid year. The O-line's solid. They just got George Pickens to sign the franchise tag, and he had a huge breakout year, so you have him and CeeDee Lamb. Really, they have Javonte Williams at running back unless he was booted, beyond my knowledge. And I don't think the offense is the problem for the Cowboys. I can see them going linebacker just because it's the only position they really haven't addressed on defense. They addressed the D-line with 2 edges. They addressed the secondary with Caleb Downs and Devin Moore. And now it feels like the last void that they really needed to fill in this draft would be a linebacker.
Yeah, and I agree, especially because the big name in that linebacker room is Kenneth Murray. Kenneth Murray was terrible in LA, he was terrible in Tennessee, and the Cowboys, with that terrible defense, decide to go, yeah, sure, we'll bring him in. So I could very well see, maybe we see Justin Jefferson move from wide receiver to linebacker, and he comes in there.
Top linebacker on the board right now is Kyle Louis out of Pitt, and he is the 8th-ranked linebacker, so we'll see if that's where they go. I could see them going corner again, too, and really just trying to beef up the secondary a bunch, but
perhaps we see another ASU player in Keyshawn Elliott, who was a standout here. Lander Barton, he was pretty solid at Utah. Harold Perkins, obviously, an SEC product, so they might be more inclined to go there. But Jerry Jones, he made an in-division trade in the first round that resulted in the top slot receiver going. So, and obviously, Jerry Jones, pretty infamous in the GM community. Not necessarily somebody I would want leading us. I mentioned, Easton and I, and probably you as yourself. There's a reason we're not GMs,
right?
But could we do better than Jerry Jones? Maybe.
Ooh,
maybe.
I think that's a good question right there. I mean, it's tough. I think the job is harder than a lot of people think it is, but I mean, he's had some tough ones for sure. And
they go edge here with the Alabama product, LT Overton. So they stray away from linebacker and they go with the 6'3", 270-pound player. Slow twitch and with impressive power and a consistently rugged demeanor. long arms, plays the anchor and leverage well. That helps him secure his gap, but definitely a power rusher, lacks in athleticism, but he'll be a solid pick for them. But 3 edge rushers, we talk about, could we be better GMs than Jerry Jones? I don't think I would draft 3 edge rushers in the same draft class. But obviously, they believed that getting after the quarterback was a big priority this year.
They could maybe transition one to an outside linebacker type of position instead of being off the edge. So maybe that's what they have planned, but maybe not the most ideal pick. I do want to talk about real quick because I feel like we haven't talked about it at
sorry
all.
to cut you off, but Barham was also a primarily off-ball linebacker, so I see what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I want to talk about Diego Pavia because obviously, I don't think he gets drafted. Maybe they take a chance in the 7th round, but how many Heisman finalists have gone undrafted, right? Like, I know he's old, he's undersized, I don't really think he's that good, but like, are teams, is it warranted to just want to take a shot on Diego Pavia and just because he was the Heisman finalist? He had a good year. He has that kind of upside where he produced a lot. He won a lot of big games. He turned Vanderbilt around. Like, is it worth it to take a shot on him?
I think it is. I think it's totally worth it for one of those teams that, maybe has an older quarterback like we saw the Rams do in round 1. I thought that was a crazy pick, taking Ty Simpson at 13. But anyway, that's besides the point. I think it is a good idea, especially for teams that maybe need a quarterback, wanting to take a shot, develop someone, or even just like someone with an old quarterback, to have someone for, you have an older quarterback to mentor him a little bit. And of course, he is already a little older already, so there's a little downside there, but I think yes, take a shot.
Yeah, and frankly, I mean, obviously there's still Nussmeier on the board. Taylor Green was solid at Arkansas.
What about Jeff Sims?
He's not even on the draft board.
Oof.
But Dolphins selection up here.
Dolphins take Kyle Louis, that linebacker out of Pitt, the top linebacker left on the board. So he'll be heading out to Miami, but a weather change from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and like we mentioned with the Jets and the Raiders, the Dolphins also came into the draft with a hole in a slew of places, offensively and defensively, and Louis will help fix that problem a little bit. He's a solid linebacker coming out here in the 4th round. 5'11" and 7/8. That you really can round up to 6 foot, 220 pounds. Undersized linebacker. They say he's probably going to be a box safety who had more production and made fewer mental mistakes in 24 compared to 25. But he's got solid athleticism, speed, recognition to quickly find the ball, and very decisive in coverage. But struggles to take on blocks and leverage. He's probably going to be a linebacker moving out to that safety spot at 5. At 6 foot.
Exactly. And now we got the 49ers up next on the clock. It says picks already in as well. And I like how all these teams are moving quick through the 4th round. But, I mean, what do you guys want to see the 49ers do?
Well, I can tell you what they're going to do. They're going to go with a corner. They're going to go with
Oh, yeah.
Ephesians Prysock. What a name. The corner from UW.
And again, another corner taken ahead of Keith Abney and he's really that last big-name corner that I feel is on that board. Malik Muhammad was taken. First pick of the 2nd round, the Raiders traded up to get McCoy, names like that. But I think it comes down to the height. You look at who they're taking. They're taking a boundary corner. Like you said, 6'3", 196 pounds. Keith Abney is a slot corner. He's like 5'10". So people are just kind of leaning towards that side where they want more of a boundary corner with a little more height than Abney.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the same thing. Like, you see, obviously we saw Abney here last year at ASU, or I guess this year even. He is great, he is, but his kind of thing that really hurts him in this draft and that is so crucial in the NFL is that height. He doesn't have that height factor to just kind of play outside and just shut down a wide receiver 1. I think that's going to be tough for him in this league. But again, I think he'd make a great slot corner, but this is also a good pick. Prysock's a good player.
Yeah, and looking at Keith Abney's player analysis, it says he's a feisty boundary corner with the makeup to slide inside and become a problem as a pro nickelback. that's going to be what's going to happen at 5'10". You don't want somebody who's sub 5'10" to play on that boundary. But he's got great IQ, great competitiveness. It's all loud on tape. And he pairs impressive instincts and recognition with the ball skills of a receiver. Obviously, corner is a receiver who can't catch, but maybe Keith Abney can actually catch. And he's going to be an interesting pick. But the team who manages to pick him up when he falls or wherever he falls to, they're going to get a great pick. But the final pick in the 4th round, it's Colby Young, the senior Georgia receiver. Cincinnati takes him at 140, so we'll move into the 5th. But Young with a 69 athleticism score, a 64 production score. Athletic, he's got play strength and ball skills that stand out. He's 6'5", 220, with a 77-inch wingspan. Very, very big size, and he could very well become a big target in the future because did T. Higgins ever sign an extension? Or is he still playing on that tag?
I think he did. Well, no, I don't think he ever signed an extension. I think he's on a franchise tag. Let's look.
Well, other thing with Colby Guy is as well is like with that frame, there's so much potential there at 6'5",
Right.
220, and he can run well for that
T.
size.
Higgins did
He's
sign that, yeah.
had some success at Georgia. Maybe not like the most standout guy on Georgia's roster, but has enough breakaway speed with his frame to where he's a high upside guy.
Definitely. I mean, you get a receiver that big, you always have that upside in the NFL. I mean, we were just talking about it, especially with cornerback matchups. It's so helpful to have those big receivers. And, of course, you're adding to a great wide receiver room already and a great offense. But that, to me, is also an interesting pick from the Bengals because the whole problem all year has been, or whole problem last season, was, O-line and defense. The defense, like we talked about with the Cowboys.
It was really 32A, 32B
exactly.
with defense.
It was
atrocious.
It was one of the worst defenses in the league. So I think it's kind of interesting they went there with that pick. I mean, it's a good pick. Like, it helps the wide receiver room for sure, but I would have loved to see them go kind of defense again.
Yeah, and this is where I I mentioned the Cowboys where it's like you could go offense. It's not a need. You could go offense, but do you want to do that thinking that you're not helping your defense enough? The Bengals really haven't helped their defense enough. They have 1 pick in the 6th, 2 in the 7th. They've already taken Cassius Howell, who's a top edge rusher. They took Takario Davis out of UW. Then they went to the interior offensive line, which is helpful. They go receiver, which is curious considering you have Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. Like, they're already good enough to where you probably don't need another target. Who's going to have 2 elite corners to match up against both of them? But that's certainly an interesting decision. Texans with the first pick in the 5th round. And they're going to go with the USC safety Kamari Ramsey. Obviously, there's the stereotype in Madden with you always take the USC safety, and the Texans seem to have fallen for that. But he's a versatile safety prospect, solid size. Ramsey saw heavier workload as a nickelback in 2025. He was playing free, strong, and at nickel in 24. Says he plays with average eyes in space and good break anticipation in man. And he was adequate covering the slot in college, but might not have enough short area burst and athleticism to do the same in the pros. But he needs to close downhill and run support, but with a 76 athleticism and production, he'll be pretty solid and quite interesting transferring from UCLA to USC. But, with the transfer portal, anything's possible with money.
Yeah.
Yeah, solid pickup. They really needed to address the secondary a little bit. I know they have Stingley over there. He's a good corner. But to get someone behind him at safety, and they were really offensive heavy in the first couple rounds, built out that O-line, took a tight end, and really prioritized a lot of size, D-tackle as well in the second. So to get someone in that secondary, it'll be a solid pickup for them. Maybe give Derek Stingley a little bit of help.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last year that defense is already so good. And, I mean, now you're adding, Kamari Ramsey. They took Caden McDonald earlier at D-tackle. They just took a linebacker in the 4th round. Like, that defense looks primed to just be another repeat kind of best defense in the league.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think how good that team would have been if C.J. Stroud was a fraction as good as he was as a rookie.
Right.
Their division rival Titans go Fernando Carmona, the Arkansas guard, but that defense. You mentioned that defense is already elite. Daniil Hunter and of course Will Anderson, now the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, getting that big extension. Now they add Kamari Ramsey, who could potentially, he's probably going to be a special teamer starting it off, but could develop into, obviously, I mentioned the USC safety archetype in Madden. Maybe it works out here in real life. But Fernando Carmona out of Arkansas, the guard. Titans obviously needed some help on the O-line. They needed help pretty much just about everywhere.
Yeah.
After taking Carnell Tate in that first round, they went Keldrick Falk as well. And they had to wait after Anthony Hill in the second round. They had to wait until the fifth round. They take Carmona to give some protection to Cam Ward, their franchise quarterback.
I was going to say, we finally see another pick from the Titans after 3 rounds. You mentioned that little break they had. But I like it. They definitely need a line, as you said. They kind of need a little bit of everything. But, I really like Cam Ward as a prospect. I think he can do good things in Tennessee. They just got to kind of surround him with the right pieces. And I think this is a step in the right direction for sure.
I think they did that as well.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, I think Jeremiah Love was kind of who they were probably looking at. When they went at 3, probably panicked a little bit. I think they probably could have tried to trade back. You got a little more value and still get Carnell Tate. And even then, Carnell Tate goes a couple picks earlier. Jordan Tyson probably still would have been on the board. Because I'd imagine they trade back to 7 or 8 instead of taking it at 4. I think building out the O-line is kind of where they've missed, really. I don't think they built it out as much as they could have, but building out that defense as well is just as important. So I think they've done a solid job.
Definitely.
Yeah, and Carmona, even though he's a fifth-round product, anything can help that Titans O-line. They've been struggling in the past few years. They took Peter Skoronski, I believe it is, a few years ago in the first round. He's been pretty mediocre. He's been all right, but definitely not living up to that first-round hype. But you mentioned Jeremiah Love was, overwhelmingly mocked to the Titans at 4. Cards felt that they needed to get Jeremiah Love at 3, maybe a little bit of a panic, but Carnell Tate, I think, is still going to live up to maybe not to 104 at the end of the day, being the 4th best player in the draft, but he'll still live up to be a very good player, and he's already the number 1 receiver in that room. I don't care about, Elik Ayamanor is very good. They got the second-year receiver out of Stanford, who even gave Travis Hunter a run for his money when they matched up the year before, but Carnell Tate's going to be a dangerous weapon.
And now Hunter full-time corner as well, so that definitely plays a factor into taking Carnell Tate at 4.
Definitely. And now we have those Cardinals coming up now that you mentioned. With that pick of Jeremiah Love, we saw them go quarterback in the 3rd round. I wanted to get your guys' opinion on that, actually. What do you guys think of, the Cardinals kind of taking Carson Beck there?
I'm not the biggest fan of it. I understand where they're coming from. Jacoby Brissett could hold out. Carson Beck genuinely could be their starter next year with the way their quarterback situation looks, which is not a great thing. But I understand where they're coming from with the pick, but I know fans weren't happy with it. I'd almost rather seen them go with someone a little earlier. Like, if you're going to do that, maybe trade back or trade up and try and get Ty Simpson. I know Ty Simpson went a lot earlier than people thought he would. Or get Drew Aller. Even Garrett Nussmeier, I think, was probably a better prospect. But to get Carson Beck, he's pretty old. Might need him, but we'll see how it shakes out for them. Definitely a pick I know that a lot of Cardinals fans here weren't super happy with.
Yeah, and especially because we were both at the ASU baseball game yesterday, and the pick was made halfway between the national anthem, and a lot of people were just taken out of that moment, like, oh my goodness, we took Carson Beck, top of the 3rd, but obviously another shocker. What really shook up the draft was Jeremiah Love at 3. They took Jace Basantis, addressing that O-line. You can never spend too many picks on the O-line, I believe. Carson Beck, I think, you talk about how he's older, but that's going to bring in some more experience. He's played at Georgia. He had a really good year at Miami, and he was solid in both places, and coming in with Mike LaFleur, who's a pretty solid offensive-minded coach. I think he's going to be able to get the best out of Marv, McBride, Love, and Beck, and that offense as a whole. Obviously, they've got, like we mentioned, with the Raiders, the Jets, the Dolphins, there's holes on just about any section on that roster aside from a few standout star players. And they're probably going to want to go target one of those positions. There's the Keith Abney's still on the board. There's still the top safety on the board in Kilgore. Xavier Harris has been at the top of the board for the better part of 1 to 2 rounds.
Yeah.
Maybe they go edge with Josephs. Maybe they go back to the line with Sam Hecht or Brian Parker or Inez Cooper. But which is Carson Beck's teammate, possibly. Maybe they go there. The pick is in. We're waiting for the report. But really could go anywhere here, and anything is going to help that Cardinals team. It's going to take a while to get back to that playoff spot potential that they had a few years ago. Obviously, Kyler's out of the building and playing in Minnesota. But Cardinals, anything's going to help them here outside of maybe taking a tight end or a receiver.
Or another quarterback.
Or another quarterback,
Another quarterback.
You mentioned iron sharpens iron. Maybe they bring in 2 rookies, Shadur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel. Didn't work for Cleveland, but it's Cleveland, so.
There's some interesting prospects still. I know Taylon Green has a lot of upside. They're going to go with a wide receiver.
Yeah,
they go Reggie Virgil out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, I said anything's going to help except maybe a tight end or a receiver, and they go with a receiver. Could we do better than Jerry Jones? Maybe. Could we do better than the Arizona Cardinals GM? Maybe. But he's a 6'2.5", 187-pound receiver, solid athleticism, tall, competitive wideout. Made the jump from the MAC to the Big 12 and still remained productive. And in just 2 seasons, he played more like a really experienced wideout, and he's very light on his feet to elude the press. So playing in that very competitive NFC West that could, it had 3 playoff teams last year. Maybe the Cardinals in a few years make it 4.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's kind of an interesting pick to me because we know, I feel like they have bigger needs to address. We've seen that team, they have a lot of positions to fill. Yeah. And not that wide receiver wasn't one of them, I just think they could have gone other places. I mean, the wide receiver room, of course, you have, Marvin Harrison Jr. at the 1. And then there is a little bit of a fall off there. Micah Wilson had a great year last year, and then you have Kendrick Bourne. And then, of course, as you said, don't take tight end because you got that one right. Trey McBride is awesome. But, I mean, they're clearly bolstering up that receiving room in the offense in general. They want to improve that offense. But I don't know. I think there were better players on the board for defense. I think sometimes you don't have to go into a pick with a set position in mind, but more so what's left on the board.
And even then, it's just a confusing pick because it felt like maybe a guy like Deion Burks was a better prospect, at least higher rated. There's not a ton of highly touted wide receivers left. Deion Burks, Kevin Coleman Jr. out of Missouri was supposed to be a little higher on draft boards coming into the year. Didn't have a phenomenal year, but I don't know that I fully understand it. Panthers make a pick and to fill the void left by Cade Mays going to Detroit. So Sam Hecht, the center out of Kansas State, going to come in there, second-ranked center in the draft.
Yeah, Sam Hecht, you talk about how he's one of the top centers in the draft. There was also Connor Lew. There's Jake Slaughter. And Sam Hecht coming here in the 5th round, he's going to, from K-State, he's going out to Carolina. Chargers pick is in as well. But he's going to be able to help that Carolina team. He is very talented. He's one of the top linemen or interior linemen for a reason, had a near 80 production score. He does lack ideal mass at 6'4", 300, but it will be hard to find a center in this draft with better technique than him.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, I like this pick, actually. You have a pretty solid center. It feels like, he can play. They have his prospect grade at 6'2", one of the highest guys left on the board. And I think it's a good pick by Carolina. You want to protect Bryce Young back there, and I think, again, Bryce Young's another guy that I really believe in. I think he can be one of those quarterbacks that can be successful in this league. You just got to kind of surround him with the right pieces.
And I will say it's addressing a need, right? Cade Mays leaves, he goes to Detroit, and you don't have a center, and you draft a center. It's perfect execution. Obviously, you'd like to keep Cade Mays. He was a really good center. I'm happy that Detroit has him now, but an excellent job of just filling a role. There was a trade just announced. Cleveland Browns are sending pick 148 to the Seahawks for a 4th-round pick next year. So Seahawks will draft up. Another team that's kind of had an interesting draft, hasn't had a ton of picks, the defending Super Bowl champions, but we'll see what they do. A lot of people kind of question the Jadarian Price last pick of the 1st round, didn't know if they needed a running back there, but Bud Clark and Julian Neal, both pretty solid, filling out that secondary. And people that they lost as well in the offseason, lost a lot of secondary.
Yeah, and the Chargers at 145, they're going to address the interior D-line, which, I mentioned that Jesse Minter and their new defensive coordinator, who I really should know his name, considering I'm a fan, but they really elevate their guys, and they've elevated Poona Ford and Tierra Tart over the past couple of years. Tierra Tart, obviously, the 3-year, $30 million extension. They go Nick Barrett at 145. The South Carolina D-tackle, pair him up with the South Carolina DPOY last year in Kyle Kennard, and he's going to be running up in the middle. This comes off the pick from the Browns. And, had the Browns not traded that pick or the 148th pick, they would have had 4 between 145, 6, as well as 8 and 9.
What do you think in the Seahawks trading up for that pick? What do we think they're looking for in this 4th round? Do you think there's someone they've really fallen in love with that they're going to take here?
Keith Abney. No. Maybe. He's got to go eventually. But,
corner was addressed by Julian Neal in the 3rd round. They could go another corner. I don't know how likely it is. They could go another running back. I mean, they lose Kenneth Walker, but I don't think that's that big of a deal. I think guard maybe would be a good place for them to look. They didn't have the best left guard in the world last year, but
yeah, I was going to say, I know there were still some concerns around the O-line. Obviously, the team won the Super Bowl, so how big can the concerns be? But at the same time, you can always get better, and especially on that O-line, it's such a tricky spot to be, fully complete across the whole line. So I think, yeah.
Right guard, not left guard.
Right guard.
I know we've seen the Anthony Bradford edits.
Yes, I've heard of him. Yep. I was going to bring him up. Yeah, so.
Would you rather have him or Bradley Bozeman? That's the question. But, yeah, I mean, they can go anywhere here. Obviously they want to get back to the glory land and win another Super Bowl, go back-to-back. How likely that is, it's tough to see. The NFL's continue to get more competitive. Your Patriots are looking to make a comeback and go win it again.
That'd be
but the Seahawks can go anywhere here. As the Browns address the O-line again, they go Parker Brailsford, the center out of Alabama, the redshirt junior. Commander's pick is also in, but Brailford, the 6'2", 290-pound center, pretty undersized, but notable grit and consistency. He can be out-leveraged and shoved around at the point of attack, but his mobility gives him a distinct advantage on the move, which might be what they're trying to build up in Cleveland.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the 3rd offensive lineman that they've taken all draft for the Browns. They took Spencer Fano at pick 1-9, and then the 3rd round on their last pick, they took 86 overall. They took Austin Barber. But I really like this pick. Last year you had remind me of the Browns running back name.
Not Nick Chubb.
Judkins. Yes, you had Judkins, who had a great year, but
Judson.
Yeah.
Shout out. But he had such a kind of good year and a really complete year for such a struggling offense. And I would say he was one of the bright spots of that offense. So giving him the O-line to work with and giving, Shadur kind of the O-line to work with, I think is a good idea for them.
Another trade incoming here. This time, the New Orleans Saints are shipping out pick 150 to the Las Vegas Raiders. They're getting DN Tyree Wilson in the 219th pick. Tyree Wilson, another addition to Raiders. It feels like they've totally revamped their team this offseason.
Wasn't Tyree Wilson also a first-round pick? That's crazy how, typical for the Raiders, honestly, if we can be real here. But, Tyree Wilson and it was Tyree Wilson and a 7th going for pick 150. Maybe the Saints can rejuvenate him, the former Texas Tech product, but Commanders pick is in, still waiting on that report, and they could go anywhere here as well with this one.
And what I will say about that trade for Tyree Wilson as well is the writing was kind of on the wall. They went and got Keion Crawford off the edge in the 3rd round, and so it makes a lot of sense to move off of him. You just draft a guy who can maybe step up and be a playmaker for you, and then move up in the draft about 100 spots almost, and take someone you like even more. And I really do think the Raiders have done a really good job this draft.
I think the writing was on the wall the day of his NFL debut when he got pancaked by Keenan Allen. That's just me, but, not a good look for whatever pick he went. I think it was like an 11th overall pick. But the Commanders' pick soon to be reported. Their top needs were wide receiver, O-line, safety, edge, and linebacker. They've addressed the prior and the latter with Sonny Styles and Antonio Williams. And they've only had those 2 picks. They've got a 5th, they've got 2 6th, and a 7th coming up later today. They've got this one right here. Continue to wait for the report here, but Brailsford will be a solid addition for that Browns roster as well. And there goes Josh Josephs out of Tennessee. I was wondering why you had him up on your computer, but considering we're covering the draft, I probably should have put 2 and 2 together and not gotten 5. He's 6'3", 240, a long upright edge defender with NBA caliber wingspan.
I was going to bring that up.
Yeah, 84-inch wingspan. Yeah, that's 7 feet? No, that wouldn't be.
No, it's 7. Oh, no, 8 feet.
I don't do math, man.
Whatever.
I don't either.
7 feet 2 inches. I fixed it.
There we go.
But uses his arms to stay separated from blocks and spill runs wide. Needs to get bigger and stronger to better support the run against NFL blocking. Obviously, that's likely why he fell to the 5th round. But sort of an inversal of what Ruben Bain was criticized for. His short arms. He's not much of a power rusher. Josh Joseph obviously going to be more of a run stopper, power rusher type guy with that long wingspan. But if he can further develop his bag of moves, it's going to continue to get better and better for Josh Josephs, and he can be a sneaky good player if the Commanders can develop him. Which, if they develop him the way they've developed FedEx Field, it's not looking great. But anything can happen for the Commanders.
It was such a weird year for the Commanders last year as well, because you're coming off an NFC championship, and then you lose a couple guys, but then the team just has a really weird year. I think you still got it right with quarterback and Jaden Daniels. I think they can be a decent team. They just kind of got to get better on the defensive side, and they got to protect Jaden Daniels. That's one thing I talk about Jaden Daniels is like to diverge a little bit, if I may, but his play style just. He needs to not run less. That's not what I'm saying. He just needs to get down when he runs because he can't risk getting injured. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, RG3.
Yeah, you don't want to. Exactly, right? You don't want to see it like another RG3. We don't want that to happen to Jaden Daniels. So I think when he runs, he needs to slide. He needs to get down. He needs to slide just to protect himself. Mm-hmm. But I diverge. I think he's a great player too.
It's digress. The last time.
My bad, guys.
Seahawks.
You're good, brother.
Up here, looking at a couple of different options. I think they could go receiver here. Running back, they obviously took Jadarian Price in the end of the 1st round, so I don't think they go back there. I think maybe you could go secondary again, like I was saying. Somewhere on the offensive line could be interesting, but you're the defending Super Bowl champs, and the fact that they were the defending champs and still had so much to worry about coming into this offseason with K9 going to Kansas City. They had a couple guys in the secondary leave. They had a couple more guys on the defense leave as well. It feels like they're almost going to have to scrap their way back to get to that level, and it's not going to quite be smooth sailing to get there, especially without Clint Kubiak.
Yeah, it's especially going to be tough, but you just spent a lot of money on JSN. It was like 4-year, $160 million deal or something along the lines of that. Just insane money, and obviously he deserves it. They also extended Charles Cross to a 4-year, $100 million deal. They're handing out money like Oprah. And, obviously as a Super Bowl winning team, you want to retain those pieces, and that's probably why they ended up losing other key pieces like Kenneth Walker. Obviously, running back is not crazy valued here, except when they went Jadarian Price, who was a very good 1-2 punch for Jeremiah Love. Probably a reason Jeremiah Love was, I'm not saying the reason, but a portion of the equation of why Jeremiah Love was so successful. But they go Bo Stevens, the guard out of Iowa, 6'5", 315, 77-inch wingspan, plays with a strong grasp for angles, tempo, and timing for his block fits, and he's able to sustain and finish at a good rate despite having average play strength. His comfort level and consistency drop when working beyond inside or outside zone. So, with McDonald running things over there, if they can stick to that zone run scheme that seemed to have worked quite a bit with K9, they've got a good depth piece on that O-line.
The question is just, do they have the replacement to K9? I'm not saying
Right.
K9's not an all-worldly running back, but, I mean, he was the Super Bowl MVP. Losing the Super Bowl MVP is going to hurt. You still have Charbonnet, and you pick up Jadarian Price. It's just how much of an impact is Jadarian Price going to be able to make in his first year, in his rookie year. But I think this is a good pick. I think he'll probably be battling with Anthony Bradford. He'll probably win that battle, and he'll probably be the new starting guard on the right side for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I will say, though, it was something that, as a Patriots fan, we saw with Will Campbell last year. One of his downside is he has short arms. So
I think y'all saw the negative side of that
a little bit, yeah. Will Campbell definitely struggled in the pass game last year. That was his kind of worst point. He was great in the run game, but he just couldn't find it in the pass game. And, of course, Patriots took another tackle. But, I mean, it's kind of something to watch, I guess. I mean, I think people don't realize how valuable long arms and kind of hand size is big in the O-line market. I'm no O-line enthusiast when it comes to draft picks. But, I mean, it's just something to keep note of.
The Browns take Justin Jefferson here, not the wide receiver out of Minnesota, but the linebacker from Alabama. Some pretty good athleticism score, which, impressive considering he's a 6', 220-pound weak side linebacker. It says a small-ish will linebacker, but at 6 foot, that's pretty short. It's centered around his quickness and his instincts, and you need to have that as a linebacker. And he plays with adequate field vision and good speed for long haul pursuit, and he's athletic with above average change of direction and quickness, but he lacks that functional size to take on blocks. We've mentioned safeties that are probably going to move to linebacker, and linebacker who's going to move to safety.
Speaking of safety, quick pick there from the Raiders, and the third Arizona safety of the draft is off the board. Dalton Johnson going to Las Vegas.
Did U of A, now granted I didn't pay attention to the Cats a whole lot, but did U of A run a lot of 3-deep safety looks?
I really am not sure unless there was an injury along the way or something, but the fact that they're having 3 players from the same position get drafted is pretty unprecedented, unheard of.
Yeah, so says a little light in the measurables department, but his play is tough, twitchy, and instinctive. Again, like I was mentioning with Justin Jefferson above, you got to have those instincts on defense, and he excels playing in short zone coverage, athletic ability for man coverage near the line, and he's quick to read and react to throws in front of him. Ideal as a deep zone defender at 5'11", 190, and he could struggle against vertical speed as another safety comes off the board. The Penn State product is Zakee Wheatley, who's measuring in quite on the opposite side, 6'3", 200, a long athletic safety who's shown steady development over his career, about 65 production rating, 63 athleticism, and he's played with better decisiveness and route recognition in 2025 compared to earlier looks.
Yeah, and we see all these safeties coming off the board, but one that's still on the board that kind of stands out to me, he's now the highest rated prospect in all the players left on the board is Jalen Kilgore out of South Carolina. I think it's kind of interesting that teams just kind of keep passing up on him. You know, he has a pretty good height for a safety. You know, they showed that he can play the safety role. He had a 4.4 40. Like, I think it's interesting to me that teams keep kind of passing up on him. You know, we saw with the missed tackles was a little bit of a problem with him, but I don't know, something to keep watching.
And he'll go eventually because you see a lot of these safeties get taken in day 3 as the Broncos trade up to 152 to make their pick. But, you know, he'll go eventually. Abney will go eventually. All these guys at the top, you know, Xavier Harris will go eventually. And that's where you see these guys. But they won't go now, as the NC State Wolfpack tight end Justin Joly, or maybe that's Jolly, but it looks like Joly. He's 6'3.5", 240 pounds, the about 80-inch wingspan, and an undersized pass catcher with the ability to expand the route tree and challenge man coverage around the field. Still needs to polish his route running, but he has the footwork and athletic traits to uncover. Doesn't catch with much hand extension and fights throws on occasion. Not great that you see a body catcher, especially at tight end, but playing in Denver with Bo Nix and in tight end screen central in Denver, you know, Justin Joly will probably get quite a few quality looks, and if he's got that good speed and that good athleticism, which, you know, Next Gen says he doesn't. He's got a 57 athleticism score and a 77 production, but if I pull him up and he's got a good 40 time and a good shuttle time, he'll do well. But Packers come up right after him, and it's probably Jaeger Burton, the center out of Kentucky, going at 13 to address the O-line. 47 consecutive starts for Kentucky.
Yeah, I was going to say, just going back to Joly, just real quick, to that point about the 40, he didn't run it at the combine. He had a 4.75 as pro day, but a lot of people think that he's going to be in that 4.5, 4.6 range. So definitely kind of a more pass-first tight end, more so than that blocking tight end. Mm-hmm. But you mentioned, you know, maybe they'll use him in that screen game that they love to do.
Jaeger Burton, going back to that interior offensive line, a lot of interior offensive linemen have gone off the board today. And another center as well. In Green Bay, I wouldn't say they struggle a ton in the offensive line. Last year, Josh Jacobs ran really well behind them, but I think a depth piece, maybe someone who can grow into a starter eventually, and someone we talked about it so much, having consistency and being available. We played 47 games at Kentucky. That's staying healthy, that's being available, and that's what you want if you're an NFL.
And 30 of those came at the guard spots. So they're especially looking for that versatility across the interior. You're not going to see someone who's 6'4", 312 like himself with, granted, an 81-inch wingspan is pretty impressive, but you're not going to see that coming in, like, you're not going to see him play blindside or the right tackle spot. But having that versatility across the interior is going to be huge for him. The Niners up next at pick 154.
And here's a really interesting note on Burton as well. He was the highest ranked center for athleticism in the whole draft. So that's a really interesting note on him. He didn't have the production score to match it up, but he had a 96 athleticism score, which is super impressive.
Nearly perfect.
Yeah, nearly perfect. So that's really, really good. But it feels like, you know, obviously that production is lacking a little bit. So maybe the Packers try to develop him a little bit, make it so he can have a little more technique, have a little more better production, because you already have the athleticism in him. That's not the problem.
Yeah.
So I think that's a good pick there.
Also, going back to the Raiders pick a little bit earlier with Dalton Johnson, we see it on the graphic in front of us. That's now not only 3 U of A safeties in the draft, but 2 of them going to Sin City to play for the Raiders, and maybe they'll be all enjoying some expansion NBA basketball together, as well as Vegas slated to get a new team and Seattle slated to get the Sonics back.
Talk about that. Yeah. But, I mean...
Well, this is ample draft coverage. We won't be talking about that.
But I kind of like idea that they went with going with the double Arizona safety because both of those safeties have already worked together.
Yeah.
They've played on the same team. They know each other. And I feel like having that kind of chemistry, it feels like it could be something that they could build on, something they could work off each other and just make each other better. So I kind of like that. It's a cool way to do it for sure. Always drafting people that work together. Like a lot of people thought that Tyson could go to the Giants because Tyson and Scadaboo obviously were on that 2024 Peach Bowl team together. Was it the Peach Bowl against Texas, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
It was
obviously
targeting.
they played together on that team. Of course, Tyson didn't play in that game because he had an injury. But that was, best Arizona State team in a while. So those two are great, great players.
Niners pick is in. They go with another linebacker, former safety in Jaden Duggar. Might be related to NFL player Kyle Duggar, who is also a safety. Says still in the infant stages of learning the off-ball linebacker spot. Stretched out frame with exceptional length and room to add more muscle throughout. He's inconsistent when it comes to diagnosing blocking schemes and play designs, but especially with how good, no evidence that NFL safety Kyle Duggar is related.
Doesn't look like it.
Kind of crazy.
I'm not seeing anything. Kyle Duggar does have a twin.
Oh, I might got this wrong. Hold up.
I don't think they're related. From what I see, he has
they're
two
not.
sisters and an older brother. So maybe cousins, something
Maybe.
like that, but not fully related. Interesting pick to go linebacker there. I think with Fred Warner, it's not an absolute necessity, but it's a good way to try and develop someone. Obviously, when you have someone who's the best in their position and you draft people in that same position, it gives them probably basically the best teacher they can get. So really good opportunity for him to grow and kind of a wise pick to draft someone with some high upside who can maybe learn under one of the best in the business.
And you have Dre Greenlaw too in that linebacker room. Like that is a great linebacker room. So I want to just reinforce that point. Like he's going to learn from two really good linebackers.
Yeah, obviously Fred Warner's the more off-ball guy, Dre Greenlaw more pass rusher, but having that deep bag, sort of similar to what Arvell Reese has, and that versatility of what he could do, it'll be beneficial, especially because he's a fifth-round pick. Fred Warner's got some more juice left in the tank, and if Jaden Duggar can learn from one of the better linebackers of our generation, and like I mentioned, with San Diego products, another San Diego product in Fred Warner, if Jaden Duggar can learn there, that'll be huge. But Bucks at 155, they go DeMonte Capehart, the D tackle out of Clemson, 6'5", 313 with an 83-inch wingspan. Started 12 games across 6 seasons. Did play 57 total games, but big, broad, long with heavy hands and impressive power in his upper half. He can play through lesser guards and adequately occupy his gap against double teams. Maybe the Bucks bring in Desmond Watson, the tush-push stopper, to hopefully make a dynamic duo on the interior.
And another note about him, we just talked about it a couple picks ago.
With Jaeger Burton.
Yeah, exactly. With Burton, he has that high athleticism. He had a pretty good 4-yard dash score as well. He ran a 4.85 at D tackle, which is pretty solid. It's relatively quick for D tackle. And again, he has that high athleticism, just kind of lacking on production. But, the Bucks know what it takes to have a good D tackle. We saw Vita Vea there for many, many years. Is he still there?
I believe he might be.
I think he is.
Oh,
Keith Abney.
Keith Abney off the board.
To the Lions.
There it is. And you were talking about him going there earlier.
He was the best fit for them in that spot, and we were still talking about it, so I wasn't going to say anything. But I was really hoping Keith Abney would go there.
But before him, edge rusher George Gums Jr. out of Florida goes to the Colts, 6'4.5", 240 pounds, late bloomer. He's got, again, more solid athleticism. He's got a very good attitude and work ethic. That's what have propelled him. He's got positions at wide receiver and tight end as well. Clayton Smith for ASU we're seeing playing some wide receiver, but does he need
Clayton Smith was moved back to defense. He
Yes.
will not be playing wide receiver.
That's unfortunate. That would have been awesome. But
Would've been cool.
Gums here needs to develop as a run defender and pass rusher a little bit. But, the Colts, They had Shaq Leonard a few years ago, who was, one of the best linebackers in the NFL. And, if they could develop George Gumbs to be even a fraction of how good he was, he'll be beneficial. But obviously the name we want to talk about, it's the slot corner, Keith Abney. And again, we talk about how much of it's crazy how low his athleticism score is at just a 67. But, Keith Abney, yes, Alan. But we talk about how big culture fits are, and I talked about how, how good of a tackler he is. He'd be great in LA with the Chargers or back with Minter in Baltimore. And I even teased it a little bit with how, how tough Keith Abney is. He'll be a great culture fit in Detroit. And luckily, Easton, you get him over in the Motor City.
Yeah, and I think he'll be a great fit. I think corner's been one of the biggest needs. And what I wanted to address a little more in this draft than it has been, but I think this absolutely fills that void. I think Keith Abney, I know the height's an issue, but based on watching him all of last year, he absolutely passes the eye test. He's great in man coverage. He struggles a little bit in zone, and maybe his tackling could be a little bit better at times. I think he struggles when tackling people who are significantly bigger than him, like if he matches up against a tight end. But I think he has the grit, and even at his pro day, him talking about he's just like bets on himself. That's the kind of guy he is. I think that's a great fit in Detroit. Really happy with that pick as a Lions fan.
Yeah, I think you should be. That is a great pick for the Lions, as you said. They kind of had some injuries last year within that secondary, but they do still have some really good players in that secondary that can really help them out, I think. And I think bottom line is they didn't call him Abney Island for a reason. They did call him Abney Island for a reason, excuse me. But he's great. He's gonna be a great fit there, and I think I think it's a really good pick. And I think it's kind of smart play by the Lions to say, kind of take a chance and be like, look, we think he's not going to get taken, so we're going to take someone else in the 4th, and then we're going to take him in the 5th. So that's a good pick.
I really do think he will play. I mean, you have Terrion Arnold still, DJ Reed, but you lose Amik Robertson, who wasn't very good last year. He had his moments where he was fine, but struggled in games as well. So I think he'll fit into that nicely, where he can kind of be a slot cornerback, and he'll be a really, really strong third quarterback and add a lot of depth to a injury-prone room.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Moving on to the final 100 picks of the draft.
Oh, wow.
And it's going to start with Michael Taafi, the safety out of Texas. He's going to be going to Miami. Saw on the graphic in front of us, they've not won the AFC East since 2008. The Dolphins fans are going to have to wait a little bit longer. But the fifth-year senior played in 53 games, started 36 for the Longhorns. Horns down. Still upset about the Peach Bowl loss. But he's got a good feel for play design and is assignment-oriented. He's quick to read and trigger downhill to contest short routes from split safety and robber looks. But he does lack the range. So, while he's got 73 production and athleticism ratings, he'll be a solid addition to that Miami team, who again need.
You know why I remember that name?
Did he commit the targeting?
He was the one on the controversial targeting against Arizona State in that Peach Bowl.
Yay.
Yep.
Full circle.
Full circle. There. Yep.
Drafted the pick after Keith Abney.
Drafted after
Exactly.
Keith Abney.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I remember.
But Dolphins are really in an interesting spot to where you don't really know who their starter is going to be. It's kind of looking like it could be Quinn Ewers. I know Tua's gone.
They just gave Malik Willis $30 million a year, though.
Yeah. That's a good point. Malik Willis will probably be the starter. Tyreek Hill.
Tiger Hill's already been cut.
Yeah.
So maybe he comes back.
Retiring.
I wonder where he's going to go, if anywhere.
He could retire after that injury. They're just in a really interesting spot to where they're not going to be good next year. And they're probably going to be relying for that first overall pick with teams like the Jets. And it's just going to kind of depend on how everything develops.
Definitely. But, kind of a bittersweet moment for us at Toppy going to the Dolphins. But we see A fullback get drafted for the Vikings, Max Bredesen, I think it is, out of Michigan.
Fullback, first fullback off the board. You
I was
love to
gonna
see
say.
it.
Listed as a tight end on ESPN, listed
Oh,
as a
interesting.
fullback on NFL. So
Maybe of a little hybrid. Yeah, look at that.
really interesting. He was a team captain over at Michigan, but interesting pick to see a fullback go that early. If it's a tight end, maybe a bit of a different situation, but fullbacks are valuable. I mean, you look at guys like Kyle Juszczyk, and like how valuable they are in the goal line situations and run blocking as well. Pick is in now for the Buccaneers. Chiefs are on the clock, and the Chiefs have definitely had an interesting draft, and curious to hear your guys' take on that.
You want to kick us off or you want me to?
You go. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Actually, I've got it up. We talked about it before, but the Chiefs really struggled last year as a team. Really that Super Bowl slump. And, really the defense wasn't, the defense definitely took a step back, but they weren't as much of a problem compared to how poor that offense was, which was really surprising considering, the return of Eric Bieniemy. But in their first two picks, they go Mansour Delane. Obviously, they needed to replace Trent McDuffie and Justin Watson. They'd replace them with Mansour Delane and Jaden Kennedy. Peter Woods at D tackle, who's going to end up being the replacement for Chris Jones as the years go on. R. Mason Thomas. They've only addressed the defense. And it's shocking because that O-line has not been great the past few years. And they really need to make some moves on that O-line, especially with Mahomes coming off of that torn ACL.
Yeah.
He is not going to be as mobile and versatile and I'm trying to remember what the other word is, that improviser type that he's been ever since he took over the starting role back in 2018. And he's losing such a massive part of his game. I say they need to go the O-line. That's O-lineman out of Notre Dame, Billy Schrouth, going off the board to the Bucks. The Chiefs pick now in as we're waiting for it. Do they go with an O-lineman here? I think they desperately need to. Maybe another weapon for Mahomes, but the Chiefs aren't. Obviously, we're not GMs for a reason. We're not in that war room. We have no idea what that scouting department is doing or what any portion of that front office is thinking. But from somebody who's had to watch the Chargers and that whole AFC West play the Chiefs year in and year out, and the Chiefs being so dominant, they need to fix that offense that was so terrible last year. Having an elite offense can only take you so far.
Yeah, and I mean, just quickly, if I may, I would agree. I think if the Saints didn't take Tyson, obviously the Chiefs moved up. I thought the Chiefs originally were moving up to kind of take Tyson. As soon as I saw that, I was like, wow, the Chiefs might take Tyson. But, he goes to the Saints. I think Mansour Delane is a great fit there. You have that McDuffie kind of replacement, as you mentioned, Cash. But I think you have the best quarterback in the NFL. I don't think that's up for debate. But you do need that help on offense still. But also, maybe a little deja vu with Tyreek Hill. Is that a possibility? Bringing in a wide receiver that has that experience. You have Rashee Rice. You have a couple receivers there already. But maybe you bring in a veteran, stuff like that. Because no wide receiver up to this point tells me that maybe they might have other plans for that position.
Yeah, well, Chiefs pick is in. Ravens on the clock right now. We'll see who the Chiefs take. Well, we're going to go to a quick break here from the Blaze NFL Draft coverage, Day 3.
All right, welcome back to day 3 of NFL draft coverage here at Blaze Radio in downtown Phoenix. We've had a couple draft picks that we missed while we've been gone at the break, so just gonna kind of rattle them off quickly. The Bucks take a guard in Billy Schrauth out of Notre Dame. The Chiefs go running back, Emmett Johnson, kind of maybe looking for that backup for Kenneth Walker out of Nebraska. Chandler Rivers, cornerback, goes to the Ravens. Charles Demings out of Stephen F. Austin State, another cornerback, goes to the Vikings. And Tanner Koisiel goes to Houston.
Oh, they're showing Keith Abney. Okay, sorry, I hate to interrupt.
No, you're good.
They're showing Keith Abney. That's it.
Oh, wow.
No, they were showing him as inline skating. He was an inline skater, which a lot of people talk about, like how that, multi-sport athlete. So they're showing him, for those of you who don't know.
Like the Oregon outfielder earlier,
Yeah.
but
For those of you who don't know, Keith Abney rollerbladed, inline speed skated, and was actually really, really good at it. And apparently that's why he's good at football.
I had never heard of that. I didn't know that he was an inline skater. Should we find his skating stats?
Yeah, let's. Are there
KeithAbney.com.
Keith
He
Abney
has a website.
Skate.
I'm serious.
Keith
Hi,
Ab-
my name is Keith Abney, and I'm an elite level inline speed skater.
Oh my God! Can I show the camera this?
This
Wow.
is a decade ago. I am now 11 years old, youngest man to be drafted to the NFL.
I don't know how well you guys can see this. I think Alan Judson's gonna maybe zoom in on it for us. But this is Keith Abney inline skating. He looks to be about my height and weight in that photo, and I believe that was about 10 years ago.
Oh, look, he won first place in 2015.
So
And he set a national record for 200 meters.
Third place in 2011 Tiny Top Boys Division.
the what?
Wow.
Okay, he was 11. So yeah, this is. But yeah, fun fact about Keith Abney is he. I love to skate. I love to race. I love to compete. And
I was reading that too.
yeah, he's an inline skater. So
Oh,
cool
besides
story about
skating,
him. Awesome that they showed that as well.
besides skating as well, he enjoys playing football. Do you know that?
Do you ever think?
No.
Do you ever think at any point in time where he was like, "Yeah, I want to go pro in inline speed skating instead of the NFL"?
There might be an alternate
Wow.
universe
That is wild. I didn't even know that.
into the Abneyverse.
Do you think he could go pro in it?
Now, probably not.
No.
Nicholas Singleton gets drafted just now, 165th overall to the Tennessee Titans. The Penn State running back goes off the board. Maybe the next Derrick Henry. Probably not, though.
I have a fun note on Nick Singleton. Also, wow, that athleticism is off the chart.
Yeah, 98.
98.
And
Wow.
a tragic 63 production score despite having, 45 touchdowns?
Yeah. I have a fun note on him. I remember I booted up, it was NCAA or CFB 25, and one of the first running backs you get in that game out of Penn State was Nick Singleton. And he was great in the game. I mean, he was my running back for the month and a half that I played the game. So shout out Nick Singleton, great CFB card, but I mean,
I thought there was going to be more to that. To be
No,
honest
not
with you.
really.
You just had the card.
I did, yeah. He was great for me. I mean, he was on like my ultimate team. You know, he was awesome. He was my favorite guy to throw to.
And maybe someone who
Running
was-
back, favorite guy to throw.
Seriously, just throw my little Texas route and.
Dude, Texas route's broken in that game,
Oh, it
though.
is.
Every time I'd run it was mesh or whatever.
Oh yeah.
I think another guy who was probably hurt a little bit by a foot injury that prevented him from
Right.
running the 40, and like he probably could have gone into the 4.3s, but we've seen that a lot, it feels like, where these guys have really dropped all the way down because of injury and those injury concerns. But now at a point in the draft where teams are okay like taking a shot on people working through those injuries.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, he suffered that foot injury at the Senior Bowl, which is tough way to go. But
Yeah.
they had a 2024 workout with him, and it says he clocked in at a 4.35 for 40.
Hate to interrupt,
No,
but
yeah.
Keyshawn Elliott
Oh.
drafted to the Chicago Bears. So
Look at
another
that.
Sun Devil off the board, the linebacker. And Kenny Dillingham has not said enough about this guy, and someone I think could actually have serious success in the NFL because of how smart he is on the football field. One of the smartest players ASU had last season and the year before. Super intelligent, and I think that's a recipe for success in the NFL.
It totally is. I mean, as you said, that's the second Sun Devil we've seen in the last couple picks here.
Last 10 picks.
Yeah, last
or
10
so.
picks. I mean, as you said, Kenny Dillingham loves this guy. I think, can be a really good, kind of linebacker. He's a decently big linebacker. And I think it's something that you love to see just as from an ASU perspective, that you have all these guys going in the draft and getting drafted, and it talks to just Kenny Dillingham and the whole coaching staff on being able to really develop these guys.
And Dillingham has talked a lot about how trying to turn ASU into kind of a place where NFL scouts know they can come find NFL talent. And fourth Sun Devil off the board, although I will say his prospect analysis is a little harsh. Says his pathway will need to be as a physical thumper who can star on special teams. So kind of just stapling him as a special teams guy maybe, but a solid pickup for the Bears. The Lions got Keith Abney and my team, and now Pierce's team gets Keyshawn Elliott. But what does this just say about the talent that ASU has been able to produce at an NFL level since Dillingham has gotten here?
Well, I mean, obviously last year Cam Scattaboo headlined it. Who else got drafted out of ASU last year? Was Scat it? Whatever.
Scat was the big one.
Scat was obviously the big one.
Yeah.
But, and now obviously this year there's now 4 Sun Devils off the board in the first 5 rounds. And, Ian Aker as well in this. Yana Chorsar.
Yeah.
But it's just speaking to how much Kenny Dillingham, loves the Valley and loves, so Scat was the only draft pick last year.
Yeah.
But, it just really speaks to how talented this staff really is. And, going from somebody like Herm Edwards to Kenny Dillingham and to a staff that is that has done such a great job at pulling in donors to improve our facilities. As a Big 12 team, it's going to be hard to compete with the SEC teams. And I think we're really going to see that week 2 when they go to Kyle Field. And that's going to be a tough environment to play in, and that's going to be a tough team to beat. But Kenny and the rest of the staff, Hines Ward especially,
Sure.
It's Iguano is the running backs coach, who's done so good with all the running back prospects from Eno Benjamin and Rashad White to Cam Scattaboo. All this staff has done such a great job at not only developing the talent with what few resources they have comparative to the other elite programs in the nation, but they're also bringing in donations and donors and backers from the Valley that want to see Sun Devils football succeed, not just on the college landscape, but in the professional landscape as well, and helping to improve our facilities so that we can become one of those top programs in the nation.
And you mentioned it quickly, but I want to go back to it. You mentioned that game kind of at Texas A&M, week 2. I think that is a statement game.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of question marks around this team this year. I think you have a great wide receiver room, obviously, with Miller and all those guys. But the big question is that quarterback. You have Cutter Boley, you have Keene, you have Jake Fetty,
Cam Dyer coming off a red shirt too.
Exactly. You kind of have an interesting battle for quarterback. I think, there's talks that it's kind of a 4-way battle. I think it's probably the coaches know who their top 2 are, though, for sure. So I think it's more so it's kind of a 2-man battle. But I think that's the most interesting thing, kind of coming out of Arizona State into this next year, is if they can kind of now develop a new quarterback, because they had Sam Levitt, those 2 great years that they had. Sam Levitt, of course, going to LSU. But now it's time to develop a quarterback.
Quick update, Jalen Kilgore goes out to the Bills, one of the top-rated safeties. He slid quite a bit, so he finally gets drafted going to Buffalo, and some needed defensive help over there. Their defense was strong, but I think that's a solid pickup for them, especially this late in the draft.
Yeah, especially, and his athleticism score was pretty high, as well at a 78.8. But I think what really hurt him was being a little bit shorter at 6'1.5" and primarily playing as a nickelback and a down safety, depending on scheme fit, in accordance to his height, where he'd be more fit, probably better as like maybe a free safety rather than as that strong nickelback type. But that's probably why he slid. But I think that the Bills, who have shown some struggles defensively, they get a big help defensively in that secondary with Jalen Kilgore.
Yeah, I think it was definitely a much needed safety kind of filler. They definitely have been needing safety for kind of a while, ever since kind of Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer left in 2023. They used to be really good together, but ever since then, they haven't really had that kind of standout player at safety. And with, Kilgore kind of slipping down those draft boards, I really like this pick for them. They need another safety. Let him, Taylor Rapp's still a pretty solid safety, but, well, actually, looking at the depth chart, he's also gone. Like, their starting safeties are Geno Stone and Cole Bishop right now. So,
and with DeMar Hamlin coming in every once in a while. They got CJ as a nickelback, but he can only do so much.
I mean, they have some good players in that secondary, but I think secondary upgrade was a much-needed one for them.
Yeah, and the next one up, we talk about how, this is the time to take shots on guys, especially based off of athleticism. You can't teach athleticism. Here comes Kendrick Law, the receiver out of Kentucky. He's been heralded pretty highly. He's about 5'11", 200 pounds, with an 83 athleticism score. Former Alabama transfer who does a really good job at getting yards after the catch.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I was just looking at is kind of player profile over here. The thing that stands out to me is that vertical jump. It's pretty good.
Yeah, 42-inch vert.
42-inch vert.
4.40. He's pretty solid.
You talk about you can't.
He's bench pressing 21 reps.
Yeah.
I mean, really good tangibles, really good numbers. Don't know how his production wasn't great at Kentucky, but I mean, it's the type of guys you're taking late in the 5th round.
I mean, we just talked about ASU, but this is a guy that played with Cutter Boley last year. So kind of an interesting correlation there, and it'll be interesting to see how he translates to the league, because we talk that you can't teach that athleticism. That has to be it's a great point by you, but again, you just gotta keep going with him. You have some good guys that he can look up to with Amonra, to kind of develop him. But, I mean, I think it's going to be a good pick for the Lions.
Yeah, and I want to go back to the Bills real quick, because it feels like every year we're sitting here and 6 months from now or so, maybe a little more, talking about how the Bills are, need to get over the hump to get to the Super Bowl. And every year they've come up short. But do we really feel like they've addressed the problems they've needed to in the draft in this offseason to put themselves back over that hump and finally try and make a run at that Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because that team is so talented. They have a lot of great players, Josh Allen, James Cook, and then they have a lot of players on defense. You mentioned C.J. Gardner-Johnson's defense can still use improvements. It's not that defensive unit it used to be, but they just keep struggling, because they, I think, just don't give Josh Allen the best wide receiver help. I think that's a big thing, and they need to go out and get a wide receiver to help him out. You have Khalil Shakir. Shakir is a good player for him, but I think it's so tough that Josh Allen is such a good quarterback and has struggled so much. I mean, part of me thinks that the window is starting as close.
Yeah, that's the problem is, I think the Bills front office and the Bills personnel and staff see Josh Allen as, obviously he's going to be an MVP candidate every year. He's going to throw for 4,000 yards, maybe get up towards 5,000 scrimmage yards, 40 to 50 scrimmage touchdowns, 50 obviously if he's lucky, but they're probably looking at that he can throw to Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox and Khalil Shakir and screen it to James Cook every once in a while. Obviously, James Cook was the rushing title recipient this year, but some teams or some people are talking about it feels like 2016 Y2K. It's really feeling like the 90s with how the Bills have been unable to get over the hump. It's like when they went to the Super Bowl 4 straight times and didn't win a single one. They need to get over the hump. ever since, 21 was the first time they really made a push, and when Mahomes defeated them. And the fact that it's now 2026 and Josh Allen still hasn't gotten over that hump, it just needs to be more and more like there needs to be something that they need to figure out. Do they need to get him more weapons? Do they need to get him better quality weapons? We saw them go get DJ Moore. Do they need better defense? Because like we saw with the defensive back room was atrocious last year, even with Taylor Rapp. But you bring in a guy like Kilgore who can really develop for him and eventually possibly become that one, or maybe a rotational 3 guy like DeMar Hamlin is right now. We'll just have to wait and find out. But I don't think there's, outside of like maybe you and every other AFC East fan, I don't think there's many people in the NFL fan sphere that's not rooting for Josh Allen to get at least an appearance.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to someone about this the other day. I really like Josh Allen as a player. I mean, you mentioned that I am a Patriots fan, so of course I root against him a little bit. But I would like to see him make a run as long as he doesn't beat the Patriots on the way to it, As long as he doesn't affect my team on the way to his Super Bowl run.
So any of the past 5 years should have done it.
Yeah, maybe I won't want to see him win one, but sure, an appearance I'd be okay with, but it's tough. I mean, I forgot that they got DJ Moore, so I like that for them, but I think there's still a little more work to be done.
Do you think it would have been worth it? They take TJ Parker. They didn't have a first-round pick, but they take TJ Parker with the 2-3. Do you think it would have been worth it for them to try and go get a receiver? I mean, I know Jeremy Bernard was there. There's a couple others. Even maybe try and trade up and get Mekhi Lemon, considering he fell to the 20th pick.
I think yes. I mean, just because, you have these receivers, you mentioned Mekhi Lemon. I think they need to go get a young receiver. We saw them do it with Keon Coleman a couple years ago, and Keon Coleman has been good. He's been solid, but I think the problem with Keon Coleman is he's a little small, for sure. But I would love to see them get kind of a younger receiver and let him develop. You have guys like we talk about, half the battle for these draft backs is developing them. So, and you have the guys to do it, I think. DJ Moore has been very successful in his NFL career. So I think it would have been a good play, but at this point, it's too late, but it's not as valuable.
Keon Coleman's still young. I mean, he's 22.
Exactly.
He's 22 years old.
Still young, for sure.
He's got a lot of room to grow. He was a second-round pick. I would say maybe hasn't lived up to a second-round pick yet, but again, the way he came into the draft so young, because he has 2 years under his belt now.
Yep.
So came in when he was 20, which is extremely young. They also added Skylar Bell a little later in the draft, the UConn product. So interested to see how Josh Allen starts to work with these weapons. And I feel like it's the fact that they've added them, it really makes this a prove-it year. You have DJ Moore now. You have Skylar Bell, who knows if he starts, and Keon Coleman starts to come into his own, and see what happens with that. But Steelers and Browns, divisional rivals, both taking tight ends.
Yep. And I will say, just one last point I have on that Bills wide receiver room. I think kind of taking a little pressure off Keon Coleman, knowing he doesn't have to be the number 2 wide receiver, one of Josh Allen's top targets. And I think that could really help him, because you said, he's kind of struggled these first couple years.
Yeah.
And I think he still is young. He still has room to grow. He's definitely a speed threat on that team. But I think being able to have a little pressure, less pressure, really take advantage of those reps and, be a wide receiver 3 or wide receiver 4 even for the Bills. There's Josh Palmer in that wide receiver room as well, I think could, really help him develop.
Yeah, and, obviously there was that one year where Diggs caught for 1,500 yards.
Right.
And then there was Gabe Davis, who had that breakout 1,000-yard campaign, and Josh Allen was an MVP candidate, and they didn't win it because I think that was the 13 seconds game where it took Mahomes 13 seconds to go down the field. But frankly, you talk about how having Keon Coleman not be the number 2 is going to help him. also having Josh Palmer in that receiver room. Like, I seen what Josh Palmer did when he was the one in LA, and he was very, very talented. And if they have faith in him and all the rest of the guys, it'll be a very balanced room. But I think I wouldn't be surprised if Josh Allen could make another run at the MVP campaign. Obviously, we mentioned that the Steelers went tight end and Riley Nowakowski. The Browns as well go Joe Royer with Cincinnati, the tight end out of Cincinnati. But the DB from Wake Forest, Karen Prunty, goes to your beloved Pats at 171. And I have never heard of it. I mean, I haven't heard of any of these. But
AJ does not look too happy behind the camera.
He doesn't even have a profile
I
pic.
was going to say, he doesn't even have any prospect
I saw him
info.
shaking his head, and it hadn't popped up yet. And then I saw the pic, and I understood why he was shaking his head. But Xavier, how have you felt about the Pats draft so far?
He doesn't even have next-gen stats. That's also crazy.
I would say their draft so far, to me, has been good. I really liked what they've done so far. You know, you took Caleb Lomu, one of the two, at tackle, which was a big need. You know, you had some struggles with Will Campbell. Morgan Moses is only getting older. And, we talked about earlier how when you get older, you start to kind of regress a little bit, and that's just natural, right? So I really like that pick for them, second year in a row that they kind of go tackle in the first round. But I think it's good. You need that offensive line. We saw for the Patriots, one of the big problems was in the playoffs, their offensive line couldn't really hold up. They were...
Specifically their tackles.
Yeah, specifically their tackles. And then, you get an edge and a tight end in 2 and 3. Now you go corner. The Patriots already have a very talented corner room. We saw Carlton Davis have a good playoffs. He had kind of a shaky regular season. And then, of course, you have, in my opinion, maybe a little biasy, but in my opinion, one of the best corners in the league in Christian Gonzalez. So I think they already have that great corner room, so it's an interesting pick to me, and it's another outside corner, I guess, a 6'1", decently fast, it looks like, corner. I don't love that he doesn't really have a kind of prospect rating, no really info on him from the NFL. That's not really the best sign. But overall, I like their draft so far. They're doing the right things, but I think the biggest needs for me, they already addressed, which was O-line and D-edge, defensive edge, and they did those in the first two.
Is this going to be another Leon Sandcastle and Karen Prunty?
My thought is there's a story of an NHL player, and they drafted a fake NHL player for publicity. It was the Buffalo Sabres.
Oh no!
And they drafted a not real player for publicity that didn't exist. So maybe, I can't find anything on this guy on NFL.
I have an NFL draft
Buzz
website on him.
So he is real.
Just to quell your fears, AJ.
23 solo tackles, 1 forced fumble, an interception, and 8 pass deflections in 2025.
Okay.
So, not
in one season.
That's not that bad. That's the only season he played.
Oh.
And it was his 5th year of college. He played his 6th year of college. He played in 2020, and had 26 total tackles, 4 tackle assists, a forced fumble, and an interception. He appears to have taken a gap year in 2021. And then 22, 23, 24.
No, he had 4 interceptions in 2022 and 2 return yards, but not a single tackle log.
Didn't touch a soul out there. So he only had interceptions.
J.C. Jackson 2.0.
I'm really confused.
It's a really interesting pick. It seems just like a Patriots pick to me.
It does seem very.
So Patriots.
I saw the Patriots logo and then no profile picture for Karen Prunty, and I'm like, that's a Patriots pick. That's Cole Strange, but
I was just gonna compare it to that. This feels exactly like Cole Strange, a first-round pick. Cole Strange who was probably a 5th rounder.
It was. I remember there was a press conference after that day with Sean McVay. He's like, I can't believe the Patriots took him at whatever it was, 29. He's like, because we were scouting him thinking he'd be there at 140.
I think he was supposed to be, honestly. Yeah.
He's a guard from Chattanooga.
Here's a little life story here from Karan Prunty.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
He enrolls in Kansas in 2020. He entered the transfer portal in 2021, transferred to South Carolina on June 26th, and then
What's going on?
entered the transfer portal again on August 12th, and then committed to North
He
Carolina.
couldn't make it 2 months.
Committed to North Carolina A&T, and then entered the transfer portal again in 2024, transferred to Wake Forest in 2025, and then was just drafted 171st overall by the Patriots.
Wow.
Again, Patriots pick.
Well, here's a good sign. He was the #1 corner on the 3rd best passing defense in the ACC, and the defense as a whole allowed just 11 regular season touchdowns and 2,300 yards as a unit. He made 3rd team All-ACC. I mean, I don't hate it. It's just kind of a weird
It's just
pick.
weird because
Yeah.
he doesn't his stats don't seem like he's that bad, but then he doesn't have a profile picture, and I click his drop down on NFL, and it's just blank.
Yeah, there's nothing on his profile. No next gen stats. No nothing. But after the other Styles brother has to wait 160 picks, Lorenzo Styles Jr., the safety at Ohio State, goes at 172 to the Saints, and then where did Sonny go? He went to the Commanders at 7.
Yes.
That would have been crazy if Sonny fell to 8 there, and then they went Lorenzo Styles here. And then Josh Cuevas, the tight end from Alabama, goes to Baltimore. The Charlie Kolar replacement? Probably. No athleticism. He's 6'3.5", 240. Lack of ideal measurables could push some evaluators to slap him with a fullback label, but combo tight end fits best. Attacks blocking assignments with better toughness and techniques than most in the class. There's the Charlie Kolar replacement. Baltimore, at least you didn't have to pay $20 million for him like the Chargers did.
I love all the little all the info that they put in there. It's just funny how they word some of these things. Like what you said with the fullback tag. We saw one earlier that was comparing him to an NBA player, with wingspan. It's just funny to me.
Again, we see that in Madden all the time, where it's always could play power forward if he wanted to. But Sonny Styles, this is Lorenzo Styles, sorry, made improvements during his transition from receiver to DB over the last 3 seasons. Tight hips and a lack of route recognition, sounds like me, are a double whammy that slows his departure. Wow, really sounds like me. And limits ball production and man. He appears alert and responsive from short zone and plays with good leverage, which could be something to build on. Needs to become a bigger factor in run support, though. But if he's playing more of a free safety role at 6 foot, 194, maybe move to a nickelback spot, that could be a good fit for him. But if the Saints try to tack on some 10, 15, 20 pounds over the course of this offseason, the next offseason, move him to a box, strong safety, maybe play him like a linebacker like his brother Sonny.
Yeah.
It would be an interesting move. You've got Xavier Harris on your computer, and he's still on the board for the better part of the last 2 rounds.
He just got drafted to Baltimore.
There it
He
is.
did?
My thing just glitched, but I believe Xavier Harris is going to Baltimore. Kind of been at the top of those best available list for round and a half or so, but finally going. Maybe not, actually. Yeah.
We're getting the confirm from Pierce Gordon.
There it
That
is.
he is going.
2 picks in a row.
Yeah, they had back-to-backs.
Yeah.
So they go Josh Cuevas, like you said, and then I believe it's going to be, once they announce it here in a second, Xavier Harris. I could be totally wrong, though. I don't know. I'm really confused again.
I know it hasn't came through on mine either.
But
Harris was the first pick.
of the 2? So first pick of the 2. But,
Interesting.
So they messed it up?
Maybe.
Because
I will say, though, this is going to Cuevas. This is the second tight end they've drafted in this.
I
Is
think
it?
the last 2 picks.
They
went
one
tight
in
end,
between.
Yeah, they
corner,
went.
tight end,
I mean,
yeah.
this could be another. What year was Andrews and Hayden Hurst? Because they went Hurst in the first round, and he barely made it a year in Baltimore. And Mark Andrews was a third rounder out of Arkansas.
It's really
Is
interesting.
Arkansas tight end you? Hunter Henry, Mark Andrews.
Could be.
No.
No. Yeah, I don't
It's
blame
got to
you.
be Iowa.
It's Iowa.
Yeah.
Yeah, got to be Iowa. But I mean, it's in a good play with Andrews being so
Oh
old.
no, they
but-
do not go Xavier
Oh,
Harris. They
wow.
go
Adam
Adam Randall,
Randall.
the running back from Clemson, with their back-to-back comp picks.
Harris stays on the board then.
Harris remains. No info on him. I mean, we're getting into the dog days here in the late 5th, early 6th coming up. Adam Randall. Well, he did rank 6th in athleticism for running backs.
Not bad.
Ran a 4.54. This is unofficial, but 4.540. Or that's if it's a U next to it. He ran a 4.5 flat 40, 1.6 10-second split. So he ran that last, pretty consistent in his speed. 37-inch vert, 10-foot broad, 4.5, 20-yard shuttle, 26 bench reps on the bench press is really solid as well. That's a pretty good back, and if I'm able to pull up his size. Okay, so he's 6'3.5" and 230 pounds. This is the Derrick Henry replacement coming in the next few years. So NFL, look out. They pick up a running back that would be, running behind fellow rookie Oliva Vega Ioane.
Something really interesting about him quickly is he started as a receiver.
He's more of a pass catching back.
Yeah, I was going to say, more of a kind of receiving back, pass catching back, because originally in 2022 and 2023, he was a wide receiver and then became a running back and, was an honorable mention last year, all ACC. So kind of came into that role as a running back last year at Clemson. So I just thought that was an interesting note on him.
5 per carry, 10 TDs, pretty solid year as well.
The only difference I can think of between him and him being a Derrick Henry replacement is Derrick Henry won a Heisman at Alabama.
It's a good point. Yeah, might be something of note.
And
did do that.
I feel like Adam Randall probably didn't.
I don't think he did, yeah.
I feel like I would have heard about that.
Well, speaking of the Heisman, we have the Raiders on the clock. But let me ask you guys about this. What do you guys think of the Raiders draft, draft class so far?
I mentioned it a couple
For the
times.
10th time.
I really think it's turned out well. I think obviously it would have been hard to mess up the Mendoza pick.
Sure.
But
They'll find a way.
They didn't mess it up, so that was a good start. But I think they've addressed a lot of needs, and I think their whole offseason as a whole was really, really strong. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but obviously a little deeper in the day now, so they have made some more picks. I like Traydon Stukes out of Arizona, as we talked about those Arizona safeties. I think they get an edge in Kieran Crawford, who can go opposite of Max Crosby and maybe make a little bit of noise. And then I really think the big one for me that stood out was Jermon McCoy. And he was someone who fell because of injury concerns, but I think getting him in the 4th round, he was one of the best cornerbacks in the draft if it wasn't for that injury. Maybe the best on tape. So I think that's a huge pickup for them. And they take another cornerback here in Xavier Massarotti from Cal, so a senior.
Yeah, I mean, just to your point,
I'll pull up his player.
I think Jermon McCoy, of course, one of one from Fernando Mendoza, but Jermon McCoy might be one of their better picks in this draft just because they got so much value for him in that 4th round. You talked about how he was one of the best corners, and he slipped so far, and then you make a great pick, and you get him in the 4th round somehow. So I think that's great.
I'll tell you who they didn't get good value. It's a man with a 51 athletic score at corner. It's Xavier Massarotti. He ran a 4.440, did not run on the bench, almost a 10-foot broad and a 32-inch vert, which is pretty solid. But played. Is he out of FIU? He went to FIU for 3 years, and then he transferred to Cal. But first team all ACC, but that athleticism score, obviously, let the tape speak for itself. He has a 67 on the production and 51 athleticism score. Yes, Pierce.
He led the FBS in ball production in his last season at Cal.
Yeah.
Huh.
So, yeah, obviously, 1.38 passes defensed per game, tied for 7th with 5 interceptions on the year. You know, he may not be athletic, but, you know, he can play, and the Raiders see the value in that. So, you know, why not take a shot on it? And if they can make, you know, obviously 4.40 is still really good. That's probably about a second faster than I ran ever. You know, if he can produce like he did at Cal and like he did at FIU, he'll be pretty solid for the Raiders, as much as that hurts to say as a Chargers fan.
So, I do have to ask, looking up at what they're showing on the draft right now, they're showing the best moments of the draft, and I want to go to you guys. What do you have a best moment of the draft? What was your guys' favorite moment of the draft so far?
Ooh, you want me to start?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pick that it's kind of was expected, but you know, you guys are probably gonna expect this answer from one of us, but my kind of favorite moment was just Jordan Tyson.
Yeah.
You know, just because he's been through so much, he's really had some injury problems. Like you know, we saw him last year against Texas Tech. He got hurt in the middle of the game, stayed in. Like, he has had those injury problems, but has just continued to push through, continued to really just grind and battle. And, you know, there was talks about him falling to, you know, mid-20s. There was talks that he might be slipping on draft boards, and they got it all the way back up. So I think just seeing him, you know, really seeing all of his hard work prove off. But that was my favorite pick, you know, a little biasy, but
Seeing the motion and
exactly.
how much it meant to him was really cool as well.
yeah,
What about you,
definitely.
Cash?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the Jordan Tyson, because you know the pure raw motion that we saw was so awesome to see. But I'm gonna have to go with, you know, I'm gonna go in another direction with a few of the shockers. Obviously, you know, I had the honor of doing bottom of the 6th on Thursday during the first round with Aiden Hammond and Connor Kuntz with myself. And, you know, right before we were supposed to go live, like we get into the studio, we're sitting there waiting for us to go, and then Ty Simpson goes at 13th overall. And I'm like, all right, well, we're going live now, and we're going to go report on this. Seeing, you know, a bunch of the people at the ASU baseball game yesterday reacting to the Carson Beck pick was pretty funny. My buddy next to me, Oscar, who went to the game with me, he was pretty upset. And on the light rail there, he was like, dude, how funny would it be if the Cardinals took Carson Beck? And what do you know? They took him. And he's like, dude, I was joking. But, you know, it's those surprising picks. You know, even the Jeremiah Love pick was fairly surprising. Seeing Arvell Reese fall that far and Ruben Payne fall that far, those have got to be my favorite moments because it's so unpredictable, and it truly shows that, like, us as sports journalists, sports reporters, sports broadcasters, you know, we can have as much inside information as I want to say it's not Alan Schleppner, because that's the Madden Football League version, and I really should Adam Schefter. Like, we can be as much of an NFL insider as Ian Rappaport and Adam Schefter, but there's truly no way to know what's going on in any war room, in any situation room, what's any team is scouting, unless you're in that war room, if you're with that team. And that's what I think are, like, my favorite moments, is seeing all these trade-ups in day 3 and these trade-downs in day 3 for these teams to go after a guy they really like in day 3 for somebody who might not even be in the league come 2 years from now.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm gonna give three specific moments. First of all, the Lions' first round pick, Blake Miller, but they did the Make-A-Wish Foundation thing where they have the recipient come out and do it, and his name was Easton for the Lions pick, which I thought was kind of ironic, and I was happy with that pick, but I thought that was kind of a cool moment. Also, the Keith Abney going to the team I root for is really cool to see, and the fact that they highlighted the whole speed skating thing on inline, I think is really unique, really cool that they told that story. And then probably Karan Prunty going to the Patriots and us trying to figure out who he is.
Yeah, that's one for sure. Feels like the Patriots try to do it every year.
Yeah, we're going over our top picks, and he said his number 3 was Karan Prunty going to the Pats, and us not knowing who he was.
Probably my third favorite moment from the draft.
You said he was burnt toast at Wake Forest.
Yeah, I watched him against Duke. The Duke Wake Forest game at the end of the year. Burnt toast. Mensa just kept throwing up bombs.
Well, per AJ, he is not that good, but I guess we'll see. I mean, going back to, you reminded me of a pick that happened a couple of years ago. It's another Patriots pick. You're not going to like this very much, AJ, but you reminded me with Keith Abney going to Lions. That, for me, was my Jalen Polk to the Patriots moment. I told you you wouldn't like it.
Thank you for Lad McConkey, by the way, AJ. I appreciate it.
I know.
A lot.
I told you you wouldn't
and
like
Tarheeb
it.
still.
I'm going to go take a walk.
All right, later, AJ.
But Jalen, I was a big, and still am a big UW fan growing up, so big Washington guy. And kind of seeing
That's where
that.
Polk's from, yeah?
Yeah. So he was from Washington.
I mean, it'd be weird if he wasn't a UW Pokey. Just
Alan Judson is questioning how that happened, living on the other side of the country. But I have family that went to UW, so I grew up watching UW.
You can't root for BU though, because they don't have a
Yeah,
football
they don't
team,
have a team. So I'll root for BC, but it's not often that they're good. So
not since the Matt Ryan days.
yeah, and the Luke Kuechly days as well. But
I forgot he went there.
yeah, Jalen Polk, kind of sad he didn't pan out, but that was a cool one. Of course, Denzel Boston coming out of UW this year. I kind of wanted the Patriots to take him, but they did not.
They did
so
not take him.
happens.
And quick update, back-to-back wide receivers at 176 and 177. Cyrus Allen goes to the Kansas City Chiefs, adding a weapon for Patrick Mahomes. And then Missouri receiver Kevin Coleman Jr. goes to the Miami Dolphins. So SEC and ACC receivers both being shipped out.
Cyrus Allen, the Cincinnati receiver, has nothing on him except for, 500 yards, 4 TDs as a freshman, 4 TDs as a sophomore. Transferred to A&M. His junior, the first 2 years were at Louisiana Tech. He is a New Orleans product. And then 5 starts for about 270 yards at A&M, and then was second team All-Big 12 at Cincinnati with 51 catches, 670 yards, tied for third best in the FBS with 13 touchdowns. So, obviously we don't have much on the next gen stuff to look at. He didn't have doesn't look like he had a pro day or obviously wasn't a combine selection because we probably would see that. But 5'11", 180. If he runs anything that's sub 4. Hold on, let me get my words. Anything faster than a 4.40, even into that 4.3 territory, that might be Tyreek Hill territory, like we teased earlier. But only one way to find out, and I don't want to with him now playing for Mahomes. So if he's just sitting in the pocket and going, Cyrus Allen, deep ball, I will not be a happy camper.
I do think we can talk about Kevin Coleman Jr. a little bit because I feel like there was high expectations around him kind of coming into this year to step into the shoes that Luther Burden left behind when he got drafted. And he really didn't pan out nearly as well as people thought he would. I think some people thought maybe he could get to that same level as Luther Burden, but I think a lot of people thought he was going to go higher than the 5th round coming into 2025.
Right. We saw, just based off their prospect grade that the NFL is giving him, it says average backup or special teamer. And we know the NFL can kind of be harsh, and it's funny to look
Slap
back.
the fullback tag on him, why don't you?
But, you look back on some of these, prospect ratings, just I'm sure Brock Purdy's prospect rating wasn't very good, and now he's a starter, right? So I wouldn't hold too much to that, but as you said, he had a solid year with Missouri, but definitely didn't live up to that year that he had with Luther Burden. He kind of had a better, junior season than he did in his senior year. So, but again, kind of a small receiver, has that kind of speed there, decent speed at 4.49, 40. So it's an interesting pick for sure. The Dolphins as well trying to get more receivers, but it's true.
Pearson Allen, his draft projection too, round 6, 7.
Oh, and another quarterback off the board.
Well, just to
Don't know who that guy is.
To compare, Luther Burden in his senior season had 61 receptions for 676 yards and 6 touchdowns, which I believe also came with some injuries. I don't think he played every game that season.
Yeah, I think he only played. I think it says he only played like 4, maybe. Or however many.
If he had 61 receptions in 4 games, that would be unbelievable.
It would be really good.
But Kevin Coleman, going back to Burns Jr., actually, he put up 1,200 yards and 9 touchdowns. Kevin Coleman, like you said, had a better junior year and then scores 1 touchdown on 732 yards, 66 receptions, and he actually did play every game.
Yeah, I mean, definitely tough to kind of go from that great junior year and then have kind of a lesser senior year with especially those higher expectations.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's definitely shown he has the potential. I think it's a good pick for the fact that he can be good. He definitely probably needs some developing, like any, 4th or 5th rounder. But I think he's shown that he can, have a good year. He did it with Missouri, and it's an interesting pick.
Now, quarterback off the board, first time in a while. Cole Payton going to the Eagles, North Dakota State.
I find that so interesting.
The third most athletic quarterback according to Next Gen Stats, and also according to Next Gen Stats, he's the 5th best quarterback in this class, I guess. He's going to go to the Eagles in the 5th round. He ran a 4.5 40-inch vert, almost an 11-foot broad jump is pretty impressive. 7-second 3-cone, 4.3, 20-yard shuttle is pretty good. But he, obviously dual threat quarterback out of North Dakota State. Kind of sounds like Trey Lance, and at about 6'2.5". He's probably going to have a similar career outlook to the current Chargers backup.
Oh, he's a lefty too.
Okay.
I think he'll be a really solid backup. I mean, and he's going to make a living doing it.
Off the tush push.
AJ
Exactly.
did just say he has the best arm on the Eagles over Jalen Hurts.
Interesting.
Which he might. Both mobile quarterbacks, I think he fits well into that system that's kind of already built for a dual threat in Jalen Hurts.
Did Jalen Hurts already get a contract extension? He did?
Yeah. So
if he didn't, that's his replacement. So, but considering he did, I don't think they're replacing Jalen Hurts with a 5th-round quarterback.
No, I wouldn't.
I don't think he's going to be like a Sam Darnold or anyone like that.
What are you guys' thoughts on Sam Darnold and kind of that whole quarterback room?
I think Easton wants to start us off after bringing us this way.
I mean, Sam Darnold. We talked about this in our quick break that he is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, and I know AJ's going to disagree with that. Enrique Cruz, offensive tackle, drafted to the 49ers at pick 179.
Again, high on the athleticism, 91 athleticism score at 6'5".
Sam Darnold's won a lot of games and is probably better than Drake May.
Whoa! Whoa! Oof, I don't know about that one.
10 rage
that.
Hold on, Sam Darnold's actually in your top 10? Like, I swear.
What?
Sam Darnold's not in your top 10.
How many Super Bowls has Drake May won, though?
Oh, wow. Don't give me that.
Where do you think he's ranked? Like the top 10 right now?
I think he's probably 11.
Oh my God.
I think, if you want my honest answer, I think he's 15.
Thank you.
15? Can you name 14 quarterbacks better than Sam Darnold right now?
Do you want me to try?
Yes.
Go for it.
Okay. Mahomes,
1,
Burrow,
2,
Allen, in no specific order.
3.
May, Caleb Williams. Who else am I missing?
Can we
Jalen
hold off
Hurts?
on Caleb real quick?
Jalen Hurts is better than Sam Darnold.
I'd give it to
I think you
Jalen
can say he's
Hurts.
better than. I think you can say he's better than Sam Darnold.
Sam Darnold top 10 in passing yards and touchdowns. What's more important, completion percentage, which is also top 10?
With JSN, look at his offense.
A.J. Brown, Smitty, Goddard, has Saquon in the backfield, too.
Did you watch
True.
A.J. Brown play football last year?
Also true.
He will not be there.
He had a quarterback who was awful throwing him the football.
Jalen Hurts is so much better than Sam Darnold. Like, stop with that nonsense. And Alan Judson, the guy who's talking, is a diehard Seattle Seahawks fan.
Let's not even go die hard. That's probably not
Okay, let's see who else I can take here.
Um,
Oh, I didn't even say Josh Allen yet.
Yes, you did.
Lamar Jackson.
Cole Payton.
Oh, Lamar.
Cole Payton.
Cole Payton. Yeah, Cole Payton. No, yeah, Lamar I didn't say. I forgot that one.
Stafford.
Stafford, yep. Dak Prescott I would take.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott I would take over him.
Dak Prescott. you
Baker
can take Jordan
Mayfield I
Love.
would take over
You
him.
cannot take Baker
I'd take-
Mayfield.
No.
Isn't Baker a 5,000 yard? No, he did
I would
not.
take
No, that was
Baker
Brady
over
threw
him.
for 5K.
I would totally take Baker over
Yeah,
him.
he's right.
When's the last time Baker Mayfield won a Super Bowl?
Baker's a better quarterback than
Has Sam Darnold ever taken the Cleveland Browns to the playoffs, though?
Baker's a better
Sam Darnold
quarterback.
took the Cleveland Browns to the Super Bowl every year he played for the Cleveland Browns.
Sam Darnold's still seeing ghosts, man. Get out of here.
would we?
He's got a ring on his finger and a trophy in his living room. So
Would you take Jared Goff over Sam Darnold?
Those I find comparable.
They're pretty comparable.
I find those two comparable.
I'll take Goff.
I think they're
Not in a
close.
million
Goff
years.
might be.
Not in a million years would I take Jalen Hurts over Sam Darnold.
Gino.
They have the same amount of
At
Super
West
Bowls, so you
Virginia.
can't make that argument.
Never take Geno Smith.
No, Hurts and
Hurts is better.
No, he's
Way
not.
better. Yes. Hurts' best season is so much better than Sam Darnold.
Well,
Jalen Hurts
I would-
is
Name
better than
one.
Sam Darnold.
Name one Jalen Hurts performance that is comparable to Sam Darnold.
I would
let me
take
play
Hurts.
devil's advocate here.
I would take Hurts over Darnold before I took Drake May or Caleb Williams.
Ooh,
You think Hurts is a better quarterback than?
Drake May.
Caleb Williams.
Hurts is better. Hold on. Hurts is better than May and Caleb Williams.
I mean, my thing is like, what, they were good for 1 year?
See, this is why you're a good show host, because there's people out there that will actually believe that.
We haven't named Herbert yet.
You know, it's too bad that today's
Herbert,
Saturday.
yeah.
'Cause you have to wait till Monday to go out to the eye doctor and get your eyes checked.
I will say the thing about Hurts, though, sure, Hurts is not as good as of a passer as Darnold is, and of course, Darnold has the O-line and has the best receiver in the league last year.
I don't know about the O-line, because that Eagles O-line is always so good.
True, but they also lost Lane Johnson last year. Like they had a kind of a regression from the year before, and that's why we saw Saquon didn't have as good as a year.
Let's see how Darnold does this year without K9 and Clint Kubiak.
It's an interesting
That's
question.
that's a good point.
It would be a shame if he has to go to bed every night laying on his Lombardi.
We'll see what Jalen Hurts can do without Kevin Patullo.
Let's see what Drake May can do without Diana Rossini.
Wow. Could have
That's
saw that
crazy.
one coming. Yeah. What
Yeah,
a situation
I didn't
is.
want to bring in Rossini when I was talking about NFL insiders. So
Yeah. What a situation that is.
Hey, Enrique Cruz Jr., that's a good swing tackle. Whoever got him. I don't know. I see him on the board.
Yeah. We
the
brought him
Niners,
up.
Niners got him.
That's a good pick for them.
Hey,
There you go.
Darnold took the Niners to the Super Bowl in 23.
Darnold?
He was on the team.
he did.
No,
He
no,
did.
no. Don't get me started,
No,
Alan.
I'm a big fan of Sam Darnold. Like,
Sure.
I like his story, the fact that he really sucked and
My
then
AP econ teacher played high school football.
really
At
didn't.
least you're
So
honest.
Say that one more time.
but Sam Darnold really sucked and then he got a lot better.
We got a lot of that.
He was awful. He was awful as a Jet. He was terrible as a Jet.
Is that
I mean,
is
let's
that
be
the
honest,
Jets
though.
or is that Sam Darnold?
I think it's the Jets.
Do you guys remember his?
A guy who wins 28 games in 2 years at a Super Bowl, or do you want Jalen Hurts? And this is why you're out of the job.
I bet you Sam Darnold, by the time we all graduate, isn't the starting QB of the Seattle Seahawks. That's how confident I am.
You think he loses his job next year?
Is it by the time we graduate or by the time you graduate? Because those are
He's not that good. We'll see.
Who's the new OC in Seattle, Alan?
it's their
If you know.
quarterbacks coach. I don't remember.
AJ called me a super fan, and that couldn't be further from the truth.
It's their old quarterbacks coach, but I can't remember his name.
Oh, let's look it up. Hold up.
Ryan Fleury.
Yeah.
The name rings a
Wait.
bell.
Quarterback coach. Let's see.
Yep, Brian Fleury.
You can do it.
He's bringing it back every time.
And improved so much, he got his position-specific coach on grade
Jalen Hurts.
out of promotion.
Jalen Hurts.
As that every single that I do on every single year.
And
good point.
how has he done every single year?
He was not the quarterbacks coach for 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 the Seahawks. He was the run game coordinator
Oh, yeah.
for the 49ers.
They're really. Their
And then he
quarterbacks
got
coach-
the OC job.
No, their quarterbacks coach got hired as the OC in Vegas for the Raiders. He went with
that makes sense
Kubiak.
because Kubiak.
Yeah. Which that'll be interesting because with Mendoza going there, he has a quarterbacks coach as his OC. So it could be a good little spot for him to develop. And obviously, he developed top 10 quarterback in the NFL, Sam Darnold.
We have Easton convinced on that. So.
His office opens Monday, boys. Monday.
You said which office? The eye doctor?
Urgent care is open today.
Urgent care is open.
Urgent
Trust me,
care.
I would know. I've been to urgent care more than I'd like to admit.
Bills have their pick in, last pick of the 5th round.
Dolphins
say.
go with Dr. Traoris. That's Sado Traore, the tight end from Miss State.
Why doctor?
I know. I was just
Y'all,
asking about that.
y'all don't remember the Dan TDM days, bro? Come on. Sorry, bro. I don't know, man.
the connection.
Traore.
Browns.
Sounds like Traoris, bro.
Okay, let's get back on track here. The Cleveland Browns have the first pick of the 6th round. Let's
They're gonna
have a-
blow it.
I want to talk about how they haven't blown this draft at all, how they didn't
Yeah.
blow last draft at all, and they actually look pretty solidly set up for the future if they can find a quarterback.
If you look at, I have a little CBS Sports. Oh yes, I will. I'll get back to that. Sorry.
Oh
I
my
apologize.
goodness.
Yeah, CBS Sports has every single pick that they've taken so far as an A- or better.
Other than
Except
Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson, the wide receiver, was not. You know, they didn't like the LSU prospect very much. No, that's the linebacker out of Alabama. But I mean, I think you bring up an interesting point about kind of the quarterback situation that they have going there. Is it crazy to think that I think Shedeur could make it work?
A little crazy. Little crazy.
Is it crazy to think Shedeur is going to have to make it work if this team wants to win?
No, I think
because
he's definitely going to have to make something work. But
He's probably going to be the week 1 starter,
yep.
and then Deshaun Watson is probably going to be the 2. Is it like, do we think Deshaun Watson is going to have a career revival?
When was the last time Deshaun Watson even played an NFL game?
23. Oof. I never want to see that man take a snap ever
On the
again,
depth
though.
chart right now, he is listed as the number 2 behind Shedeur Sanders.
He'll start.
You think he'll
You
start?
think?
If
Deshaun Watson
Shedeur
will start.
Sanders gets benched behind Deshaun Watson, he needs to retire immediately.
Who, Deshaun Watson or
No,
Shedeur Sanders?
Shedeur.
Deshaun Watson, I mean, granted, I kind of forgot he was still on the Browns, you know, hasn't played
Well, I
in a
mean,
couple
because
years.
he's got like a $60 million cap hit because they
Sure.
gave him $200 trillion.
Okay, he played 5 games. Let me double check. Let me fact check myself here. No, 2024.
2024.
He played. Was the last time he played. He played in 7 games and lost 6 of them.
It's pretty good.
The one game he won, he threw for 186 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, and went over the Jags. Like, what are they gonna do with this offense when they don't have a quarterback? Like, are they gonna? Are they
Who's
gonna
even
go,
in that receiver room? I forget. Do they still have got Judy?
Yes. Yes.
That might just
They
be
have
it.
Jerry Jeudy. They just drafted.
Oh yeah, KC.
Denzel Boston, Isaiah Bond they have as well, Cedric Tillman as well. and
KC Conception.
Yeah, so
I was just talking about
they have
Denzel
a
Boston.
really, really young wide receiver room in Jerry Jeudy, who's like not old, but
He's not getting.
not-
a
He's
whole
getting
lot better.
there, yeah.
good. And they have Quinshon Judkins. Their running back room is actually pretty solid with Judkins and Dylan Sampson. And then their O-line is starting to take a little bit of shape. They're going to have to win games by like a score of 13-10 with like 100 field goals probably with the defense they have. Like the
Yeah.
defense is they're like just the team at this point and Quinshon Judkins.
Yeah, I mean, I think looking back at Shedeur's stats from last year, I was probably a little blinded by his first game. He had a decent first game. Of course, it was coming against one of the worst teams
Decent.
in the
He threw
league.
for 360 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interception.
Okay, he had a good
That's
first
a
game.
good game.
Yeah,
That's
that is a good
very
game.
good game.
And of course, it was against one of the worst teams in the league in the Titans. But then after that, he threw 7 picks and 2 touchdowns through his next 4 games. So
And
I
he-
don't know if
And he
is the
didn't top
answer.
190 passing yards.
Yeah,
And
that's
he
an
was-
interesting one.
Hold on.
That
let
man
me-
has his jersey number retired.
he
Oh,
is-
that wasn't his
he
first
is-
game.
He was sacked 17 times as well, which might not entirely
Oh yeah,
be
no.
his fault.
Hold on. His
His-
first start was against the Raiders, who were the worst team in the NFL. He was the first Browns quarterback in like 20 some odd years to win his first career start.
It's interesting too because his first 3 games weren't even that bad. His first 3 games were solid. You know, Vegas and San Fran, those were 2 solid games from him. You know, through his first 3 games, not including that Baltimore game because he didn't really start in that game. I don't believe he started in that game.
No, he came in because Dylan Gabriel got booed so bad at home
Right.
that they're like, all right, throw out Shadur. And he completed his first pass, and they're like, oh my goodness, this guy's good. And then he got like sacked 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
Well, like Dylan Gabriel, like what he did wasn't good, but it was better than what Shadur did.
Honestly, I don't think either of them are that good, just to put it plain and simple, because, Dylan Gabriel, it felt like, was hesitant. He didn't really want to maybe take the shot, and I think that's why they liked Shadur a little bit more, because he was, not hesitant to throw the ball downfield, not hesitant to throw it into double coverage, which didn't really help him, of course, down the long run. Like, if I were to compare an NFL player to Shadur Sanders, it would be Jameis Winston. He might throw.
That's
too
That's
rich.
really generous.
That's-
'cause
It is generous. It
I
is
like
generous.
Jameis Winston.
Well, wait. Let me.
Jameis
wait,
threw
let me explain
30
myself.
touchdowns and 5,000 yards in a
Wait,
season.
wait,
I
let
don't
me
think
explain
Shadur
myself.
can do
Yeah,
that.
Let me
30
explain myself.
interceptions in the same season.
Let me explain myself. I'm not saying that he is as good as Jameis Winston. Jameis Winston will be better than is better than Shadur is. Will be, yeah, right.
Who's
But
getting
I think
better and who's getting worse?
They have kind of like a similar play style. They're kind of careless with the ball, but they can pass for a ton of yards and maybe throw a bunch of touchdowns. That's how I kind of think of it.
But like, is it at a point with this Browns team where like, I'm not saying this would ever happen because it wouldn't, but would they be better off in one season? Like, would they perform better this season with any of their 3 quarterbacks, or if they went and signed like Phillip Rivers?
Phillip Rivers
Phillip
would lead
Rivers.
the Browns to a Super Bowl.
No, like genuinely though.
Obviously,
Like,
obviously an exaggeration.
do we think
but
Phillip Rivers is better than the 3 quarterbacks they have on their depth chart right now?
Phillip Rivers almost beat the Super Bowl champion Seahawks in his first start in 5 years.
Yeah. Oof. Phillip Rivers. Oh, I don't know about Phillip Rivers.
Oh,
Phillip
they
Rivers
just
is
won a
stretch.
quarterback. They go Talon, or was that? Yeah, they go Talon Green out of Arkansas. So they're going to have a 4 quarterback competition. Maybe Talon Green is the savior in Cleveland.
Wow.
99 athleticism score.
No, he is an absolute freak of nature, and he had a good year at Arkansas, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Like, would it be
If only Cole
ridiculous to
Payton
say
fell
like
to him.
Talon Green, a 6th round draft pick, might have a chance at the starting job in Cleveland?
He ran
might.
a 4.340. They might just not play him at quarterback either. We'll see. Maybe they might try to do like
why
some
is this
read
guy a
options.
quarterback? He ran a 4.36 and jumped a 44-inch vert.
He's
with
6'6".
with an 11.2 broad jump.
He's ranked as the number 2 quarterback in terms of combine ranks.
He's 6'6". Put this guy at D end. Like,
Put him at DN.
Clayton Smith. Have him play both sides. Wide receiver DN.
Well,
My
we were just
goodness.
talking about it.
I get it. Like even receiver, like go throw Megatron fade balls in the corner of the end zone to Talon Green. Like,
Oh my. He had 800 yards rushing last year too with 8 touchdowns. And then on top of that he had 2,700 yards and 19 touchdowns.
He
Of
was
course,
9th
11
in the
interceptions.
FBS with 14 yards per completion. Yeah,
So-
2,700 yards, 19 touchdowns, 11 picks with 8 on the ground.
what was the reason
That's
that
so
Talon
interesting.
Green went in the 6th round?
I don't know.
He's a mystery
Honestly.
box. No,
What?
seriously, he's a mystery box.
Yeah, that's
He
understandable.
looks like Anthony Richardson. I love him. I've watched a lot of him. He's an electric factory. Like
Yeah,
a
that-
flamethrower, but
That might be Anthony Richardson. Cannon of an arm and just insane athleticism, but
True.
is he going to get tired in the middle of the third quarter?
He's an awful release in points too in games, but yeah,
Do you
He
think?
said awful release point.
release point, yeah, exactly.
Do you guys think Anthony Richardson is kind of done as a starter?
Yes.
Better than Shedeur.
True.
Yeah.
That's
I would
what-
take him over Shedeur.
But yeah, there's a lot of people I would take over Shedeur. like why the Browns could go after like Mac Jones.
Oh God.
Dude, Mac
Not-
Jones
Mac
was really
looked-
good
he
in
looked
San Francisco.
really good with the Niners.
Or listen to this, maybe Deshaun Watson, a 4,000-yard passing multiple times in his career. They could have him.
He hasn't played in 2 years.
I don't care.
Do you think he's gonna?
Take him to the playoffs.
But-
No, you're
Absolutely
crazy.
take the Browns to the
You're
playoffs.
crazy.
I mean, he's 30 years old. Like I know
has
he hasn't been
experience.
the same as he was like before everything happened. We're not getting into that.
Yeah, I was about to
Probably
say.
was.
And like, it wouldn't be
I was going
crazy
to devolve into that.
if he. It wouldn't be ridiculous if he just like snapped his fingers and threw for 4,000 yards again. I wouldn't like be that surprised.
I would.
I think I would. I mean, I don't think. What, he had 1 or 2 good years with the Browns? and
Because
then-
I was surprised that Phillip Rivers did as well as he did in as few games. I'm surprised he competed with Seattle that well with like a battered Colts roster in week whatever it was, week 16, 17 or whatever. But like I would be genuinely shocked if Deshaun Watson threw for anywhere close to 4,000 yards.
He almost threw for 5,000 in 1 year. He had 4,800 in his last year with the Texans. Because he's awesome. and then he took a 2-year hiatus from the league.
Should redact that.
Yeah.
He's awesome.
Remove that from the record.
No, 4,000 might be a little crazy, but like if he throws for 3,000,
He hasn't
yards,
thrown for 4,000 in the last 3 years combined.
He hasn't
Yeah,
thrown
he's
for.
played 6 games in 7 games. Like he's played 6 games twice and 7 games once. He's got like it's not like his completion percentage is in the dirt. He's throwing 60% completion, which isn't that good, but it's not bad. And he's maybe turning the ball over a little more than you would like, but like
I think y'all are missing
I
a
don't
key
know.
component in that they are the
Oh,
Cleveland
my.
Browns.
I think. I mean,
but it's not the same Cleveland Browns of the last 3 years.
This draft they've had, awesome. Last year's
Draft,
draft,
awesome.
I
They're-
like
they had
Kelsey.
the-
had
I agree.
overall Browns wins this year.
They had
What's the Browns
line.
wins on
5.5.
Kalshi?
I took the over.
That's money
Yeah.
in the money in
I
the
would.
bank,
I would
not
take the over
yeah.
on that too.
I'm not kidding.
Uh,
I'm going to revitalize Deshaun Watson booking.
This is an interesting one. I mean, Deshaun Watson could be the QB1.
Actual schedule.
What did you say?
It might be better than the Patriots with that actual
Okay, right.
So just a quick update real quick. 183, 184, 185 in this order. Carson Scherer, Jackie Marshall, Bauer Sharp. Cardinals get the linebacker. Titans get a D tackle, and the Buccaneers get a tight end out of LSU after trading with the Raiders. So now Commanders on the clock at 187. The Giants have their pick in, but we're still awaiting that.
yeah.
But back, also, Xavier Harris still on the board.
Still on the board.
Same with Deion.
Jets trade up to the 188.
Same with Deion
Oh, yeah.
Burks as well. So, I mean, but Xavier Harris, 63rd overall prospect, and he's fallen all the way to the 6th round in the 170s, 180s.
You think he's got to go soon, right? I would think.
You've
so.
got to wonder what teams saw with Xavier Harris.
I mean, just reading his bio, there seemed to be some off the field stuff that may have played a decision in this kind of whole process. I think he's a great player. I mean, he's almost 6'8". He's huge for a defensive tackle. But there was some off the field stuff that may have kind of led to this slipping of the draft, but I still think it's an interesting one. I mean, it's one of those things is like, do you question his character a little bit?
But it's just hard to question a character when you know nothing about it. You have to
I
like,
agree.
assume there's something wrong in some aspect, obviously, to an extent. But like there's
You don't
there's
you
not-
don't get ranked as the 60th and fall to 190 for like genuinely no reason. Because what was the reason that Shedeur fell so far? It was just he had terrible interviews and teams.
Just player.
Yeah, I mean that too.
Yeah, a little bit of a nepo there.
A little bit. I don't think they especially liked the spotlight from Dion either.
Yeah.
Sorry, Leon Sandcastle.
I mean, based on what I'm reading, there's some off the field issues, which I believe would relate to that problem,
I would agree, yeah.
and make a lot of sense.
He didn't even go to Georgia.
Well, if you haven't seen it, then that's a little hint at something that we're talking about, I guess.
But yeah,
He has a little DUI and felony fleeing. And he gets jumped by another defensive tackle, and Bobby Jamison Travis, the Auburn D tackle. 4 straight picks where they're more athletic than they are productive, but he measures in about 6'3.5", 330 pounds, an 82-inch wingspan. Another space eater really up that middle, so likely going to be that nose tackle archetype. And man, the Giants just continuing to build a phenomenal front. I call it a front 7 because they have 7 guys that they could put on the line and be phenomenal. What are they going to do with Kayvon Thibodeau coming into a contract year? Is he on his 5th year, or is he on a did he get that 5th year option?
Who, Thibodeau?
Yeah. And then obviously there's Abdul Carter. There's Brian Burns. They just drafted Arvell Reese. I can also look at Spot Rack.
I mean, yeah,
4
they're
year as
building
of
a
2022.
really, really strong defensive line, but are we really going to act like Kayvon Thibodeau's that good?
It's a good
Because
point.
he's not. He's been severely underwhelming considering where he was drafted.
Kayvon Thibodeau did get his 5th year club option selected, so he's getting paid about $15 million this year.
That's a lot of money for 2.5 sacks and 13 tackles.
Yeah, I agree. I would agree that he's been kind of underwhelming. I think it would be tough to sit here and act like he is, a great edge prospect. He had the potential. He was picked at pick 5, and he had
He
that
had
good
a
year.
4-sack year. Then he came out with 11.5.
Right.
He's not terrible.
No, I wasn't saying he was.
He's a good pass rusher, but
Right.
I think the biggest thing here is they picked up the 5th year option because it's only $15 million compared to what other defensive ends are getting, or defensive ends and edge rushers are getting. And to group him up into that team where he can come and be a DPR or allow somebody to drop back into coverage on some sort of edge rusher drop back. But I think the biggest thing is they brought him back on that 5th year option on that prove it deal. So then because right now he's not worth much, like a day 3 pick likely in a trade, and this could be anywhere ranging from a 4th to a 6th round pick. Whereas I think they're hoping that he produces enough in the first 6 weeks that by the time the trade deadline comes around, they can flip him for something as high as a 3rd rounder or a 2nd rounder, because he's only 25 years old. He'll be 26 by the time playoffs comes around. That's still another 6 years of quality edge play that you could get out of him if he elevates his play style.
And I will say something I think quickly of note is his only full season with the Giants was that 11.5 sack year. So I think that leads me to believe maybe in the other years there were some lingering injuries. He had injuries in those other years. So I think if he stays healthy, maybe he can return to that 10 sack, somewhere around that range. I think he's shown that he has the potential to do it. He had 3 forced fumbles that year too. But I think just going back to this, sometimes the best thing a player can do for their own development is being available, and that's something he's kind of struggled with.
Also, you also have to think about how likely is that going to happen because of how crowded it is. Arvell Reese is going to be he's going to be blitzing every once in a while from the off-ball spot. You've got Abdul and you've got Brian Burns off either edge. And now you've got Bobby Jamison Travis up the middle to be a nose if he is lucky enough to get the start. Whoever else is playing D tackle for him. Somebody has to move inside. Somebody's going to have to play that 3, or maybe you have 2 5s and a rover, which is essentially a 7 outside the tight end spot, blitzing from almost like a slot cornerback position. But like that is a very, very deadly pass rush. You have three at the very least, very good pass rushers, and I say Kayvon Thibodeau is a very good pass rusher off of the potential he has to reach that 11.5 sack threshold again. And obviously it's crowded. I don't think Abdul Carter was amazingly good this year, or the past 2 years. I can double check.
I think he was. Well, I think he was solid, right?
Yeah, he was solid,
He had a
but I
good
don't think
year.
he was getting a lot of sacks, though.
Yeah,
He finished the year with 4 sacks, which is as much as Kayvon Thibodeau had as a rookie.
Yeah, I thought it was-
So, statistically speaking, if he follows this pattern, he'll have 12 this year. But, it would be interesting to see because, like, Abdul Carter wasn't that insane, but they have just so many good players. It's almost like the Texans in a way where they've got Danielle Hunter and they've got Will Anderson, and obviously the Texans have Kamari Lassiter and Stingley and all those other DBs that cap it off in the secondary. But
That is such an interesting comparison, comparing the Giants to the Texans defense.
The Giants are like the baby Texans.
yes,
Yeah, that could be true.
Like they're just I can't like.
they've got the
know-
potential to reach it. They're not there yet.
No.
Well, yeah,
They've
but
got and who else did they take? Who did they take at 10?
The Giants?
Did they have the 10th pick, or did they trade that one away?
They took Arvell Reese.
They took Arvell Reese at 5.
They took Francis.
They took
Oh, yeah,
Mayowa.
Mayowa,
Yeah. But because I thought for a second they got Styles or Caleb Downs, which would have been insane if they had gotten them. I mean, it fell to them at 10, but
Yeah.
You could have gotten Caleb Downs, but I think the offensive tackle pick is a better pickup for them.
I agree.
Evan Neal isn't good anymore. He had a really good first year, and then he just fell off. But
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say like, it says it right here on this, NFL draft tracker. But I was gonna say with those first 2 picks, you did exactly what you needed to do: address your biggest needs, which were O lineman and kind of edge rusher. Like, you've had some.
well, edge rusher wasn't even much of a need. It was more of like it's BPA, and it's Arvell Reese can also play off.
It wasn't a huge need, but it's more so that they've just been they've had struggles at that position. Like, sure, you have your young guys at the position, but they've had a lot of struggles. Like we just talked about it with Abdul Carter and Kayvon
What the
Thibodeau.
dog?
Oh my God.
There's
They were
a dog. There's a dog on stage. For those of you watching, you see, but if not, there was a cute dog that they were showing on screen.
What the dog do?
for the Jets pick. I wonder who
That
speaking of the
that
Jets,
dog could probably run the Jets better than Woody Allen.
You would think so. Speaking of the Jets, Inez Cooper out of Miami going to the Jets, another O lineman for the Jets.
And then
Decently
the
big
Commanders
O-lineman as
also
well.
went Katron Allen, about a 5'11", 216-pound running back, below average explosiveness. Again, sounds like my pro comparison. But yeah, Inez Cooper was mocked. I've seen him mocked as high as the 3rd round. He's about 6'6", 330 pounds, just an absolute bully. And at a 58 athleticism, I think that's a little bit low. 84-inch wingspan. Says he loses effectiveness when blocking in space, but he plays with good body control. Understands how to use his size, and if you can't play to your size at 6'6", 330, you shouldn't be playing.
Yeah, point there for sure.
I feel like we haven't talked about the Jets a whole lot at all today.
yeah.
And they're probably the
Jets.
team that needed the most retooling this offseason. Not even retooling, rebuilding.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel they've done this draft? Because personally, I think, while maybe not perfect, it's been a really solid draft for the New York Jets.
I was literally just looking at who they've drafted in this draft so far. I didn't even see the Cade Klubnik.
I kind of love it.
Yeah, I do
Like-
too. I kind of like the idea of getting, another quarterback because, let's be honest, Geno Smith is not going to be a good quarterback for the Jets this year. I don't know.
I think that's the reason they brought him in. I think they
Yeah.
want the 1st overall pick next year. They're like, well, we saw Geno do it for the Raiders. Why not for us?
I will say next year has a really good quarterback class. You have
Yeah.
some big names in that class. Arch Manning, Dante Moore. If you want to throw Levitt in there, you can. I don't think he'll be.
There's Julian and Trinidad.
Trinidad.
Yeah, Trinidad.
Like that's going to be a 5 QB class. Like What was another big class? It was 21 was one of the bigger classes
I think you
hype
can
wise.
argue that 24.
24
was
was
one of the biggest ones.
24 is probably the bigger one. It's like 2020 as well.
Yeah.
With Tua for a while, but it's mainly Burrow, Herbert, Hurts, Love.
Right.
What I will say, I want to talk about Trinidad Chambliss, but I'll let you guys finish.
I was just going to say, like, I really like going back to the Jets. I really like what they've done so far. They've addressed a lot of those needs. You know, you got Omar Cooper. You know, they had 3 first-round picks, and I think those were all pretty good picks from them, honestly. You know, you got a tight end, you got a wide receiver, and you got David Bailey from Texas Tech. You know, Bailey's going to be awesome. Like,
I do think Arvell Reese is the better player. I would have, like, if I am in that war room and I have the final say, I'm probably taking Arvell Reese at 2.
Yep.
I love the Kenyon Sadiq pick. I think he's
do
a
too.
freak of nature.
Yeah.
I think he's fun to watch. I think he is kind of a game-changing tight end, kind of like that.
Who was his
Brock
pro
Bowers, that Brock
see.
Bowers type. I like him a lot.
99 athleticism score. Like, I saw more of a comp to Kyle Pitts.
he runs a 4.39 as a
Trey McBride
yeah,
pro comp.
as a tight end, and Trey McBride pro comp. Never a bad one with
And-
how he's playing.
Omar Cooper was really good all playoffs. He showed up in big moments. He was the guy Mendoza kind of leaned on in those big spots. I think at the end of round 1, maybe like a hair of a reach, but like not too bad at all. I love D'Angelo Pons, probably one of, if not my favorite defensive player in the NCAA this last year. He had an impact on special teams. He was just kind of a guy who felt like could do it all no matter where. And like you get down, we talked about Cade Klubnik, and then Inez Cooper is like, he has starter upside for a 6th-round pick.
Yeah. Klubnik is really interesting to me. Like
Klubnik will probably, he's going to get starts at some point in the year unless they just,
I kind of want.
they
see
just
it.
want to tank for anybody that's going to be drafted. What do we think the odds are that that those top 6 quarterbacks, or I think it was like 5 or 6, in Julian, Dante, Trinidad, Arch, and Levitt, if you want to throw them in there, anybody else, that they see the Jets trying to tank for them, and they're like, nah, I'm going to go back for another year and make another like $10 million off NIL.
Well, think about who can't. Levitt would have another year of eligibility because he's going to go into his redshirt junior year.
Right.
Dante Moore has to come out.
Yeah, Dante Moore and
has
Trinidad have
come
to.
out. Julian Sane will have 1 more year because he's going into his junior season now.
Arch
Nah,
is junior,
he's
right?
got 2 more. Julian's got 3 more.
Oh, he's a
He's a
true
redshirt,
freshman, or a redshirt freshman. Yeah. But I don't know. I want to talk about Trinidad Chambliss because he was a name coming into this draft that we weren't really sure if he was going to come.
Oh,
to the
Darian
draft.
Mensah too is gonna have to come in as well next year. If he can have a big year at Miami, he'll be a top prospect.
I think, honestly, I still believe in Arch Manning. He had a shaky start. I'm not saying that people don't believe in Arch Manning. That's not what I'm saying. I think Arch Manning will probably end up being the number 1 pick next year because he really had a great end to the season. And I think, like, he had so much pressure. First-year starter with Texas. Like, he's, a kid of the Manning brothers. Like, I think now that there's kind of that pressure, he's got that first year under his belt, I think he's going to have a great, great year.
Yeah. Was he a big? I know he was a big scrambler when he was coming off the bench. Was he a big scrambler last season?
Ooh.
I also know he had like a pretty bad game against UTEP, and like you can't afford to have a bad game against UTEP if you're going to be a first overall pick. But that was his 2nd career start, 3rd career start.
4 picks off the board as of late. Bengals take Brian Parker, the 2nd center out of Duke. He was a redshirt junior last year. Barian Brown, wide receiver from LSU, goes to New Orleans. Pair him up with Jordan Tyson. Jags snag a wide receiver, Josh Cameron, out of Baylor. And then J.C. Davis, offensive tackle, going to New York as they beef up that O-line a little more, and they have back-to-back picks. Their pick is in right now, waiting that. And on the clock, the Tennessee Titans.
And again, a lot of guys with some pretty good athleticism for their positions, most notably Josh Cameron, the Baylor receiver, going to the Jags. I remember I did pre-half post for that game, but I don't quite remember Josh Cameron a whole lot. I just remember Jesus Gomez's game-winning kick. It'd be crazy to see if he gets drafted. But, an 80 on the athleticism score is pretty solid. It says built like a big running back. He's 6'1.5", 220. could become probably that gadget type player, almost like I'm blanking on his name, Deebo Samuel, almost like what Deebo was doing in his prime in San Francisco. Have him running out of the backfield, running routes out wide, and it'd be interesting to see what they do with Josh Cameron in Jacksonville. Because they moved away from ETN as well.
Yeah, correct.
I do want to go back to Trinidad Chambliss because he was one where we weren't sure if he was going to get granted the extra year of eligibility and come into this draft, or he was going to play one more year at Ole Miss, which eventually is what he ended up doing because he got the extra year eligibility. But I don't think it's outlandish to say, looking at this quarterback class, Fernando Mendoza is the clear 1-1. And I think Trinidad Chambliss, if he had entered this draft, would have turned out to be maybe not the second quarterback drafted, but probably the second best quarterback in this class.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And I think looking at him in the playoffs, he had that upside to where he honestly probably would have been in his better interest to maybe come to the draft this year from an NFL standpoint, because I don't think he's going to get drafted higher next year with the potency of elite quarterbacks that are coming out of college next year.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because he's definitely going to be on the older side, and a lot of teams look for that younger quarterback that has that really high talent, especially for a quarterback. So I think you have a good point.
Everybody knows that's why the Cardinals went Carson back.
Exactly. But I mean, I think you have a good point that he probably won't get as drafted super high next year. But I think one thing that I really love about Chambliss as well is that it's kind of like, not that it's overlooked, but I think it is so hard to lose your head coach right before the playoffs and then still do as well as he did.
Yeah.
Like losing the leader on the coaching staff and leader of your team in a way, going into the playoffs, that's hard. Like, I think that speaks kind of to his leadership, how he kind of still made a good run in the playoffs, played well in the playoffs, all of that. So I think Chambliss is going to be a good player.
Do you have anything on that?
I mean, I think it'll help him because, obviously, we're, of course, looking at this with hindsight, in that Fernando Mendoza was going to be the 101.
Yeah.
And heading into this draft, we talked about how Drew Allard might have been a top 10 pick, or who else? Carson Beck was up there. Who else? Ty Simpson was even mocked high at the beginning of the year. Nobody saw him going at 13 as the Giants, with their back-to-back, they go with the BYU linebacker Jack Kelly. Again, really high athleticism, and 85 athleticism score transfer from Weber State. He's at about 6'1.5", 240. He'll be a solid addition for that linebacking core. But, I mean, Julian, Arch Manning could have a terrible season, and so could Julian. And it's really up for grabs. Anything could happen, really. I don't think anybody's really set in stone. Obviously, Manning's got the name, the Manning name factored into it. You can't count him out. Julian was a Heisman finalist this past year in his first year as a starter. Sure, he loses Carnell Tate, but he's got that.
Jeremiah Smith.
He's got Jeremiah Smith. He did lose Max Clare's number one tight end as well, but he's got a tight end coming up. He's still got Ryan Day as his coach. He's got this new Texas receiver coming in who looks phenomenal in camp already off of his first few reps. We'll see if he gets the start as a true freshman. There's Levitt. How's he going to do with that pro-style offense in Death Valley? How is Trinidad Chambliss going to do? How's Dante Moore going to do? Or anybody else that could truly surprise like Fernando Mendoza did at Indiana, as his teammate Pat Coogan, his center actually goes to the Titans here at 149. About 50 picks left to go in this one. We're in the early 6th. But really anything can happen this coming college football season. It's going to be exciting, and it's going to be interesting to see, our team's going to value that rushing ability that a lot of these quarterbacks have, is a team going to overvalue possibly Julian Sand's completion percentage ability or anybody who's like really, really intelligent? It's going to be like, I can't say this enough. It's going to be really interesting, a really fun college football season. Who knows if an ASU quarterback shows out or the new Texas Tech quarterback could ball out as well because Texas Tech keeps spending money.
Of course.
And anybody else that plays anywhere DeMond Williams as well.
I was just going to bring that up. Yep.
Like he could ball out, and UW's pretty good at they've got a pro style offense and they're good at developing quarterbacks. Quite literally, anything could happen, and we could see. It's probably not going to happen that we see like a quarterback class with 10 guys that could be very, very good because eventually one of them is going to be I have more eligibility and I'm making NIL money, but quite literally anything could happen, and it's is it going to end up hurting Trinidad Chambliss? Is it going to hurt Darian Mensah or any of these other guys that went back for their final year of eligibility as Raiders go Malik Benson, receiver from Oregon?
I was going to ask you guys about that. I think I will know more about this than you guys just being a University of Washington fan. But I wanted to ask you guys about what you guys kind of think about DeMond Williams. And
Not much.
Fair enough. Do you know anything on him now?
Well, he had a really good year this year. I know that much.
Yeah, he had a really good year. Out. Like he was playing alongside Denzel Boston. So that was, really good experience for him, and he had a great receiver in Denzel Boston. But Williams, to me, is he's so athletic. He's a very athletic quarterback. He's fast. Like, it says here just on a little article here that he kind of plays like Kyler Murray.
He's from Arizona. I don't know if that's a good thing.
I don't know if that's a good thing either. But
he did go to.
I think it's interesting because he had a really good year last year, and I think he has a shot to be maybe not a day one starter. I'm not going to say he's going to be a day one starter because I don't think he will be, but I think he has the potential to be.
He was friends with my roommate.
Yeah, maybe develop 1 or 2 years and then become a starter eventually on a lesser team.
So I think my biggest thing for next year too is like, you look at this year. Who are the Heisman favorites? Drew Auer, Cade Klubnik, people who aren't Fernando Mendoza.
Right.
Like, you never know what's going to happen this year, next year, the year after, 10 years from now. Like, you can have all these predictions, like, to
would
where...
it be the 2026 Heisman that's coming up next, or would it be called the 2027 if it's
It'd be the
hosted?
2026, 2027 Heisman.
I'll pull up the odds list as you keep going.
But it is so unbelievably hard to predict what's going to happen because everyone thought Cade Klubnik was going to go number 1 overall.
Right.
He just got drafted to the Jets in like the 5th round.
His career's already over.
So like it's things can flip on their head in one season, and I just think I don't know if there will be another Fernando Mendoza type thing where like he kind of came out of nowhere and was like, okay, like this guy's the Heisman, right?
It's just lagging a little bit.
But it's hard to see a world where like a favorite wins it. I mean, who's the favorite? Arch Manning?
I was gonna say
it says CJ Carr is above CJ, or sorry, CJ Carr is above Arch Manning.
CJ Carr's at
so
Notre Dame?
CJ Carr out of Notre Dame is plus 800 on. This is FanDuel.
It could very well be Jeremiah Smith. Like I could see that too. That being
there's
said,
Josh Hoover, who just transferred from TCU to Indiana. He's got a funny situation and storyline too.
We'll see how that goes and see how much it is that Signetti system and how much it was Fernando Mendoza. I do like. Can you try and find Mendoza's odds to win the Heisman coming into the year? Because looking at it now, his last season at Cal was 3,000 yards, 16 touchdowns, and 6 interceptions. And then he just went off in 2025.
Right.
After a transfer. And top of mind when I thought of Fernando.
Arch Manning was number 1. He was plus 600 on the preseason odds. I'm looking for Fernando. Yeah, he was I think so was, here, I can look. Jordan Tyson wasn't. I thought he was. If I look for Fernando Mendoza, he was 60 to 1 odds.
Listed
Do
at
you
the very
know,
bottom.
this is gonna sound a little ridiculous, and I know it is, but like, looking at the season Mendoza had at Cal before he transferred, and looking at the season Cutter Boley had at Kentucky before he transferred.
Do I think Cutter Boley is the next Fernando Mendoza?
No, I don't. But like, I feel like it's a situation where two quarterbacks who are the exact same height and weight, by the way, and play very similarly, are coming from programs that have struggled in recent years and aren't good, have bad systems, put up decent years there, and then transferred to these programs with new, fired up, really like popular head coaches that are rising. And like, it seems like a similar situation. I don't necessarily think Cutter Boley, I know Cutter Boley's not going to do what Fernando Mendoza did.
Sure.
It would be really cool if he did. That'd be great for Arizona State. It'd be great for Tempe. It would
I'm
be
buying Cutter Boley stock right now.
But like, it seems like just thinking about it, like how they play, watching Cutter's tape at Kentucky, they're not like terribly far off, and there's like going from similar situation to similar situation. That being said, if Cutter Boley is the first overall pick next year, I would be absolutely baffled.
There's no way. There's no way, and that's no disrespect to Cutter Boley, but I don't think he will be the number one pick. But I think another thing, just going back to that kind of Heisman odds, is it seems like the favorite never wins. You know, I looked it up.
CJ Carr ain't winning it.
Yeah, like, and not even a diss to
I don't know why
CJ
he's that
Carr.
favorite, to be honest.
Yeah, like, it feels like the last time a preseason, favorite even won was 2014 when Marcus Mariota was at Oregon.
Yeah.
So I think it's so hard to tell, because especially with college football, it's so hard to predict who's going to be good. Like, look at Fernando Mendoza, right? Look at Indiana. No one expected them to win the national championship.
A lot of people did not think Julian Sain was going to be as good. Nobody wanted Julian. Nobody in Columbus wanted Julian to start. I think they wanted whoever his backup was. I think it was Aaron Noland. They wanted him because he was like some hometown kid to start, or some hometown product.
That being said, who do we think the Heisman winner in 2026 would be? Because it's not going to be a favorite. And, like, I don't know. The first name that pops out to me when I look at this is a little further down, but, like, John Mateer was really, really good last year until he hurt his hand.
Yeah.
True.
So if he develops,
Mateer's always winning in CFB.
And even Jaden Maeva was really good at USC, and he could take a step and do it. Like, but
Yeah.
quick update on the draft though, because that is what the show's about. We had Jack Kelly last, went to the Giants, but now Pat Coogan, the center from Indiana, going out to Tennessee to snap the ball to Cam Ward, maybe if he starts. And then at 195, Malik Benson goes to the Raiders, and then Demetrius Crownover goes to the Patriots. Texas A&M offensive tackle, another tackle for you, Xavier, there that
Another
can
offensive
kind of
lineman.
fill that empty position. And I know it's full now, but also creates that competition there.
Yeah, I like the kind of approach that they're doing on the offensive line, because I think they need offensive line. So I think it's good to kind of address that and let them kind of compete for those roles. Like, you had Jared Wilson last year along with Will Campbell that were both in that Patriots draft. So I think it's a smart play. The Patriots need offensive line, like, plain and simple. You had one of the worst blocking centers in the league in Garrett Bradbury. Morgan Moses is getting older, as I mentioned. So I think it's a good idea. There's a chance that Jared Wilson moves to center even, and maybe they put one of these guys that they drafted to guard.
Yeah, I don't think that's ridiculous to say at all. And I think this, talked about it a little earlier, but this draft has really just put a premium on how important offensive tackles are.
Yeah.
Just tackles in general. Going back to that first round, as a Lions fan, I was hoping that Spencer Fano, Francis, or Proctor would fall to 17. And I figured at the worst we'd get Proctor. And you see Fano and Francis go back-to-back at 9 and 10, then Proctor go 2 picks later at 12. And now everyone's stepping up and kind of reaching on offensive tackles because, like, everybody needs them. They're so important.
Right. I think it's definitely an overlooked position, and I think O-line in general is overlooked because it kind of affects everything else on offense. If you don't have an
if you can't keep your quarterback upright, he can't throw the ball.
Right.
I saw that with Bradley Bozeman every Sunday, and if you can't create running lanes, that makes it incredibly hard for everything else because obviously if you can't get those 4 yards per carry, that's typically seen as the average as an offense, then you're behind the sticks every single play. It forces you to pass the ball, and that makes you predictable. And, I will forever be a Justin Herbert stan and say that the Texans game, obviously the 4 picks sucked. Not all of them were his fault. But that entire season, the rushing attack was horrid the whole year. They could not run the ball at all. And even in years past, and Herbert, it just becomes predictable, especially back in the Brandon Staley days. It was just atrocious that there was no run game, and you're forcing Herbert to throw the ball 50 times a game. And, of course, he's going to hit that 5,000-yard mark, but where's your running back? Because you have 6 guys that are not, or you've got you've got your running back that can't even give over 400 yards. As the Vikings actually get passed up on a draft pick for, a second time notably in history.
What?
Yeah, so the Vikings somehow did not make a pick at the pick 198. The Seahawks.
That was the Patriots' pick, too. The Patriots traded that to the Vikings.
They traded that away at the end of the clock. That might be evil.
What is
Manuel Henderson.
No, they took Damon
mistake, I think.
Damon Claiborne.
Okay.
Running back out of Wake Forest.
Okay,
Just
so
not updated.
yeah.
And then
False alarm. The Vikings did make their pick.
Emmanuel Henderson Jr. goes to the Seahawks out at wide receiver. So.
And Matt Stafford gets his receiver help with C.J. Daniels, the receiver from Miami. 6'2", 200, 60 athleticism score is not awesome, but you know what? It's whatever. But if we can afford to go back to the Heisman Trophy odds, I mean, frankly, outside of going to Columbus for the first game, and he did okay, but it was still a rough showing for Arch Manning. He had his team murdered San Jose State, Sam Houston State, and UTEP. One of those games, he only threw 100 yards and a touchdown and 1 pick. And sure, he had 2 touchdowns on the ground, but not a whole lot of not a whole lot of people are going to be looking at that, especially for a quarterback.
The Heisman voters will.
The Heisman voters will definitely take that into account. He had 10 on the year. And he had a lot of really good performances, but I'm scrolling through this. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games sub 200 yards, and probably about just as many at about 300 or more. Frankly, if Arch Manning wants to win the Heisman, he's got to be more consistent with it. He can't put up 400 yards 1 week against Sam Houston State and then just throw up an absolute stinker against somebody as low as UTEP or as such a big game like against Ohio State. The Heisman winner can't afford to do that.
Yeah, plain and simple.
Julian Sands going to need to put up some more numbers. Obviously, he was completing a lot of passes, but he's going to need to put up more numbers. Jeremiah Smith, if you want. CJ Carr's not winning it. I'm never going to buy into that. Jeremiah Smith is going to need to have a Devonta Smith type year. Josh Hoover, I could see winning it, but that depends on how good the Cignetti system is, and if Cignetti can go back to back and give Josh Hoover a Heisman, then Cignetti is probably going to follow Hoover first overall to wherever whoever has the first overall pick. Like maybe Aaron Glenn gets fired, and then he's gonna bring the Jets to glory. Personally, I think Dante Moore probably has the best chance, just because he was talented. That Oregon team was pretty good. John Mateer I like as well. Levitt, I'm not gonna buy much into the Levitt stock or the Stockton stock, just because there were times I was frustrated with Sam Levitt's play style of like not trusting his receivers. Granted, I wouldn't trust Malik McClain a whole lot either, and that the rest of that ASU receiver car outside of Jordan Tyson. And obviously Sam Levitt's going to Death Valley, so it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But frankly, like if I was going to buy into anybody, Marcel Reed had a really good year at A&M. Maeva, could have a really good year at USC, but frankly, it's going to have to be Dante Moore, or maybe throwing in a little bit on Josh Hoover as well, because Josh Hoover played really well at TCU.
Yeah.
AJ, who's your pick to win the Heisman?
Win the next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outside of Jeremiah Smith or including Jeremiah Smith?
Jeremiah Smith's got the third best odds. He's at a plus 1,100.
Okay, I was trying to say Jeremiah Arch. And I think Mayaba's going to have a huge year with Lincoln Riley. I think that USC team is going to be really good. I thought they had a really good recruiting class.
He was good last year, too. He was really good last year. Let's look at John Mateer. His first 4 games was before he was injured, and then came back for the Texas game and just really wasn't the same after that.
200 yards, but that's off 40 pass attempts, and he also threw 3 interceptions.
Yeah, his hand was broken.
Yeah, that too.
And you look at his first games, like obviously Illinois State, 81 completion percentage, almost 400 yards and 3 touchdowns. But then like you go play Michigan, and he throws for like 270 yards, 62 completion percentage with a touchdown and an interception. Like, he was putting up good numbers up until he got hurt, and then significant fall off. He kind of picked it up at the end against LSU and Alabama, also in a tough conference, which makes it tougher to win the Heisman, frankly. But we'll see how that Heisman race shakes out. They're showing that Casey Conception and Spencer Fano have both made it to Cleveland. They had their introductory press conferences today. So did many others. Akeem Mesidor out in LA as well. And is he from Canada?
I believe he is.
I guess so.
That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
Going back to the draft, obviously mentioning that a bunch of players and draft picks are in their respective facilities. But DJ Campbell, the guard from Texas, who was blocking for Arch Manning, no longer, though. He goes to Miami. He will be blocking for Malik Willis for a little bit. An 83 athleticism score, 6'3", 313. He's selected by the Dolphins. And then the Green Bay Packers address a need in the secondary with an Alabama corner, Damani Jackson. Another solid athleticism score at 75, but he's 6'1", 190 pounds. And says smooth athlete with good size and elite track speed. The play and production have failed to match the traits dating back to his USC days, but a solid 2024 tape.
Yeah, I mean, you see those kind of players and of course we have kind of the end of the 5th round here coming up, and then we got 6th round, excuse me.
Chargers got 2 of the next 5 picks too.
I was gonna say your Chargers have some picks. The Lions have a pick in there. Patriots are at 31. But I mean, I want to pose something to you guys actually. We're getting into the final rounds of the draft, your final picks of the draft rather. There is still a couple names on the board that haven't got picked. There was who was the center?
One of them is
Brian Parker was on the board from Duke, the center, for a while, right up at the top. But who do you guys think who do you guys want to see go soon?
Jeff Sims.
Jeff Sims, there you go.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't know. I'd like to see Garrett Nussmeier get taken somewhere soon. I think he's got some decent upside considering how he's fallen into the draft. I think he could be a solid pickup for a team that needs a quarterback and maybe create a little bit of competition in that room. Yeah. I'm also interested to see just what happens with Xavier Harris.
Yeah.
Deion Burke's also still on the board as well. He was rated pretty highly, undersized. Maybe not the fastest guy in the world, but still, he produced the way he did for a reason. So I'd imagine he gets picked up in this late 6th or 7th round.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, Deion Burks, like, definitely undersized. I mean, he ran a 4.340, though. Like,
Yeah,
he has
moving
that
on.
athleticism for sure. And as you said, there's a reason he performed the way he did. So I think that's one definitely. And then I was going to bring up Xavier Harris as well. Like, he's one that, has been there for, the past couple rounds. On his little bio, it says he could be picked as early as day 2.
Yeah.
So,
And he's about to fall into the 7th round.
yeah, he might fall into the 7th round even.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Obviously, it's the big three, and Xavier Harris and Deion Burks at the top of the boards. There's Garrett Nussmeier. He's led to get picked.
Diego Pavia.
I was gonna
Pavia
say,
as
we
well.
mentioned it earlier, yeah.
But also there's Harold Perkins, who was a really good prospect preseason as the LSU linebacker. Obviously, undersized off-ball linebacker at only about 6'1", 220 pounds. For those at home that need a reference, add 5 inches onto my height, and you have Harold Perkins. But he didn't have a lot of impact, and compared to 2022 and 2023, and that's probably going to come as a consequence of the torn ACL in 2024. He's decisive, he's instinctive, and he knifes into the backfield when lanes are open, and he's adequate in block take-ons and finishes tackles near the line, but that lack of explosiveness coming from the ACL injury, it's going to really hurt him. Maybe there's a few other guys down here on the board. I think Bishop Fitzgerald isn't Larry's son. Larry's son is in college.
He's at Brophy High School.
Right.
Like about 15 minutes from here.
Oh,
Couple more picks.
Yeah, I
Wait,
think there's a
these are
lot of
not
also.
picks.
There's Logan Fano, which is Spencer Fano's brother, the edge rusher out of Utah, 6'5", 260. He's still on the board too. It'll be maybe
Maybe he'll go to Cleveland.
maybe he'll go to Cleveland.
maybe.
And, maybe
make their first round pick happy.
Chargers, meanwhile, they go back to address the O-line with their pick from the New England trade down. They select 6'7", 314-pound guard Logan Taylor. They're going with a lot of size here. 73 athleticism scored too. Good length, 4 years of starting experience at BC, and a good feel for the game, relying on technique over force. And they're saying he can play a little too wide and too far forward, but he's generally solid and can identify games. He's a high pad run blocker and lacking pop-on contact and drive leverage, but he fights to sustain with grip strength and choppy feet. It'll be interesting to see how he factors into the O-line battle in LA. Meanwhile, the Jags go with C.J. Williams, the wide receiver from Stanford.
I think it's another one that doesn't have anything on him.
Karen, whatever his name was. Yeah,
Oh,
nothing on
yeah.
this guy. So we're going to have to find him. But he's C.J. Williams.
Let's see what we can find on him. He's from Stanford. We know that. We don't even know his height. Well, here's his Stanford. He's 6'1". He's 205 pounds. He's from California.
Mission Viejo.
He was at Wisconsin for a little while.
It was a solid year last year. 750 receiving yards, 6 touchdowns,
Not bad.
59 receptions.
What that say was a Pac-12 honorable mention? Is Stanford still in the Pac-12, or was it just? Oh, it was ACC.
No,
ACC. Honorable
Yeah.
mention, all ACC.
I couldn't remember if they'd stayed, but it's just Wazoo and OSU, isn't it?
And Boise State's now going to the Pac-12.
Boise
too.
State's going, SDSU's going.
Yeah.
Whole
A bunch of other
teams.
Mountain West teams. Pac State.
Yeah, Pac State.
Let's check out
Houston has their pick in. They go with Lewis Bond, wide receiver, out of Boston College. Lions,
You think he's related to Isaiah Bond?
probably not.
Probably not.
Lions on the clock right now. Their pick is in. Chargers will jump ahead on the clock. We'll await the Lions pick. But we're going to take a quick break here from downtown Phoenix. This has been the Blaze Draft Day. What is this? The Draft Day show? Day 3.
Welcome back to Blaze Sports Draft Day. It's day 3 of the NFL Draft, round 6, closing up in just about the next 30 minutes or so. Cash Money Versailles with me, Easton Stockford, Xavier Massarotti, and a few picks while we're on break have gone by. First of all, Texas Tech defensive tackle Skylar Gill-Howard goes to your beloved Detroit Lions. The Chargers go back to the O-line. They go interior with Alex Harkey out of Oregon. They got the Oregon guard, not Emmanuel Pregnon like a lot of people wanted, but, they get an Oregon guard. Micah Morris, on the other hand, the Georgia guard, he'll go to Philadelphia, about 6'5", 330. He's very athletic. And Ontario Thompson, the D tackle out of UW, goes to the Atlanta Falcons, the big ATL, and he'll be playing with Tua Tagovailoa for a while, who's now the starting quarterback, lest they go with literally anybody else. Commanders pick is in. We're waiting to get that report. Steelers on the clock. But what are your guys' thoughts on the past few picks while we were on break?
I mean, at this point, it is the end of the 6th round, so you're getting to kind of a point where it's you're taking chances on guys. You're trying to find upside in people. I think all these guys are pretty high upside guys. I think Micah Morris is a really, really good pick. I think he produced well. Over at Georgia, he's big. He can play interior for the Eagles, which will be good. They kind of need to retool their offensive line a little bit because some of those guys are getting a little old. I think for the Chargers, kind of same thing. Just a big guy who can probably turn into something a little bit better. And then the 2 D tackles, both athletic, prove they can produce. Skylar Gill-Howard didn't exactly produce the best last year, but it's just at this point the teams are finding players they see something in and trying to turn those late round picks into a little bit of upside to where they can be rotational guys.
Definitely. I think the late round is kind of more strategy, than the earlier picks because, you know who's going to go usually.
I imagine
in
there's
the
a lot
first
of
round.
strategy with every single one of the
I'm
257
sure there is.
draft picks.
I agree, but I think, to Easton's point, in these later rounds, you're kind of looking that you see something in, that you think you can develop, and there's so many names and, so many similar players that, it's so interesting, the kind of what goes into thinking about it.
The Commanders pick also in. They go with the Michigan State center, Matt Gulbin. He'll be playing in D.C. Not a very good athleticism score, but a very good production score at an 81.5 rate, about 6'3.5", 300 pounds. He was a 3-year starter for they're the Spartans, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I know ball. Average size, good power, better at climbing to linebackers than he is at moving laterally to seal in the run game, but with him playing center, it's going to be a lot of second-level action in the running game, whether you're running a power or a zone scheme. But one thing that I want to talk about that we were talking about during our break while we have some downtime as the Steelers still on the clock electing to go with a guy, it's, one thing that we brought up was there anybody who is a more talented quarterback? Was Tom Brady ever the most talented quarterback in the NFL at any point in his career? I think we all said no.
Whoa.
That he obviously
Patriots fan.
yeah, well, obviously Patriots fan,
sure.
and obviously 6 Super Bowls, but we're talking overall talent. Obviously he had intelligence and the completion percentage, but let's get the Patriots fan take.
I don't understand this whole argument. He's undebatably the greatest player of all time. And I think if you were to take a year that he was the most talented player in the NFL, it would be 2007.
That was a really good year.
That year alone, I think he was I think he was the most talented player in the NFL. Sure, he doesn't have the necessary athleticism that, maybe more modern day quarterbacks do, and, he's
might have
definitely
been
not
a traffic cone in the pocket, but
yeah, he's definitely not an athletic guy, but yeah.
Do you ever think Tom Brady was the most talented quarterback in the NFL? He was the unanimous MVP in 2010.
2010, 2007, 2007. I could give you 10 years where I think he was the best player in the NFL.
I agree.
I also forgot about those years because I'm thinking of guys that are synonymous with athleticism. So I'm thinking obviously Michael Vick was never a great passer, but he was okay enough, but a phenomenal rusher. His rushing ability took his game to the next level.
Brady
But
was better than Michael Vick. Like,
Oh,
Brady
yeah.
takes Michael Vick and wipes his rear end with him. You know what I mean? Like, he's just like, come on.
So, I mean, that's the postseason. Hold on, I'm
I think Brady's
tripping.
actually underrated. I think people just say he's the greatest of all
Okay.
time. No, seriously, people just say he's the greatest of all time and just look at the rings. But I look at that arm. Like, he has the most underrated arm in NFL history.
Yeah.
Everyone talks to you about Aaron Rodgers and all these other guys. Brady had a better cannon, I think, than all of them. And when it really mattered, Brady would show up when guys like Rodgers would frail out, Breeze would frail out. Brady, when it mattered more, the arm became better. I've never seen anything like it in sports. The only close comparison, honestly, is LeBron in terms of showing up when the team needs you the most, and the guy will show up like right when you need it. MJ, LeBron, Brady, like that's the era you're talking about with Tom.
So, when you look at it, we're going to go backwards here. 2017, he was the best player in the NFL. He had 4,500 yards passing, almost 46, 32 touchdowns and 8 interceptions. The only player who was close was Phillip Rivers, and he had less yards, less touchdowns, more interceptions. Same with Matthew Stafford. On the rushing side, it was like Kareem Hunt and Todd Gurley, Le'Veon Bell, but like none of their numbers like really jump off the page at you. Like they were all really good, but not like Derrick Henry.
they're also
crazy.
not. They're also not quarterbacks.
Well, you got to remember.
Well, this is the best player in the NFL.
Best player.
Not the best
Carson Wentz
quarterback.
was on his way to an MVP in 2017.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I hear that argument too, but I just think Brady's really underrated.
Who did end up winning MVP in 2017?
Tom Brady.
Brady did. All right.
And then receivers, if we're talking best player in the NFL, the receivers like Antonio Brown, like he had 9 touchdowns, 1,500 yards, great season, not the best player in the NFL. On the defensive side of the ball, you could maybe argue that Chandler Jones was a better player that year. He had 17 sacks. But like,
Better than Tom Brady in 2017?
I said you could argue it. He had 29 TFLs, 3 pass deflections, and 17 sacks.
I love me some Chandler Jones, but he's not even a top 5 defensive player in the league in 2017. Yeah,
That specific season, he absolutely was.
I just disagree. Like if you're in 2017 and you're taking Chandler Jones.
Yeah, no, there were 2 guys with 8 picks though. I mean, like,
I mean, I think out of
Weddle
everyone,
had 6. I had no idea he had 6 that year.
everything I'm looking at, like maybe Darius Slay.
Again, on 2017, I think the best player was Jalen Ramsey. Like I think he was definitely in that conversation for what he did with Jacksonville.
I didn't realize Darius Slay. Darius Slay had 26 pass deflections and 8 interceptions.
Who won Depoy that
Pretty
year?
good. It's pretty good too.
I just don't think like you ever said in 2017, even with those guys having those big years from a numbers perspective, like you'll never say Darius Slay is better than Jalen.
Yeah, dude, I was
You know what I'm
10 years old.
Yeah,
saying?
I know exactly.
Yeah.
It looks like Stephon Gilmore with 2 INTs and 20 passes defensed won 2017 NFL
I'm not
Depoy.
trusting that because it says
No,
New
that's
England Patriots linebacker Stephon Gilmore.
That's AI too. Hold on, let me go Pro Football Reference.
Well, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a. It also said 58 when they won. I'm like, he lost in 50, or I don't even think that was.
2010, he was the unanimous MVP, 3,900 yards, 36 touchdowns,
He
4
was
interceptions.
unanimous?
Yes.
Because here it says he got.
And he had an even
Todd Gurley
better
got
year
8.
in 2007.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh, you're looking at
2010.
You're looking at 2010. Sorry. Depoy was Aaron Donald with 11 sacks.
Nah.
It's also Aaron Donald.
Yeah, fair enough.
But, I mean, like,
Punter goes the first specialist off the board.
There we go.
First of all, Gabe Rubio, D-end out of Notre Dame. There is nothing on him, but he goes to the Steelers at 210. Ryan Eckley, the Michigan State punter. He's a staggering 6'1", 200 pounds, 75-inch wingspan, and a 3-year punter whose solid gross punt numbers get washed away by too many returns. I think it's the ball with good consistency, but his punts are often low-line drives that are tough for gunners to cover.
It was probably one of the greatest collegiate punters in my lifetime.
Matt Ariza.
Matt Ariza.
I don't remember.
Matt Ariza was special.
He was so good, and the Michigan State special teams just couldn't stop any returns. He'd pin it in the corner, and the special teams would just miss 8 tackles.
2010 Chargers.
Yeah, but I think you guys are crazy for saying that
Yeah, no.
Tom Brady was never
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
best.
To the defense of my point, I forgot about 07 and 2010.
Those are like the
Oh,
two best
okay,
years. You
07,
can't make that
07
argument.
was the year.
The argument that Brady's first 2 years with the Bucks, you can make the argument with me that he's the best player in the league with those seasons he had, statistically speaking.
I agree.
think
If you take in
those
age
are
One of
also
as a
those, one of those
factor,
years, it's Mahomes for sure.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
and then
Like,
Lamar
but
also
it's
won
like-
another one of them. What, Lamar won it in 21, didn't he?
Yeah, but like Brady throwing for 45 touchdowns, like I think it might be a 1A, 1B with what he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going to Tampa Bay, the sucking years and winning a Super Bowl year one, and really, if they beat that Rams team in that divisional round game, they're probably going to win that second Super Bowl.
I mean, he has an argument in the 2021 year for sure. I mean, to your point, he threw 43 touchdowns and 5,300 yards.
Okay,
He's on fire.
is
The
2007
most recent 5,000-yard passer, right?
2007
There was
not one of
two
the greatest
5,000-yard
seasons of all
passers
time?
that year. That was
I think he might
Herbert's
be the
year as
greatest
well.
In terms of putting the fear of God in the
threw
team,
for
like I've never seen the
5,000.
07 Patriots, like any team like that.
40
What they did.
Didn't put fear into
4,806.
the heart of Eli Manning, though.
They did it to everybody in the regular season. I mean, they broke the points.
Regular season champion.
4,806 yards, 50 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions,
Yeah.
averaging 300 yards a game.
I think there's
Shout out Lions quarterback John Kitna for throwing for 4,000 yards, 18 touchdowns, and 20 interceptions.
I think there's an argument that is one of the most impressive quarterback years of all time in 2007.
It's second to only Peyton Manning's 2013.
I know. I agree.
year.
I didn't say it was the best. I think
I know
it's one of the
that's.
best.
I was just clarifying
Yeah,
that it's
sure.
second best behind Manning's year.
Sure.
I think Brady's might be better, but
I mean, of course, Brady went 16-0 and then 19-0 until
It's hard to
or
say Brady's
18
better.
ago.
What happened in
Yes.
2013?
in terms
But
of putting the fear of
yeah.
God into someone, Brady and Moss did that more than like Manning with Thomas, Welker, or Eric Decker did. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
True. That was
I
the
think
Randy Moss year, of
statistically
course.
Manning had a better
Stats-wise,
season.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a 2013.
Who do we think from this class is going to have the best single season in their career?
Ooh. That's a good question.
Doza.
Jordan Tyson.
Oh, I thought you meant out of the quarterback class.
No, like just
Out of anyone?
anyone. Who's going to have the best single season here?
It's probably going to end up being one of the top defensive players.
I think it's going to be the punter that just got drafted.
I like that. Yeah, he might go to the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame punter.
I think Jeremiah Love, I
Yeah.
think he will have like a 1,500-yard season at some point.
I wouldn't be surprised if he got up to like 1,800 Saquon levels because he's getting Saquon comps.
I really like Mansour Delane.
Yeah, Monster. Who's the DC over in Spagnuolo?
Yeah, he's great.
Spagnuolo is
too.
gonna like create something disgusting out of Delane and Peter Woods. Like
I
that
really
is gonna
like Delane.
continue to be a top defense in the
Yeah.
NFL.
I could see like Reuben Bain having a crazy year as well. It's kind of
Yep.
crazy to me that he fell all the way to 15. I thought he was a top 10 pick. I would have taken him over.
Yeah.
I guess, I mean, it depends on what the team needs because, like, nobody really took.
Caleb Downs could be big. They go Jordan Vandenberg out of Georgia Tech for you, Pierce. That's where the Bears go. Meanwhile, who else is at the top? I think it's going to be Arvell Reese. There's a reason he's like the BPA, like the best, unanimously the best player. If
Yeah.
I think also Mendoza could also have the best rookie quarterback season the NFL has ever seen. Like I think he have it, it's going to be tough.
Yeah,
He's got the potential for it. It's going to be tough
he
because
could. like,
Oh, I don't know about
and
that one.
I could get drafted with this next pick to the Colts.
okay. It's the
Yeah.
6th round, bro. I'm trying to get clicks. But it's, obviously it's going to be tough because the Chargers' defense is good, Spagnuolo's defense is good, and so is that Denver defense. But who else is he going to play those other 11 games that could stop him from going 200 per?
So, okay, greatest rookie quarterback season of all time. Do we think it's
It was Herbert, who threw for like 4K and 30 TDs.
what?
Well, in 15 games, I guess.
Let's see what Fox
Yeah, and
Sports
only-
says.
I think there's a little bit of biasy coming from that
Jane
take,
Daniels, which is like so valid. I don't know if it's the,
Daniels is the greatest rookie season ever. I don't think it's close. I don't think there's any way Fernando Mendoza could ever touch that.
Ever?
Yeah.
Do you think Fernando Mendoza is going to take the Raiders to an NFC title?
Oh yeah,
I think
I mean
he-
purely
yeah.
stats wise. Like obviously Jane Daniels bringing the bum Commanders to the NFC Championship is a huge turnaround. And could the with how the Raiders have gone about their offseason and this recent draft, they could make a playoff push. I don't think there's any chance they get to the NFC Championship game, but they said the same thing about the Commanders. Let me look at Jane Daniels' stats.
The Commanders were in a significantly better spot when they got Jane Daniels than the Raiders are right now.
Yeah.
Actually, I will say, though, I think the Raiders could make the playoffs.
I don't know. I don't see
If
it.
Mendoza pans out or Kirk Cousins plays really well, I think they did a really good job retooling in the offseason and have an opportunity to be in the wild card hunt for sure.
Should have to be an injury, I think, if the Raiders want to make the playoffs. That AFC West is loaded.
Yeah.
I think the AFC as a whole is so competitive.
I don't see it.
The Bills and Patriots, both of those teams are true Super Bowl contenders out of the AFC. You're going to need someone to drop, like a Burrow, someone like that.
I mean, they have some good threats on defense. I mean, you have Jeremy Chin, Polamalu. You still have Crosby after that whole ordeal.
They added Kwity Paye, too. I think he's going to have a sneaky good year.
But, also, when of course, you're Brock Bowers. So, Brock Bowers is awesome.
Genty's going to take steps.
Genty will be
Tyler
awesome.
Lindenbaum, the best center in the NFL.
But also, when your wide receiver one is Trey Tucker, I think that is saying something about and that's no diss to Trey Tucker. He's just not a wide receiver one.
I also thought that they added somebody in the receiver room, but they obviously didn't. Also, if I can look at Jaden Daniels versus Justin Herbert, and I hate to fulfill the if man, or not necessarily the if man, but the Justin Herbert stand, football success is a team game, and all that, and especially wins. Because Justin Herbert had one of the worst O-lines and one of the worst defenses that 2020 year, and finished that season with a 4-11 record, even after going toe-to-toe with Mahomes in his first career start, then Tom Brady, and then Drew Brees in his first 3 career starts, and he lost them by, I think, a combined 7 points. Still went on to throw for 4,300 yards, 30 touchdowns, 10 picks, and ran for 5 touchdowns on the ground. Before that, Baker Mayfield's record-setting season was the standard, other than obviously Andrew Luck. Jaden Daniels threw for 1,000 less. I mean, obviously also ran for 906 TDs, but
an
he
NFL
threw
rookie quarterback record.
Yes, but he at the same time he threw for 1,000 less, threw for 6 less, and 1 less interception. But also has that not only did he make the playoffs, he led his team to an NFC Championship game. But I'd also like to look at how that overall how good. 47 sacks is terrible compared to Herbert's 32. So that was probably a worse O-line. But how good was that Commanders defense in 2024?
Here's my thing is 41 sacks. Yeah, that's bad.
47 for him.
47.
Yeah.
But so is 4-11.
Yeah, it's true. I think my thing with Herbert, he is a great quarterback, but the problem is exactly what you said. Football is a team game. And
the Chargers are defunct. I know this.
Yeah, football is a team game, and he and the team really hasn't had a lot of success, especially in the playoffs the last couple of years. They don't make it to the playoffs a ton. Sure, he has great stats, but I think at the end of the day, what do the stats matter if you can't win in the playoffs? That's how I think of it. And, I mean,
Washington also had the worst defense that year, so I will digress and say, even though Herbert had, statistically the better year in 2020 compared to Jane Daniels in 24, Jane Daniels winning, 12, 13 games that year, and one offensive rookie, and led his team to the NFC Championship game. Overall, because I was speaking from a stats perspective, but from an overall perspective, Jane Daniels is the better better rookie season.
As well, Daniels almost had 1,000 yards rushing on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that speaks in itself.
Yeah.
He was almost a 1,000-yard rusher, along with 3,500 passing yards as well.
Did he get MVP votes that year?
I think there were talks of him earlier in the year about him being an MVP, but then they kind of fizzled off around the middle of the year.
Look at Washington's points per game.
While you guys look,
they were still
quick update with the draft. Colts go with Caden Curry, edge out of Ohio State. Harold Perkins Jr. goes to the ATL, linebacker from LSU. And the last pick of the 6th round, Trey Smack, kicker from Florida. So second special teamer off the board. Trey Smack, a senior at Florida. Let's have a look at what he did. 6'1", 188, and delivered beyond 50 yards multiple times last year.
Ooh.
Chargers don't have a 7th. Can I leave?
It says his weakness. Under his weaknesses, it goes missed 47-yard kick in overtime loss to Tennessee.
In 2024.
That's his weakness. So that one game single-handedly is
High percentage of misses were off the right hash is a weakness, but I don't know why you're mentioning one kick against Tennessee in OT.
In all of his years as well, 2023, it doesn't list it for 2022 on the player bio, but 2023, 2024,
Because he was only a kickoff
2025,
specialist in 22.
all of that, he missed one extra point. And of course, college extra points are different than NFL extra points, but that's got to be something of note.
And
Pretty impressive.
Took a total 13 from 50 and onward and made 10 of them. So not too bad. Longest field goal of his career was last year, 56 yards.
Welcome back.
I was going to say as well, on 50-plus last year, he's 5 for 6.
So get him in an NFL weight room. And
Hello, Brandon Aubrey.
His prospect grade is a special teamer as well. It says he's an average backup or special teamer. I would hope he's a special teamer. But
Meanwhile, Cardinals kick off the 7th and final round with Jaden Williams, the offensive tackle at Ole Miss. Cowboys immediately get their pick in, but the senior I don't think he has much. Or right tackle prospect, average size and length. He's a 6'4", 300-pounder. Taller pad level than teams would like and displays some tightness in his lower half. Can find leveraged hand strikes when needed, though. More of a catcher than a puncher. So definitely more of a passive blocker. Carson Beck probably isn't going to like that. But, we'll only one way to find out. Maybe he becomes the greatest offensive lineman to ever play the game.
So round 7 is the round of Mr. Irrelevant, which has kind of become a bigger thing since Brock Purdy existed, and also Arizona native. But
Cowboys go the
punter.
Michigan State punter.
This is
this is highlights. Sorry,
highlights.
I thought he went.
Punter that we previously talked about, 48.5 yards per punt led. FBS. We're gonna have a look at his tape right now.
he's punter of the year.
Yeah.
Let's see how bad this Michigan State defense is.
Ooh.
Some solid boots. Really good punt.
Look at that roll.
Really good punt.
Beautiful.
Here against Iowa, booting out to his right. It's that returner actually who won return of the year, had him backpedaling, and then there you go. Missed
that's
tackle
Wingen.
1, missed tackle 2, down the sideline.
Yeah, it wasn't really his fault.
Oh,
Did he
look
make
at
a
him.
tackle?
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
What a play. That's what you like to see out of the punter.
But yeah, really solid. Get some good height on it. It said he had some low-line drive punts and the return ability, but I just watched Michigan State miss 14 tackles and him have to tackle the guy himself. Now looking at Trey Smack, we're not going to do play-by-play of the kicker highlights because it's just going to be
Just
me
makes.
saying it's up and it's good over and over again.
This one from the left hash, it's up and it's good.
But who do we were talking about Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, and what just happened with that kick? I don't know.
Oh, it was a
little
sideways
double-
kick.
It
little
like faded,
double-headed.
then drew, and then.
Who do we do? Let's give some predictions. Who's Mr. Irrelevant this year?
Oh God.
Who is the last pick? First of all?
Jeffrey Sims.
The Broncos have the last 2
Nice.
picks of the draft, the 40 and 41st.
It's not going to be
comp
Jeffrey
picks.
Sims.
Let's see what
So,
the Broncos
The
need.
Broncos, what do we they need a quarterback. I would say they need a backup quarterback because clearly Jared Stidham isn't very good.
That's a good point.
When you said they need a quarterback, I'm like, Bo Nix?
I was like, yeah, I was a little confused off the rip there.
They need a. I would say it wouldn't be a bad thing for them to get a young quarterback to back up Bo Nix, who isn't
Did
Jared
they just
Stidham,
go Garrett
who isn't
Nussmeier?
very
Did the
good.
Cowboys just
What
go
about
Garrett
Pavia?
Nussmeier?
Did they?
No, they
No.
go Anthony. Why are they showing Garrett Nussmeier?
Because he's
still
the
on the
highest
board.
rated quarterback
Yeah.
left in the draft.
Fair enough. But Eastern Carolina receiver Anthony Smith goes to the Cowboys. I'm going to look him up and see if I can find anything. I can't.
Let's see. What do we think, Mr. Massarotti down there on the right? Who's your Mr. Irrelevant?
Ooh, I don't hate your idea of kind of going for someone that can like kind of just develop and have a young quarterback because Stidham obviously was not really the answer
for that team, as they knew it would be, and that was obviously a very tragic injury. And even as a Patriots fan, I didn't want to see that injury happen.
I wasn't laughing at the injury. I was laughing at my thought process behind my Mr. Irrelevant pick. I'm sorry, that was poor timing.
No, it's okay. I didn't think you were laughing at the injury, so please do not worry.
I was.
Let's go. I want to see Pavia get drafted. Let's go Diego Pavia.
Yeah, that was my thought. I think
Okay.
Diego Pavia being Mr. Irrelevant would be really funny.
It would. I mean, a
be
Heisman
hilarious.
candidate being, the Mr. Irrelevant is kind of crazy for starters, but
Well, because you went with him as Mr. Irrelevant,
I'm sorry, I took your
I'll
pick.
switch my pick up. I think let's look at who they've taken. Let me do my homework first before I really figure out, because they
It's going to be really funny if we do all this work and Denver just trades the last pick.
Well,
Could.
our pick still stands. They already took a running back. They took some tackles on the offensive and defensive side, and they took a tight end. So I could see this very well being a secondary or
They also have
an
3
offensive
picks
lineman.
in the bottom 11 picks.
Yeah.
yeah.
I can see this being an offensive lineman, but that's kind of boring. So I'm going to say Mr. Irrelevant is going to be Kyron Drones from Virginia Tech.
Wow.
Who is that?
I don't know either. Never heard of him.
He actually wasn't terrible last
VTech
year.
quarterback. Threw for 1,900 yards, 17 touchdowns, 9 picks.
What if
Great
Mr.
athlete.
Irrelevant is a special teamer?
Ooh, long snapper.
Long snapper, punter, kicker. Didn't
Mr.
answer
Do It All.
He does. Someone who does all
The
three.
Shohei Ohtani of football.
There are 3 long snappers on the draft board.
Are there?
They are all ranked well outside of the last pick of the draft.
I'm sure,
They're
yeah.
ranked from 380 to 398.
Not a strong linebacker or a long snapper class.
No, it's
I guess
No,
not.
not
Yeah.
a strong long snapper class.
Do you think there's ever been a draft where, like, you know how it says, like, needs, and it lists 5 position groups? Do you think there's ever been a team so good going into the draft that they have long snapper as a need?
No. Has any
Meanwhile,
long snapper
TJ.
The
ever been
highest.
drafted? That's the question.
Meanwhile, while we're looking that up, TJ Hall, corner out of Iowa, goes to the Saints. About 6'1", 190 pounds. Not very athletic, but low-cut corner with fast feet and good balance and a highly competitive spirit.
The Patriots took a long snapper last year. Oh, I remember this
Yeah,
guy.
because it's the Patriots. It's
I mean,
the
yeah.
Patriots way.
Julian Ashby.
The Giants took a long snapper in the 4th round in 2007.
How'd he pan out?
Let's have a look.
He
Is
won a
on
Super
the-
Bowl.
Is he close to the
Like,
Hall of Fame?
what do you judge a long snapper by statistically wise? Ball snapped? Like, what do we?
Accuracy, where you
Yeah,
how
what
you
is-
spin it,
Oh, no, tackles. Because
Years played.
years played, games
what
played.
y'all
from-
know about the
he played
legend David Ben?
13 years,
Wow,
all with the Giants.
you think he's going to the Hall? That's a legacy run right
He
there.
had 71 career tackles,
Ooh,
and
not bad.
he had, this is kind of in 13 years, he had 3 fumbles.
What?
That's pretty good.
Forced fumbles, or he fumbled the ball?
Like fumbled the ball. He had one forced
bad.
fumble in 2012.
Wow.
Wait, how did he
must
get
have
the
been
rock
getting
enough to
down there on the
fumble
punts,
to
too.
drop the rock 3 times?
No, if you snap it over the quarterback's head, it's a fumble.
Oh, okay.
Only 3. So what? He must have been like 3 for. Oh God.
And the yards were
1,000?
negative 35
3 of like 18
and
trillion.
negative 25. So like, I guess he was putting some power on him to snap him 35 yards behind his quarterback. But like, he played a lot.
He was a 2-time Pro Bowler.
Awards.
Look at that.
He had an award. Hold on.
Yeah, he was a
two-
Pro Bowler in what? That's 08 and in 2010.
How was he only a 2-time Pro Bowler? How do they pick the long snap Pro Bowlers?
The
the
most
names in a hat.
accurate. Yeah.
Just spin a wheel.
I don't imagine it's a position that changes much from college to the NFL.
I don't think it would. Yeah,
It's
a
the
good
same
point.
thing.
You go.
And they can't touch you.
Yeah, it's. I think they could in Diassi's day, but
I never even heard of this guy.
Andrew DePaula, I remember
We're going
him.
down this rabbit hole.
No, there was
100%.
Because there's an NFL Wordle called Weddle. I play that like every day. One time I pulled Andrew DePaula, who is the Vikings' current long snapper. He's like 37 years old, and he was the Pro Bowler for he was an NFC Pro Bowler this past year.
Patrick Manley is the best long snapper of all time. He's 6'5", 265 pounds.
Brother, get on the line.
Played 16 years from 98 to 2013, one fumble.
When was
in
he
those
drafted?
16 years, no forced fumbles, and he played 1 year. He never played he played 16 games, 16 games, 16 games, 15 games, 14 games, 16 games, 16 games, 16 games, 16 games, pretty much all through his career.
He missed 10 games his entire career.
Now that is a legacy run. Is he in the Hall of Fame?
That's a Hall of Fame career.
That is a Hall of Fame career.
No Pro Bowls, though, so he is not eligible for the Hall of Fame.
Wow, that's brutal.
I remember the last year that, who was it? It was Ryan Fitzpatrick was in the league. Everybody was like, yo, we got to get him a Pro Bowl nod so then he can join the Hall. But
Ryan Fitzpatrick is not a Hall of Fame player.
He's a Hall of Fame journeyman.
Here's a cool stat.
He's the Hall of Journeyman, not the Hall of Fame.
I don't really know how this stat works because I'm not really hip to long snapper or special team stats. But there is a ST percentage stat on, I'm looking at Julian Ashby, who is a Patriots legend, drafted in the 7th round, a long snapper last year. And they have a stat per game of the percentage of available special team snaps taken for games in which this player appeared.
Interesting.
But shout out Julian Ashby. He played in every single game. I didn't think he got injured, so.
On that, TJ Hall, cornerback, goes to Iowa. Back-to-back corners as Toriano Pride Jr., senior out of Missouri, heads out to Buffalo to be in the cold for a year, or his whole career maybe. Now Bengals have their
just like whoever the guy the
long snapper.
Long snapper.
The Bengals now have their pick in, and the Lions are on the clock from the trade they made with Cleveland to trade back. So we will see what those two teams do here momentarily.
Here's a cool kind of question for you guys. What do you guys think about the Bills' new stadium versus their old stadium? Because they're building a new, I don't even know the name of it, but
it's going to be called, I think it's still like New Highmark Stadium.
Oh, okay. But they have the old Highmark Stadium, which, I mean, has a lot of history. I think the fans in general are sad to see it go, but have you guys seen all the pictures of the new Highmark Stadium?
I've seen the reports of it as Jack Endries, the Texas tight end, goes to the Bengals at 221. But yeah, so they're putting in new panels so Tyler Bass doesn't miss any kicks wide right. And they are also
and their fans don't have to shovel snow anymore.
Yeah, that too.
Exactly.
But the one of the biggest ones is now that the opponent's sideline will be in the sun and the home sideline will always be in the shade, sort of like how what's the Dolphins stadium called? Whatever that one's
possible?
It is.
Because like the sun moves.
Jeez.
Yeah, there we go.
You know what I mean?
It's a good point.
like if they have a 10 a.m. kickoff and this is their sideline, by the time the game's over, the sun's going to be here and their sideline's going to be in the sun no matter what.
Well, you know, Bills fans really aren't the smartest bunch. They don't understand that.
No, because it's
like I know it's saying the sun moves is like,
no,
but
because
like,
they
feel like this isn't
built
that ridiculous.
they built a canopy over the stands, so then it's projecting shade somehow
How does this
perpetually.
work?
It's, dude, I don't know. They built panels
Earth
so then
moves,
Tyler
the
Bass
sun
can't miss field goals because of the
The sun
wind.
doesn't even
Tyler
move.
Bass will still miss field goals.
Yes, but at least it won't be because of the wind.
Moves around the sun in the Milky Way.
Dude, I am
I love how we're saying
doing a
that this.
draft talk show right now. I have no idea.
I love how we're saying that this takes a big effect in Buffalo of all places as well when they play 90 yeah, exactly. 90% of the home games are probably cloudy and 30 degrees. So,
So-
I don't think it'll make that big of a difference.
I don't think they're going to make it out of the AFC Championship with the new stadium. No, is that your? I don't
Is the
think it's
new
going to.
stadium going to
I don't
increase
think the
their
new stadium
wins?
is going to put
Apparently,
them over the hump,
statistically,
AJ.
being
Busy out in the parking lot going for tables.
apparently yes, apparently statistically, being in the sun more, shocker, dehydrates you faster than being in the shade, which is why they
That's a
wanted
great
this.
stat.
So
It's next gen stats right there.
I don't remember where the source I got this from was, but
Bengals go with the tight end Jack Andrews and the 221st pick, and Tennessee defensive tackle going to Detroit, Tyree West. So 2 more picks.
I
Lions
thought that was
take
Tyre.
another Tyre West.
He's British.
Is he?
I don't know, but it's spelt British.
I think we're starting to lose it here.
Dude,
It's been a long day. It's finals week. It's draft week.
No, next week is finals week.
It's my finals
It's
week.
project week. That's what it
Project
is.
week.
Oof. Shout
So
out
back-to-back
to a
D-tackles
1 in
tomorrow.
306.
Oh no. Shout out 105. I got a big essay due this week on misinformation.
Oh, riveting.
I gotta blame somebody for it too. So we'll see.
So, I mean,
Anyway.
looking at the draft and where everyone went, who's the biggest steal of the draft in your guys' eyes?
Oh, I have one.
Arvell Reese at 5.
Arvell Reese at 5. I know
I'm
it's a
gonna-
high one. Obviously, like,
Yeah.
don't say Fernando Mendoza because, like, he was the consensus number. That's so boring.
I think that's a steal of a draft. No, I'm kidding.
Whoever's gonna end up with whoever's the D tackle left on the board, Xavier Harris.
Could be.
Mathematically, it's going to be the steal of the draft because he was projected, in the 60s, and we're in the, we might get to, there's no 260, but we might get to pick 260.
Yeah.
I think my steal of the draft, especially considering the circumstances of in the draft room, has to be Mekhi Lemon. The fact that
Literally
they got him at 20, which, honestly, he probably should have gone a little sooner. And the fact that the Steelers called him and then the Eagles traded for him while he was on the phone with the Steelers, I think that's a steal of the draft. And the fact that the Eagles end up with, like, some great player out of the draft every single year is beyond me. But I think that's the steal of the draft. I also, I had one other one in mind, but I'm no idea who it was. It was a round 2 pick. I know that. Let's have a gander.
Keith Abney.
I think
Keith Abney, steal of the draft.
I think that'll be a good pick. Probably not the steal of the
Oh,
draft.
Commanders go with a quarterback out of Rutgers. Rutgers. Sorry. It's not on mine, but I have to look. Ethan Kaliak-Manis.
Well, who?
I haven't heard of him either.
Do you know? I think the Eagles got both steals of the draft because they also took
Eli
Eli
Stowers.
Stowers,
I think it's Stowers.
which, like, in the late second round, that's a solid pickup. I also think the Raiders nabbing Jermon McCoy at the top of the 4th is
That
a
was mine.
really
Emmanuel
good
Pregnan in the 3rd as well. Whoever he went, because he was mocked as high as the 1st round as well.
Yeah, that was mine. I had Jermon McCoy. I was going to say he's the steal of the draft. Of course, he had that ACL tear last year and didn't play in a game last year. But for how
Reportedly, it was
highly,
because of like a bone fragment in his knee.
yeah, I don't know a ton about that. I'll be honest. But
Yep. Ethan
I mean,
Kaliak-Manis
for how-
goes at 223.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut you off.
I mean, no, you're good. For how highly he was rated, kind of, he has that 6.40 prospect grade, all that. He's a very well-rounded player. Like, I thought it was crazy that he went all the way down to the 4th round. So I think that was kind of mine. Steal of the draft. I think that's a really good pick. And then, I mean, if I had to give a second one, it's got to be Carson Beck. Like,
Okay, we need to talk about this because,
yeah.
Ethan Kaliak-Manis, Rutgers quarterback, solid year last year. Not exactly who I thought the next quarterback off the board would be, and I believe the rest of the nation is probably agreeing with me right now, and
What is Jeff Sims still doing on the board?
including the Washington Commanders fans. Robert Spears Jennings goes to the Steelers' hometown team with another pick. But, I mean, looking at his numbers, like, he had a good year last year, just over 3,000 receiving yards, 20 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, right around a 70 QBR. But what do you think they're seeing in him compared to someone like Garrett Nussmeier or even Diego Pavia, who was, mind you, a Heisman finalist? Like, I feel like there was better quarterback options on the board. He wasn't ranked that highly in his position. What do you think's going on there? Because, like, even Haynes King, like, guys like that.
I don't know.
I didn't even see him on the QB board.
I truly don't get it. It feels like maybe it's something like they brought him in for a visit because, like, I don't know, maybe there's some connection to the DC area, maybe there's some connection to the coaching staff, but I'm not sure. Like, that's one of those picks where, like, you brought up, like, I think there's a lot of better quarterbacks or better prospects, I'll say, on the board. Like Nussmeier, Pavia, I agree with the Haynes King as well. Haynes King had a nice year last year.
Aguilar also had a good year at
Yeah.
Tennessee,
He
did he
did,
not?
he did.
Sawyer Robertson had a really good year. Like, he was, like, top of a lot of statistics at Baylor. Baron Martin obviously didn't have a full year. Jalen Daniels was hit or miss at Kansas. Fagnano out of UConn as well. And like you mentioned, I don't think anybody saw Ethan on the thing, but maybe they'll try it. But frankly, most of these 7th round picks are probably going to get waived and whatever because I know DFA in baseball, but whatever DFA in football where you just outright them to the practice squad.
It's really, really an interesting pick. I'm trying to find any information that would point towards him going there. I don't know if he had a private workout and they really liked what they saw, but kind of an off-the-board move.
They did a pre-draft
Washington.
visit with him. Yeah,
Interesting.
the Commanders did a pre-draft visit with him.
Did they take anybody else out of Rutgers? No. So it's not like they were like looking at a Rutgers guy.
I mean, clearly they're looking at him.
Well, yeah, obviously looking at him, I mean like another Rutgers guy, obviously.
It's really
I mean, he
interesting.
seemed just consistent last year. Obviously, Rutgers isn't the greatest program, but played some really solid games. And I'm wondering if they just see him as a good backup for Jane Daniels or a third stringer or someone who can push the envelope a little bit, something along those lines.
Who backed up
but-
Jane Daniels this year? It was Mariota.
Mariota, yeah. I mean, I think also, like, it's kind of a simplicity answer, and it's not always this simple in the NFL. Often it isn't. But he obviously went to Rutgers over in New Jersey, and there is that proximity to Washington, D.C. in the Maryland area. So I wonder if there's some sort of connection there, like maybe,
He's from Illinois, which was
right,
the
I
first
saw
thing I
that too.
thought of.
Yeah, I
but
saw that.
interesting pick.
Yeah.
7th round. How many quarterbacks off the board now? I think it's 4 or 5, maybe.
Let's see if we can name them all.
Yeah, without
Mendoza,
looking, yeah. Mendoza, Aller,
Klubnik,
Beck,
I
that
think,
guy.
I think that's it. I think it's 5.
No, I think there's another one.
There's more. I'm looking at it right now. I'm cheating.
God.
Oh, yeah. Talon Green.
Oh,
Did
right,
you guys
Browns.
say Ty Simpson?
We did not
Wow,
say Ty
we forgot
Simpson.
that one. We forgot the number 13 overall
Fernando,
pick.
Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, Talon Green, Drew Auer, Cade Klubnik, and Cole Payton.
Oh, Cole
And
Payton.
Now, all the way down at the bottom, the only quarterback on here without a grade.
Did he even get invited to the combine?
No, he didn't get a combine grade.
So
good.
that would be 8 quarterbacks, if
That's
I'm
9.
counting correctly.
That's
That's 8.
interesting.
Is it?
Yeah.
My bad. I think
It's
I added
okay.
one.
This is why we're journalism majors,
Yes, it
I
is.
can't count.
not
Right.
math majors.
Garrett Nussmeier, the 4th highest rated or tied 4th highest with Talon Green, still on the board. Cade Klubnik and Drew Aller were right in that area as well. Diego Pavia, same with Cole Payton. Honestly, like all the way down to the bottom, I'm just confused. And it's been definitely an interesting draft, and I feel like there's been a lot more variety to what people originally thought would happen.
Does Nussmeier have an extra year of eligibility or no? I don't think he would, because I don't think he would declare if
If
he
you
was just
declare for the draft, does that wipe your eligibility?
No,
'Cause
if you don't get drafted within 48 hours, or it's like some sort of like small time frame, you can recommit to your school. Is what I read.
he's 24 years old, so I doubt it.
Yeah. Jaron Kanak, the Oklahoma tight end, he goes at 225 to the Titans, 6'2", 230, 69 athletic score, run first high school quarterback to college linebacker, and then tight end for his final season. Undersized, run blocking isn't on a functional level. He, as a receiver, there's plenty of room for improvement as a route runner.
I want to pose something to you guys because we just mentioned all these quarterbacks. We talked about Drew Aller, who, of course, there's been a lot of different opinions on Drew Aller. Let's just put it that way. A lot of people don't like him. A lot of people think he's, pretty solid, right? He had kind of a shaky start in the playoffs back in, 2024, because he was hurt last year. So he got hurt last year, of
Probably was
course.
24.
And in 24, he played in the playoffs with Penn State. But what do you guys think of that whole Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback room? Because right now it's Mason Rudolph, Will Howard, and Drew Aller.
I think they're looking to get the most out of the least with that. Obviously, they could always bring back Aaron Rodgers if they really want to,
Bad
because he's
idea.
still a free agent. But honestly, if they think Will Howard is good enough, maybe they think Drew Aller is good enough to compete with him at the very least. Mason Rudolph is a former starter.
Solid.
He's a solid starter.
It's a bridge quarterback.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could be a bridge quarterback. I could agree with that.
But like
I think Drew Aller wins the starting job there.
the
I
thing
think
with
he has a shot at it, which is crazy.
the thing with Pittsburgh is also they have an aging roster, because like now they got Pittman, T.J. Watt isn't getting any younger, neither is Minka, and whoever else they have on that team. Cameron Hayward, I think, is coming back for another year, and he's like 39 trillion years old, like older than the universe. But honestly, like they're in win now mode, but it's more like win 9 games now mode, as it's been for the past 5.
I don't think the Steelers.
decades.
I don't think the Steelers are going to really be that good next year. Quite frankly, I mean I guess they have a decent wide receiver group. Jalen Warren's good. Rico Dowdle's good. We saw a good year this year, of course, with Carolina. But I mean, to me, I think it should be Will Howard or Drew Aller. I mean, I think it should be a competition between them because you know what Mason Rudolph can do, and quite frankly, it's not that good.
Yeah.
Like, you know what you have with Mason Rudolph, and I would love to see them take a chance with someone that what they don't know they have. And Rudolph sure can back them up, and if it really goes poorly, then play Rudolph the rest of the year. But I want to see them take a chance with one of your young guys.
And at the end of the day, like that Pittsburgh defense, well, I mean, I guess they got rid of Tomlin, but like that Pittsburgh defense is always going to be good because that's just the Steel. Like we talk about the Patriot way, that's the Steeler way. It's tough to go into Hines, or I guess it's Acrisure now, and it's tough to win. But it's going to be interesting to see, like, are they going to be at about that 500 level like they've always been, or will they possibly, drop a few more games, fall to 6 or 7 wins on the year, and Pierce 6-7, but what's really going to happen, especially because like that AFC North is still going to be so competitive with Baltimore and Cincinnati, whose pick is in right now. They're sure to announce the pick in a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, but also at the end of the day, like 7th round it's tough. Like 7th round, you can find some rare talent, but it's not common. I would say you find someone like, it's not common you find Brock Purdy in the 7th round, like your starting quarterback now, who is pretty good, I would say. I think he's a really solid quarterback in the league. And then, of course, other notable 7th rounders, I looked it up, but Bo Jackson was in the 7th round. Julian Edelman was in the 7th round. Shannon Sharp
was, I believe, at this pick right here that we're at.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
226.
I was going to say.
So they showed his draft ticket moments ago. They have a mural of him up there as well, which is pretty awesome.
That is cool.
I think Bo Jackson had to be a 7th round pick though, because the Bucks tried to take him in the 1st round, and because of that he couldn't go play in the MLB or something. So then he refused to sign with the Bucks because of it. You're good. And then a few years later, the Raiders called him up and they're like, "You want to come play football?" And then he had like one of the best, most dominant 4-year stints until he just broke his leg and was never the same.
Harold Carmichael as well with Philadelphia, Hall of Fame wide receiver, was also a 7th rounder. So that's a cool one.
On the subject of, obviously, Pat Tillman, Army Ranger, was sadly KIA by friendly fire when he volunteered after 9/11 to go fight on the War on Terror. The Bengals, perhaps in a way to honor that legacy, decides to draft the Navy defensive tackle Landon Robinson. Navy had a good year a few years ago, didn't they? Yeah, it was like 2 years ago when them and Army were both undefeated going into the Army-Navy game. But might not possess ideal measurables. He's a 5'11", 290-pound D tackle.
Ooh,
It'll be
small.
interesting to see where he goes. Don't ignore his game tape. He's small by NFL standards, but he's strong. It takes a low pad level to neutralize his leverage and move him at the point. Typically quicker than opponents when activated in slanting and stemming fronts, while his sack production might not translate. His disruptive when active. Robinson has the talent to grab a roster spot as a one technique in the right scheme. At 5'11", 293, I'm less sure about the one tack, but what are his stats out of Navy if you've got it out?
6.5 sacks, 64 tackles. So not bad at all in his
Not bad at all. It's right.
senior season.
They're showing his tape up there on the draft stream as well. Yeah, not too bad. I know they have a little miscellaneous under his bio that his father was a gymnast at Kent State.
Interesting.
Yeah, so always interesting stories at the NFL draft.
Cool stuff.
Meanwhile, the Panthers and Jets immediately get their pick in. We're waiting to hear back from the Jets, but Jackson Kuwach, the Miami of Ohio linebacker going, he's 6'4", 230, fifth-year senior, only 14 career tackles before 2025. He went off for 109, 10 TFLs, and had 5 sacks. Good size, tested well at his pro day. They say he lacks fluid on-field athleticism, and his limited experience shows up in his need for improved block take-ons. But he does have a feel for finding running backs. That'll be good if he can get that to translate to the next level, but ultimately he's probably going to, being at 227, he's probably end up being special teamer or a, practice squad type player.
Yeah. I think it's so cool to all these players that get drafted in the late rounds, they all have NFL aspirations and they get to see their dreams come true in the 7th round and make the team, they get a shot to compete for an NFL roster spot. I think there's always these cool stories in the late rounds with these players that really do compete for the late round spots and then turn into a starter. I think those are always really just kind of cool hard work stories and speaks a lot to just work ethic, and all that.
Yeah, and obviously, they made the NFL,
Right.
and that's further
Of
than
course,
99.9% of NFL aspiring players and young children want to dream of. And you maybe not have been drafted first overall, like a certain a certain Indeed or
Jamarcus Russell.
LinkedIn, or Jamarcus Russell. But, you still get to go play in the NFL and get a chance to compete for it, and that's ultimately what matters. K-State safety VJ Payne goes to the Jets at 228. His measurables, 6'3", 200 pounds. They say he's long and rangy, durable 42-game starter and team captain who can play inside the box, over the slot, or as a split safety. So his coverage tape pops more than his run support and tackling, but with that versatility, he'll be a very valuable role for the Jets, as right after Brandon Cleveland from NC State goes to the Raiders at 229. He's 6'3", 300. And, again, NFL being a little bit harsh, stubby but stout. Cleveland fights hard to muddy the A-gaps.
Imagine the Steelers go with another quarterback here.
This is where they go Garrett Nussmeier.
That would be crazy
Really
if they
mix
went
it up.
quarterback. But no, they won't. I'm sure
Jeffrey
they won't.
Sims.
You're really content on him being drafted today.
It would just be so funny.
I know. Imagine.
How many quarterbacks have ever ran for 240 yards in a game?
Not many.
Not
yeah,
many.
not many. But
How many of them have done that and then had that jersey retired into the ASU Hall of Fame? One.
Jeff Sims, man, one of one.
One of one. One of one I don't want to see ever again, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Especially not in a U of A game.
Yeah, that was a tough one, to say the least.
Yeah, I think
was
that
there with my family, so I felt sorry they had to see that performance.
I think that killed his draft chances was the 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
Kobe Bryant, the safety from the Bears,
Yeah.
posted a picture of the two main characters from White Men Can't Jump, and I'd imagine that's in reference to Dylan Thieneman being drafted, because they will be partners in crime over top as the two safeties for the Bears. So just thought I'd throw that out there. It's pretty funny.
Pretty funny.
That is funny. I'm looking at the post right now. Oh my God. That's great.
Love to see it.
Not too bad.
Falcons now on the clock. Steelers.
What was
Yeah,
Thieneman's
pick.
vert and broad?
Oh jeez. Let me look.
That's a good question. Steelers have like a new parade out on stage every time they make a pick. This time it appears to be a family waving some towels.
Let's see if I can find the
believe
stats
it.
on.
I'm pulling up Thieneman right now.
Okay.
I believe this is their last pick of
Thieneman
the draft, unless they trade.
ran a 4.3 with a 41-inch vert and a 10.5-foot broad jump.
It's pretty good.
You know what? Thieneman, this white boy might be able to jump.
Another Navy player off the board. Steelers. You go
Look
with
at that.
Eli
Heidenreich.
Heidenreich, 6 foot tall, 190 pounds. Got that pick from the Colts. So
Navy running back.
He is there.
6 foot 200.
he is crying, which
Well, because
rightfully
isn't
so.
the Naval Academy near Pittsburgh?
Oh,
It's
I don't know.
not. Oh, well, it's in Annapolis,
Then-
ain't it?
yeah, Annapolis, Maryland.
I mean, this
That's
is what
close
I mean.
enough.
This is what I mean just about, like, you know, for fulfilling his dreams. Like, look how much it means to him. You
He
mentioned how he's
was-
very emotional.
He went to the combine, ran a 4.44,
It's pretty good.
35-foot vert.
He's got an
10-inch
82
broad.
athleticism score.
Not a bad pick at all.
Especially with a team that kind of needs some running backs.
Good work ethic.
Is that from inference or
That's from going to Navy.
he will
Yeah.
be disciplined?
And he's primarily a receiving back, too. Like, he still ran for, like, last year set a school single-season record with 941 receiving yards, tied a school record with 6 receiving touchdowns, career records for receiving yards with 1,900, almost 2,000. He was 6 yards away, and 16 receiving touchdowns. So he's one of the best receivers at Navy, and he played running back, but I guess that's Navy. He was a 6th-round projection. He goes in the 7th to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
1,400 all-purpose yards, 9 all-purpose touchdowns. Pretty
It's a good
solid
year.
little pickup.
Yeah, that's a good year. That's a
Navy
good
running
pickup.
back. Awesome that he's in Pittsburgh for it as well.
Yeah.
The hometown team.
Oh, you're right. Whoa. He was a receiver, and now he's a running back. Interesting. Last year
Where's
he was
he
a.
from? He's from Pittsburgh.
Oh, is that why? Is he from
Oh.
Pittsburgh? Oh, yeah, he is.
That's pretty awesome.
That is cool. Growing up a Steelers fan, I'm sure, so he gets to go play for his hometown team.
If the Chargers are listening, can you draft me? That'd be a dream come true.
Oof.
They're interviewing Heidenreich.
Are they?
Why not?
I love it. Anyway,
Are they going to keep the picks rolling?
Oh, he's already got his helmet. He's already gotten it fitted, bro. Look at him.
oh my God.
Good for him.
He's ready to go.
That's pretty cool.
All right, keeping it rolling. 7th round.
One of 3 players with 400 rushing yards and 900 receiving yards
In the last 70
Wow.
years.
in the last
Wow.
70 years.
Pretty
6
good.
foot, about 200.
This feels like a good pick. Little sleeper pick.
Let's see him run here. Runs hard. That was kind of a basic little jet sweep.
Route runner.
Yeah, he's a good little route runner. He's
Looking like
basically-
Cam
Ooh.
Scattaboo out there.
He's looking like Christian McCaffrey if he went to Navy.
Yeah.
Same number and everything.
Really?
I think, right?
Yeah.
I was
Yeah.
making sure.
Well, I mean, I don't think he wore it in college, but McCaffrey wore. Well, McCaffrey's 23 now, ain't he?
Oh, is he?
I've never
Yeah.
seen
That
a
was
running
22.
back with 99 contested
Oh,
catch. But he's just, solid little pickup for the Steelers. emotional moment for the kid as he touches the Steelers logo and works his way out. But what a moment. Hometown kid drafted in his hometown to his hometown team. Even better that he went to the Naval Academy. And what an unbelievable moment.
Yeah. So for, the Falcons are now on the clock. I wanted to bring this up earlier, but then it's just slipped my mind. You have Michael Penix and Tua Tagovailoa. First of all, both lefty quarterbacks, which you don't see a lot of the time competing for the same job.
And
But-
Penix is out till week 11.
Oh, is he really? Oh, I didn't know that
Towards
part.
ACL.
I saw that, but he's not back till week 11.
I think that's what I read.
Let me see that. But I was gonna say, well, let's say that that's true. I'll look while you guys answer.
I'll look
but
while you go.
I was just gonna say, who do you guys think should be the starter in that quarterback room?
I don't know. I think this is my favorite pick of the draft.
I
It was
agree.
really cool.
It was cool.
A little salute to the.
Yeah, the salute to the mirror. Quarterback, probably Tua until Penix gets back.
Oh, aims to return by week 1. Yeah, I think he's gonna be back week 1.
He tore his ACL. In
He
week
says he's
11.
ahead of schedule, so I mean he tore it in November, and that's a tough
10 weeks ahead of schedule.
timeline. But I guess he's ahead of schedule.
So let's say he's back by
I
week
might have just
1.
read it wrong. I think there was like
Oh, it's-
something blocking it.
If he's back by week 1, Michael Penix is absolutely the starter day 1.
I agree.
As soon as Michael Penix is back, he's the starter.
I agree. I don't think Tua has it. I don't know if he ever has, in my opinion. Of course, coming from Bama, like he had the potential, but for me it was
He had
just all
that
those
really
injuries.
good year too, like that first year with McDaniels, or it might have been the second.
It was just all those injuries. Like, I mean, it got so bad that people were saying that he should medically retire from football at one point. And it's just tough. I mean, it's sad to see a player get injured as much as he did and kind of ruin his career in a way, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Meanwhile, who's this guy?
Another.
Ethan Onayanwa, from the offensive tackle from Ohio State. He goes to the Falcons at 231. He did play for Rice. Started 9 games at left tackle in 24.
Oh, my.
This pick is still happening. The other picks are still going, but
Yeah.
Still
Heidenreich
showing
is still celebrating.
he now has a selfie stick and what appears to be a sub sandwich.
Oh,
now he's
and-
throwing
there
the
it
sub
goes.
sandwich.
He's already the best quarterback on that Steelers roster.
They saw him throw that, and they're gonna change his position real quick.
And we know
I
you're
wonder
6
if he can
foot.
pass, too.
You
Pass,
see
catch,
how
and run.
you see that form on throwing that on that sub?
Best moment of that kid's life, absolutely.
Such a cool moment.
What were we talking about? Michael Penix?
Yeah.
That's
it.
Yeah, he's been injured a lot, but he's really good when he's not injured.
Yeah.
So
He's
if
had
he
a
can-
lot of ACL problems, both at UW and, of course,
Didn't he have
in
like
Atlanta.
4 before he got drafted?
Yeah, it was something like that. I think it's
Maybe
2 or 3
maybe
times the
both
same
of
knee.
them should medically retire, and then Cordarrelle Patterson should come out and play quarterback for him.
Cordell Patterson,
Yeah,
at
dude.
quarterback.
I like
Dude,
Michael
he saved
Penix.
my fantasy season
Oh,
once.
jeez. Oh, jeez.
I want Michael Penix to stop being injured and play football.
I
Because like
agree.
he's fun to watch. He's good.
I agree. I mean, of course, I have a little bias being a UW fan, but I think he truly does have, the potential. He just has to stay healthy. Like, coming out of UW, he was one of the best deep ball throwers in that whole class. He is especially good at throwing the deep ball, and he just, sure, he maybe struggled on short balls sometimes, but he has really, really good accuracy. It's just, he just has to stay healthy.
Rams go to Keenan the third D tackle out of Alabama. But I agree, Xavier. Really just staying healthy is the main thing
Yeah.
at this point, and we'll see how it goes for him. Hopefully he can come back and do just that.
Zach Durfee, another UW player. Speak of the devil.
Yes.
He's the edge rusher for him. He goes to Jacksonville at 233 as well.
What in the
Edge
world?
defender with good short area quickness. Is that Heidenreich again?
Why do the Los Angeles Rams have a bunch of people with Colorado Avalanche jerseys on in their war room?
I
Who
don't
knows?
think they know.
Who knows? Maybe a
There's-
bunch of them are from Colorado.
There's
Do they play
Heidenreich
today?
again.
Did the Avalanche make the postseason?
Yeah, they're
They
the
did.
best team in the NHL.
They-
I don't pay attention to the NHL, so I mean,
They
I
play
guess
the
that's
Kings
proof of it.
tomorrow
They
in
are.
hopes of a sweep over the Kings.
They are very good.
Yeah,
But
they
that's
are.
besides the point. Vikings on the clock now. Patriots have their pick in. We'll wait that. It might be a minute though, because we are at
Yeah.
commercial on the broadcast, so I have to wait for that. But we're in the home stretch, gentlemen. How are we feeling?
Tired.
Feeling
Tired?
good, yeah. I mean, a little tired, of course. I got a little bit of a.
Up next,
shortened-
quarterback coming off the board. He's going to give Drake May a run for his money.
No.
It's
We took a
Texas Tech
quarterback?
senior Baron Morton, 6'2", 220.
What is wrong
The
with
Patriots took a quarterback?
Yep, that's who they went with
Garrett
here.
Nussmeier?
Not Garrett Nussmeier.
I
What?
don't know.
Not Garrett Nussmeier.
No Garrett Nussmeier. is
Would
an
you rather
interesting
have
decision.
Baron Morton or Garrett Nussmeier?
Like, I throw a better spiral than Baron Morton. I'm not kidding. Like, if you watched him at Texas Tech, it was awful.
Would you have been okay with Garrett Nussmeier there?
Yeah, why not? As a backup, I don't understand why I wouldn't be. Like, that'd be a good backup for Drake May. A guy who can sit and develop, and like Josh McDaniels is a really good OC, and he can develop a guy, and eventually, who knows, maybe you trade him if a team needs a quarterback eventually.
But
Yeah.
Baron Morton has oil money.
That's the only thing he's got. He doesn't have an arm. I wish we
He can run well, though. No, that's Will Hammond, huh?
I mean, I guess the Pats needed a
So the-
backup quarterback. Currently, their backup is Tommy
Well, they need a
DeVito.
backup, yeah.
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 So I mean,
This
I
is
don't
what
hate it. I guess.
this is
It's
what
just kinda-
Lance.
Nussmeier's just a better quarterback.
Yeah, it's just kind of a weird pick
Yeah, I
taking.
just don't want that personality with Drake May, which I'd understand. Obviously, with Joe Milton, I don't think that was the best pairing because Joe Milton obviously wanted to start, and I assume Garrett Nussmeier would want to start too. So.
True. That's a good point.
This is what Lance Zierlein had to say about Baron Morton. It's Morton is a challenging evaluation given his history of his injury history, but I studied his 24 and 25 tape. He appears to lack the functional arm talent to push the ball into windows or beat safeties over the top into sideline buckets. He's average with his anticipation and field reading, but is willing to get through progressions while trusting his pocket. He's extremely tough and has the desired level of competitive spirit needed for the position. He can buy time for his receivers when needed and gets what he can when it's time to run. Morton's medicals will be critical, but it will likely be an uphill battle for him to make a roster.
So he's not a very good quarterback, but he has heart.
In the 7th round of the NFL draft.
Yep,
Exactly.
welcome.
Didn't
Gavin,
Patriots way is all
Didn't even
about.
get to see him play in Tempe last year because he was injured. And
Yeah.
that was when Will Hammond
yeah,
came into play and,
and
just
lost,
Of course.
ran RPOs over and over again.
and it
I
didn't
mean, like,
work.
maybe he can develop with McDaniels, but like, I don't know. Just not.
The next Jimmy Garoppolo, maybe?
God, no.
Oh.
Not nearly as good looking.
Exactly.
Yeah. Gavin Gerhardt, the center from Cincinnati, goes to Minnesota at 235, and Andre Fuller, the corner from Toledo, goes to the Seahawks at 236. We're into the final home stretch, probably about 20 some odd picks that we'll pick up after we take a quick break. It's the Blaze Sports' coverage of NFL Draft Day. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back here again to Blaze Radio Day 3 of the NFL Draft. And we just had another punter off the board. The Bills took a punter from Florida, and now we have 17 picks remaining in round 7 of the NFL Draft and of our Blaze Radio coverage. So, punter though, another one off the board. That's our third special teamer. Fifth-year senior, 2 full seasons. He was at Michigan. He was at Florida. Apparently, he has good size and quality hang time.
Does size matter in a punter?
That's a good question.
It might for leg strength, but I don't know, man.
Well,
Man, I'm not a GM. Meanwhile, we obviously mentioned before we went to break, Andre Fuller cornered to Toledo for the Seahawks. And in the meantime, Seth McGowan, the Kentucky running back, teammate of current ASU starter Cutter Boley, he goes to the Colts at 21. Max Llewellyn, the edge rusher out of Iowa, goes at 22 to the Dolphins. Obviously, the punter Tommy Doman to the Bills at 23. And then the Middle Tennessee State linebacker Parker Hughes goes at 240 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. I don't think we have anything on him, and shocker, we don't.
I would like to point out on the punter that one of his strengths is that bullet pointed can punt.
are you serious?
Can punt, kick off, hold, and even step in for emergency field goal tries.
No. Wow.
No way.
Wow, genuinely.
Can punt. Adequate accuracy as a directional punter.
But can he punt?
Hasn't proven to be a field flipper with his leg strength.
His lack of touch.
Nose drop technique yields inconsistent results to deaden the punt.
What does
Let me know
that
what that
mean?
means.
If you drop it straight down when you punt it, or I think it is when you punt it and then it goes over and then it lands, it will just not move. Like as opposed to having like backspin on it to have it come towards you so then it doesn't roll into the end zone. Front spin would, push it deeper. A spiral will just do whatever it wants. I don't know.
I wish I could say more about punting techniques.
I don't punt. Should I call my buddy who's a punter?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
I'll call him live on the stream. So I'm calling up, I think he's a 3 or 4-star punter from my alma mater, Carlsbad High School, and we'll get what he has to say. I think he's more of a place kicker, but he punts.
Make sure he doesn't swear.
Yeah. I'll keep him off of speaker for now.
Well, anyway, while you're getting him on the line, let's do a little in-depth research on Parker Hughes, shall we?
I already got him.
Sawyer, I'm doing a day 3 draft coverage. The
Yeah,
Bills
I'm
just
on.
drafted a punter, and we need your punting. I know you're more of a place kicker, but I need your punting expertise for a question we have. Can I?
The Georgia punter?
It's the Florida punter.
Oh, he's Australian. He's a dog.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put you on speaker real quick. I promise you won't swear. Cool. I need more assurance than that, but whatever. All right. As mentioned, this is 3 or 4-star punter, place kicker, Sawyer Sanders from Carlsbad High School, live with Easton Stockford and Xavier Massarotti for Blaze Sports. Recent punter just drafted out of Florida was Tommy Doman Jr. out of Florida. What are your professional thoughts on a fellow punter?
I've watched a couple Florida games, and Tommy he's been killing the ball. He's been averaging about 45 yards per kick, and that's great for a college punter, and I can't wait to see what he does in the NFL.
All right. One question that we had was, what is a nose drop technique? Because that appears to be a weakness of his, is nose drop techniques yields inconsistent results to deaden the punt. I imagine that's just dropping it on its nose, and when you kick it, it won't go anywhere when it lands?
So a nose drop technique is kind of how you get that perfect turnover that every punter wants. But from a couple games I've watched, he tends to do more of an Australian, like rugby-style punt, where you don't really need that technique. So it really depends what the NFL team is trying to do with him, but they'll probably work around what he's best at.
Alrighty, and you said he's got 45. He's averaging like 45 yards per punt, but he is weak. Another one of his weaknesses is he hasn't proven to be a field flipper with his leg strength.
Yeah, I think he mainly is a hang time merchant.
Like yourself?
Like myself, I'd say. But he hit some really, really high hang time punts. But if he can get everything dialed in for distance and hang time, I think he's going to be great in the NFL.
Alrighty, obviously he went at 240. We'll see how great he could be. Thank you for joining us, Sawyer. To the 4 people watching at home, make sure to say thank you, Sawyer, in the chat.
Thank you, Sawyer.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. We learned a little bit more about punting. So shout out Sawyer. Yeah, why not? I mean, I don't know that much about punting, so I'm always open to
Me
learn
neither.
new
I think
things.
my furthest punt I ever kicked was like 40, but it rolled like 20. So
I don't even think I can punt, unfortunately. But I mean, final picks. I have another question to pose you guys. Getting down to.
do I need to call Sawyer again?
No. 14, 15 picks left. We still have 2 names that stand out that we've kind of been talking about for most of the day that stand out that haven't got drafted. Xavier Harris, Deion Burks. Deion Burks, of course, was a projected 3rd rounder. One of the problems is he's 5'9", of course. But, I mean, do you think they're even going to get drafted? Do you think there's a chance? I mean, at this rate, they could be undrafted.
The Eagles are on the clock right now, and considering how much they love Georgia players, they might go with Xavier Harris here. But Deion Burks, what did he run? A 4.3 40?
Let me look.
Because, yeah, I mean, he's got an 89 athleticism score, rounded up to a 90, a 4.3 flat 40.
It's pretty good.
I don't know how a team is just going to pass that up, even as, like, a return specialist. And we've seen return specialists go way sooner in the draft, as early as, like, round 4 with Wetjen out of Iowa. And obviously, he was a phenomenal return specialist, but the fact that Deion Burks is still on the board is a bit shocking, and this is a huge fall. And, you know, the D tackle, obviously, with the DUI and the felony evasion past, you know, is a team going to be able to get over that? Maybe, because James Pierce had personality issues, and he still went at 15 for the Falcons. Mike Green had character issues, and he went in the second round of the Ravens last year, and he went off for, like, almost double-digit sacks. It's like, is a team going to be able to get over that? There's some cultures that aren't going to want that, or maybe they'd bring him in to try and change that. But otherwise, like, I would be surprised if no team had any interest in drafting either one of those 2 here in the 7th round, and even, like, giving them a shot to compete. And, like, if you don't like their character at all, once you bring them in, man, there's no guaranteed money in it. You can just cut them. Meanwhile, while we were on the call with Sawyer, or while I was on the call, really, Armaj Reed Adams, the guard from A&M, goes to Buffalo. Then Devin Eastern from Minnesota goes to the Seahawks. He's a D tackle. And then Aiden Fisher, the Indiana linebacker, goes to Houston. But what are your thoughts on Deion Burks and Xavier Harris?
Yeah.
I'm just still trying to figure out why Deion Burks hasn't gone. I don't know if there's injury concerns there or something I'm unaware of. I know
the same thing.
he is a little undersized at 5'10", 180, but that's not small enough to say he couldn't be a good slot receiver in the NFL. That's an average size for a slot receiver in the NFL. I'd imagine he gets swooped up in these last handful of picks. I think at this point Xavier Harris goes undrafted. I'd be shocked if someone ends up taking him, just the fact that he's fallen this far. I could see him getting signed as an undrafted free agent, but I don't think he'll really get picked up in the draft. Deion Burks, though, I think he gets swooped up. I could see Garrett Nussmeier getting picked up as well, but coming down to it here, and I mean, you're running out of teams to pick you up.
I mean, it's just so interesting to me because it says kind of like on a Sports Illustrated article here I'm reading, for 3 to 7 for the best, kind of prospects on the board, he was ranked at 58. He ran this 4.3 40. He, can be maybe someone you look towards in the slot, but I think a lot of NFL concerns with him is that, yes, he's undersized. He's not super like bulky as well. And outside of the slot receiver, like can he do anything else? Like he can't really like
Well, he has
maybe
the
play outside.
speed to be an outside receiver.
Sure.
Yeah, and again, he could always devolve into that gadget role, like we said, Wetjen could possibly move into, that we see with Kavonta Turpin and Darius Davis. But what I'm seeing here, according to this NFL report from, I believe it's probably Lance Zierlein, he says that his play speed doesn't always align with time speed.
I saw that.
That might be a little bit of a turnaway for NFL teams. Says he lacks convincing push to sell his curls and comebacks, but frankly, you're wasting a 4-3 receiver. Whether or not he's running at full speed all the time, he probably shouldn't be running comebacks as much, especially if he's not as good of a route runner, and especially with short arms, which put him at a disadvantage on 50-50 balls. And there's like comebacks. If you're going to run a comeback, it's a lot. There's a lot of contact often. Like you will maybe 50% of the time max get a clean comeback on a drop back or on a boot.
Yeah, but I mean, I also feel like at this point it's like a team should just take a chance on him because it's the 7th round. Why not give him a chance? I like your idea of putting him at punt returner. He can, he has that speed, or even just a return specialist in general. He has that speed, he has that explosiveness. Start him there, give him a chance on the roster, and go from there. That's what I think.
Another guy who's also down here is J. Michael Sturdivant from Florida. He's 6'3", runs a 4.4 in comparison to Deion Burks. And then obviously Garrett Nussmeier's still up here. And Le'Veon Moss, the A&M back, is up here. Mason Reiger, the Wisconsin edge, was also pretty highly touted. Pounds is up here. But, Xavier Harris, as the picks go by and by, it's less and less likely he's going to get a call as Cole Wisnowski, the safety from Tech, goes to the Eagles at 28. And then Jam Miller passes up Le'Veon Moss, the Alabama back. Maybe this is the Derrick Henry. No, it's 5'10", 209. So, but pro caliber size. But while some runners get what is blocked, Miller didn't always take what was there for him.
Feels like another kind of fast running back for the Patriots. The Patriots have, in past years, the Patriots have struggled with that big play aspect. So part of me wonders if it could be, maybe he could make a return specialist for the Patriots, right? Because he has that speed. They had problems last year with the running backs kind of having outbreaks aside from TreVeyon Henderson. Antonio Gibson got hurt. You had Ramondre Stevenson, who had a pretty good year, and then TreVeyon Henderson is only going to get better, hopefully. But maybe he can help out on special teams. It's an interesting pick as well, but the Alabama running back goes to New England.
That means the Denver pick is in as well. On the clock as the Patriots will.
And then after
which
that,
will mark
the
the final 10 picks of the NFL draft. Eagles have 2 of them. Patriots have had a lot. Broncos have a pair as well, but.
And so the Ravens, also splattering in there is the Browns, Chiefs, Colts, and Seahawks.
Feels like it's all the build-up to the, I guess, infamous in a way, but kind of becoming famous because of Brock Purdy in Mr. Irrelevant. So we'll get close to Mr. Irrelevant for 2026. But before then, we still got a couple more picks to go as we wait on the Broncos pick.
Their pick is in. Patriots on the clock.
Yep. I mean, I think
How's Denver done today? I haven't looked in a while.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Obviously, this is the first of their 3 7th-round picks heading into their final 12. Highlighted by they really haven't done much.
No
frankly.
second or first.
They didn't have a first or a second. Obviously, the first rounder was for Jalen Waddle. I forget where their second rounder went. Might have also been in the Jalen Waddle trade, but I don't think they gave up that much for Waddle. But it's Tyler Onyedem out of A&M in round 3. Round 4 saw Jonah Coleman out of UW and Cage Casey out of Boise State. Round 5 saw Justin Joly, who we said could possibly be a valuable piece to their screen game, which, we saw both of their tight ends. Evan Ingram, one of them, I forget who the other one was. They both got a lot of tight end screens, but frankly, I think it would be really, really unintelligent to not take a quarterback with any of these 3 picks.
Yeah, you
because
could
of
take
because of Bo Nix. Like if it was just the ankle injury, that would be fine. But Sean Payton putting him on blast and saying that even before they drafted Bo Nix, there were concerns with his ankle, that this is a long-term thing. It's not amazing, and it's going to be more skeptical. They end up going a DB. It's Miles Scott out of Illinois. So I'll get or unless you want to look him up.
While you guys do that, I want to bring up, I didn't even see that pick by them, but Jonah Coleman by them is a great pick. Getting him in the 4th round, I watched him again. University of Washington guy, so I watched him a decent amount. But he really had a great year last year at the University of Washington and kind of can do it all. He, I think at one point he was he had a great year. I'll pull up his stats for you, the people listening.
While you do
But,
that,
yeah.
Miles Scott, the other Broncos draftee that just broke through 50 solo tackles as a safety, 3 interceptions, 4 pass deflections. So
Solid numbers.
solid year for the Fighting Illini.
Yeah, so Jonah Coleman, though, last year, he had 354, so he had 1,000 all-purpose yards, just over 1,000 all-purpose yards, and then had 17 touchdowns, 15 of those coming on the ground. I would say he's definitely kind of that power back. He can definitely get it in, down near the goal line, 5'9", 228. So he has a good build for it, of course, being a little bit undersized. But I think he can be successful for that Broncos team. I think I'll be interested to see how they use him because right now on their depth chart, of course, like any kind of rookie, he's listed as their 4th back. But I think he could be maybe a 2nd or 3rd back that they work in. I think it's an interesting pick.
And Quintavious Hutchins, the BC edge rusher, stays in Massachusetts. He'll be going to the Patriots with pick 247. About a 6'3", 230-pound edge rusher, 5th-year senior, started just 16 games in his career. Says even though he's light on starting experience, his game is more mature. But with that selection, we're into the final 10. The Browns pick already in this. They want this pick they acquired via Seattle. So we'll see what the 10th to last pick of the 2026 NFL Draft is, with the Chiefs currently on the clock.
Getting down to the end of the draft, as you said, Patriots' final pick. I like it. I mean, you got another edge guy we talked about earlier, how a lot of these picks now are just giving them a chance for competition. You never know who is going to come out of the 7th round. There's been so many 7th rounders that.
Why is it? Oh, this was the 5th round pick that didn't got entered.
Oh, right.
I was confused. I'm like, what?
Oh,
because that's the one they traded to Minnesota and they took him. Yeah, my bad.
Right. But there's kind of so many pieces and everything like that goes into building an NFL team and, the roster in the beginning. So it's kind of cool, monitor these guys to see who can make the roster and even just guys that can make the practice team.
Yeah, and whether or not it's guys at the top like Xavier Harris, Deion Burks, Diego Pounds, Sturdivant, Moss, Nussmeier, and, I hate to bring up Burks or even, compare it to, my Madden days, but, Deion Burks is a 3rd round projection falling deep, into the last 10 picks of the entire NFL draft. And, you could take an example from Madden all you want. I know Woody Allen of the Jets does, but there was one time where I just drafted some random 3rd round projection receiver in the 7th rounder, and he became a 99 overall eventually. Drafted him as a 72 overall. So what's to say? Maybe Madden is realistic at times. Maybe Deion Burks is the next. I think his name was Keith Parks, and whichever Madden it had that Devontae Adams would always go to free agency. I think it was 22 or something.
It feels like to me though, Burks is one of those players that even if he doesn't get drafted in these final 10, I think it'd be interesting kind of if the Chiefs draft him because he kind of fits their scheme in a way, or their play style that they've had with a Tyreek Hill or with a Xavier Worthy.
Reminds me of a Mecole Hardman.
Right, exactly. I mean, but I think Burks is one of those players that no matter what, he will get picked up by a team as, a free agent after the draft, but it's more so just, is someone going to pick him in these final 10 picks?
Yeah, especially because, even though Mahomes' arm strength is probably going to take a little bit of a dip because of the knee injury, and, the knee injury has a lot of stability, and you need stability and weight distribution in order to push the ball downfield, Mahomes is still going to have a very strong arm, like a top 10 arm in the NFL in terms of, arm strength and arm power. And adding Deion Burks is going to, like we said earlier, it's the next Tyreek Hill, small, fast, maybe develop him into a really good route runner and turn him into a perennial all-pro that will ultimately leave you for the bag in Miami. But Chiefs pick is in, the 10th to final pick. The Browns select Carson Ryan, tight end out of BYU, 6'3", 250, combination tight end with good size, adequate strength, and plenty of aggression. Centers his blocks and work with inside hands, although he's essentially more effective versus linebackers and DBs in space than he is in just inline blocking. Ravens currently on the clock as well as we wait for the Chiefs to finally report their pick.
Yeah, I think it's also tough because just final point on Burks is at this point as well, it feels like teams want more info on him. Maybe, the same goes for, Xavier Harris, is that what it is? They want a little more, Xavier Harris. They want a little more information before they sign him because those are two players that have proved are good players and all of that. And for all the other guys, they're near the top of the undrafted, prospects. But because also at this point, every single team has passed on all those guys in these late rounds. So, as you said, Chiefs pick is still in though, and Ravens are on the clock.
If anyone wants an MLB update, the Mexico City series. Oh, Garrett Nussmeier's off the board. Never mind. Nussmeier goes 9th to last in the NFL draft to the Kansas City Chiefs. Move over Patrick Mahomes. It's Nussmeier season, baby, in KC. But, just under 6'2", 200 pounds, the new prototypical quarterback of being around that 6'2", that 6'1" to 6'3" area, but really having good athleticism. Undersized pocket passer, though, with legitimate arm talent that has not been able to make up for some flaws in his game. Inconsistent diagnosing coverages and working through progressions, but working with Eric Bieniemy and Andy Reid, that's absolutely going to change over the course of the next few years. And, maybe Nussmeier becomes a journeyman who works his way into a starting role like we saw with Malik Willis.
Sure. I mean, I think this is now a cool kind of question and debate. Do you think he should be the backup? Because, remind you, I kind of forgot about this before I just looked at their depth chart. But the Chiefs now have Justin Fields as serving as their backup for Patrick Mahomes. It's going to be probably a guy you bring in for a dual threat kind of running on maybe select plays. We know, Andy Reid loves to get creative, and he is a great, great head coach. So Justin Fields will kind of help in that creativeness, I think. But do you think Nussmeier is going to be, QB2, QB3? Do you think he's the practice squad quarterback? Where do you think he lands on the Chiefs?
I think he's just kind of got to go earn it, to be honest. It's
I
going
agree.
to come down to main camp and what happens preseason. I think Justin Fields is obviously not the world's greatest quarterback, but he's a really good backup to have. But I think if he outplays him, they'll give him the second string job. And Mahomes is also still coming off that injury. Will he be back by the start of next season? I'm not really sure.
He might be starting on PUP, but it depends on how well his rehab is going and whatnot with the ACL. They might not want to play him much because of the knee, and they don't want to rush him back, especially because he relies so much on that improvisation ability. But to me, obviously he's got to go out and earn it. He can't go to training camp and rookie camp and the preseason and just totally mess the bed up and expect to be the second stringer. But honestly, I'm probably looking at it as a possible week 1 starter if they don't like Justin Fields enough, and if they don't like Justin Fields enough and Mahomes isn't ready, Nussmeier's going to be that week 1 starter. personally, I think he should be the number 2 based off how Justin Fields has been recently. But that's not to say that that Nussmeier will get more playing time than Justin Fields. I think it's going to be a weird situation where Nussmeier's the 2, but as you said with the creativity, it's going to be Justin Fields coming in on some creative plays, possibly maybe a run-pass option like you hand it off to the running back, which would be Justin Fields, and then a pop pass to Kelsey or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe call it the Taylor Swift or whatever. I don't know. But the 8th to last pick, Rashawn Benny, the Michigan D tackle, goes to Baltimore. That'll be their second to last pick. Eagles with back-to-backs right now. Their first is in right now. We're waiting for the info on that. But like I said, MLB update, the Mexico City series between the Padres and D-backs. Jose Fernandez with, I believe it was a 2 RBI double. They lead 2-0 right now, and German Marquez is back into Rockies form.
But, I mean, kind of just going back to quickly the Chiefs and Justin Fields, part of me, I kind of always wanted to see Justin Fields succeed. I thought he had a chance to be a pretty good quarterback in the league. Obviously, hasn't panned out to that fashion yet. But, I mean, maybe this competition can really help Justin Fields. It can help him, that competition with Garrett Nussmeier for the number 2 can help him find his footing a little bit more, be a solid backup, and maybe even kind of turn into, I think the hope for him right now is to kind of turn into what Malik Willis has done. When he gets the opportunity, he can really capitalize on it, and maybe some teams will take note, and eventually he can have another shot at the starter. But I guess we'll see with Justin Fields.
I don't know if he's fully capable of doing kind of what Malik Willis is. I think Justin Fields is solid. He's mobile. Like, I just don't see that same stout and poise that Malik Willis has that allowed him to kind of stay patient and get back to that spot. So I think he's going to kind of sit in that backup role. I think he'll probably end up being the second string over Nussmeier, especially in the event that Mahomes is out for the start of the year. I think it would make no sense to start the rookie then, give Fields a start, and then if he works himself out of the role, then you can try Nussmeier and see if it works. But I really think Justin Fields is the number 2, but he's going to have a hard time working his way back to a starting job.
I think as well, though, you mentioned that, Fields might never get to that spot that I used, the example of Malik Willis. And, he might not, but I think it also, you have to think about, what is the effect of kind of sitting behind Mahomes, watching Mahomes, practicing with Mahomes, one of the greatest quarterbacks probably in the NFL history. He's up there. I'm not saying he's top 5, but he's getting there for sure.
And the first international player is drafted. Eagles take Uar Bernard at 251. That pick from the Rams, and so is the next one. I think these are all comp picks, so unless they were traded to him from the Rams. But 6'4", 300.
He will require work on every facet of his technique and fundamentals.
Wow. Here's a cool little note on him, though. It says here, Bernard, obviously you said D-line, but he was in the same international player pathway program as, star Eagles offensive tackle Jordan Mailata. Mailata also coming from, or not also, of course coming from Australia, I believe.
Yeah, and Uar Bernard coming from Abuja, Nigeria.
Yeah, so cool. Another cool story. We have an international player drafted, and, maybe there's kind of a little correlation with Jordan Mailata. I mean, it makes you think, do you think he ever worked with Jordan Mailata in that same, player pathway program?
I'd imagine Mailata had found a way to stay connected to him and probably put in a good word for him. But really cool moment to see an international pathway program player get drafted. He has the Nigerian flag draped over his shoulders as well. He's in Pittsburgh, so really cool to see him go late in this one.
Yep, as he puts the Eagles hat on in front of the mirror.
The hat's too small.
The hat is too small, but I mean, such a cool kind of pathway program that is really that, and it's a cool story, as you said, international player from Nigeria going to Philly.
Bit of a culture shock, no?
Probably a little
Probably.
bit. I would assume so.
I would imagine Nigeria to Philly is probably one of the tougher moves to make from Nigeria to the U.S.
Yeah, it probably is, honestly.
Yeah,
I mean moving anywhere outside of the country into another country is never easy. So
yeah,
I'm sure he'll be fine.
I especially remember, like, all the memes, whether on, like, Instagram, like, 350,000 Americans showed up to Pittsburgh to watch a man read a name off an index card. The European mind cannot handle this, and I don't think Bernard can even comprehend it himself either. And he's there himself. But such an awesome story. The International Pathway Program is so cool as well, and especially, like, obviously we talked about expanding the game, and Sawyer mentioned that the punter the Bills drafted is of Australian descent as well, and uses that Australian technique. But the way that the game has expanded in recent years is so awesome that maybe the NFL makes. Obviously, the NFL is making returns to what's it called? Brazil. They're going to Argentina this upcoming year. They're going to Ireland as well. Maybe one day they return to Australia and Tokyo like they did in the 80s and the 90s, which also have massive football presences.
Wow. There's some really cool things on your Bernard, too. I found a Yahoo Sports article, and he actually ran a 4.6640.
He's Myles Garrett, look.
Yeah, he's got a Myles
there it
Garrett
is.
comparison based off his physicals.
Yeah, ran a 4.6640, quite literally all the same combine stats as, of course, one of the best DNs in football and of all time. And he apparently has 6% body fat as well, which is
I was
insane.
going to say, watching him just there,
Yeah.
he looked like he could eat me for breakfast. Like,
Exactly.
he
And
was
then go hit a
ripped.
full workout right after.
And then, yeah, Keyshawn James newbie goes for that second pick to the Eagles and edge rusher. So maybe those two will be working together. We'll have to wait and see. Ravens have their pick in. Colts on the clock now. Just 4 picks remaining
5
in the
picks.
NFL draft. Well, but the Ravens pick's already been made.
Yeah, well, that's
5
the
picks
fifth.
to be announced, yeah. Same difference. But
Potato,
I know.
potato.
Let's see, do we think any of our Mr. Irrelevant predictions earlier in the day will be correct?
Who did I? You said.
I said Pavia.
Pavia.
Yeah.
And then I had who did I? I had one of the quarterbacks. I think I said Kyron Drones.
Yes, you did. I don't remember who I said. I don't think I made my pick.
There's a.
Denver definitely needs to take a quarterback, though, in my
I
opinion.
don't know if
And
they will, though.
But
Maybe.
they do have the pick right before too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So what you said, Pavia. You said
Kyron Drones. I don't think they'll go best available.
maybe
Um,
maybe
no.
Pavia, but I'm gonna go Haynes King actually. If he's got good measurables, he's 6'2.5". He's got good measurables. So I'll go Haynes King out of Georgia Tech. Bring him in to compete for the backup role with whoever's in that QB room, and possibly start week 1 if Bo Nix isn't ready.
Yeah, I know. I would love to see Pavia get a chance somewhere because obviously it's so tough as an NFL quarterback to not be, because like now in modern day NFL, I feel like you have to be like 6'3" or taller, and it's so tough to be short.
Unless your name's Bryce Young or
Right,
Kyler.
Bryce Young and Kyler, of course, but I mean Bryce Young has had some success in the last year or so. Kyler, not so much, but that's
Yeah, I mean, he had past success, rookie of the
Sure.
year, but nowhere near as good as that as he used to be.
Yeah, and I mean, now we have a little interesting debate there as well in Minnesota with J.J. McCarthy and Kyler Murray. Personally, I
It's
think
not
it should be
J.J.
Kyler.
McCarthy, it's 9.
I
And
personally
9 is worse.
don't think it's that much of a debate. I think J.J. McCarthy really struggled last year, and
I agree.
Kyler wins the starting job pretty easily.
I agree.
Do I think Kyler will keep that starting job? Yes. Do I think it's possible that he doesn't keep that starting job? Yes. But I just don't think J.J. McCarthy is the answer to anyone's problems in the NFL at the moment. I'm a Michigan fan saying that as well. Like he's just.
You're a Michigan fan?
He's not NFL ready.
Oof.
He's also a Lions fan.
I didn't know he was a Michigan fan. That is brutal because I, of course, was on the sad side of the 2024 national championship between UW and Michigan. And I watched J.J. McCarthy in that game, and then I knew he wasn't pro ready from that day on.
I mean, even I was at the Fiesta Bowl where they played TCU, and he threw like 14 interceptions, and I was sad.
One thing about him, though, he really knows how to hand off the ball. That's the good thing about J.J. McCarthy.
Problem is he has got nobody to hand it off to other than the Force ghost of Aaron Jones. 5th to final pick of the draft. Who took him?
Oh, I don't even
I
know.
zoomed
Sorry.
in already. Ravens go Evan Bernstein. It looks similar. He is a guard from Northwestern, about 6'3.5", 300 pounds. And I was so confused that I had to click on his profile because it looked like he was just a scout. And there goes Deion Burks going 4th to last to the Colts.
Oh,
One of
wow.
the faster receivers
got
in the
picked.
draft. He does not go undrafted. The Oklahoma product is going to Indy.
Yeah, and I think that's a great pick.
I agree.
I think, you just signed Alec Pierce to a big ticket. I think Michael Pittman is walking. I believe he got traded. No, he's in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he's in Pittsburgh now.
But you lose him. This is a nice little replacement. He might be your third receiver, but I think Deion Burks will be a nice fit there and a good replacement to Michael Pittman, actually. I think he might get more playing time than a normal 7th round, 4th to last pick probably would.
I agree. I think you should give him a chance. For a projected 3rd round pick, why not give him a chance? Let him get some reps. I hope he maybe even gets some opportunities in the regular season, makes the actual team, because you look at that wide receiver room, it's not that good. I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I've never even heard of their wide receiver 4 and or their backup to
You've
Alec
never heard
Pierce.
of Ashton Doolin?
I have not, I'm sorry.
Working with Alec Pierce, who is a good route runner,
Right.
will probably help him refine those skills as well, which is what they're saying a struggle was. Seahawks now have their pick in. Broncos on the clock as they hold both of the last 2. But he's someone who's twitchy, he's shifty, and has more athleticism. But someone like Alec Pierce could kind of refine that route running a little bit and help him settle in that category a little more and really turn him into a solid weapon, especially for a 7th rounder.
I totally agree.
And-
I think that's a great pick by the Colts.
And Deion Burks, he's getting pro comps to a fellow Deion and Deion Branch, Patriot legend. Now, obviously, I don't know much about Deion Branch, so as the Patriot fan here, and as another Patriot fan, educate me on Deion Branch.
You can go first, Xavier. It's your shot.
I mean, obviously, it says named
geez.
Super Bowl MVP.
Stud.
Yeah, quite literally, Deion Branch was a stud. I mean, are those two is that actually true? The two are getting, or you're just saying because they both
Deion
been
Burks got a Deion Branch comp.
Really? I didn't even see that. Wow.
So,
That's interesting.
real quick, Michael Dansby is now the 4th defensive back from Arizona off the board. They've
Wow.
had 3 safeties and 1 listed as a DB. He's going to Seattle. Broncos now on the clock for their last 2 picks and the last 2 picks of the 2026 NFL draft.
And the toughest decision of the draft is selecting who's going to be Mr. Irrelevant and getting that free ticket to Disneyland.
And who's the real struggle is you have back-to-back picks, so how do you decide which one you want first? Because you can get whoever you want that's left, but how do you decide who do you want to have the trip to Disneyland and the perks of Mr. Irrelevant?
brutal.
That's what goes into that decision?
I don't know, but the Red Sox just fired Alex Cora. So,
No, they did not.
yeah, sorry, I know it's an NFL draft show, but
That's the Bo Sox manager, yeah?
Boston thing, going from Deion Branch to Alex Cora. But, yeah, Cora out.
So, Red Sox fired. That's their manager, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't know Red Sox ball like that. But that's interesting. Pick should be in any moment now for the Broncos. Bo Nix did break his ankle when taking a knee, actually, in that last game. One of the best defenses in the NFL, too, with Nick Bonito, Pat Surtain, and amongst others. We'll see what they go with. It feels like this is going to be 2 offensive picks, though.
Yeah. Also, how
I
about
think so.
with our little friendly wager, obviously nothing's on it, but if any of the quarterbacks we selected gets taken here at 40 or 40, or if they get taken at 40, we'll call it a half win.
I think that's fair. I think we should watch this 40th pick, and we can keep our computers open. Pierce, would you mind making that full screen again? I don't know how it jumped out. Appreciate it, AJ.
I think
But
Alan
I think
needed
we
to go
should.
find
I think
something.
we should shut the computers for the last pick and go just true reactions to Mr. Irrelevant.
Here
And
we
just
go. Yeah.
Pick is
Pick
in. Here's
is in.
256, second to last.
40th pick of the 7th round. There's still a lot of people there in Pittsburgh.
How many rounds are there in MLB drafts?
142.
So many. Yeah, so many.
More than we would be here a really long time if we did a draft show for that.
Exactly.
Welcome to Blaze Sports' coverage of the MLB draft. And then it's the end of the show. It's just 3 skeletons.
I
Looking
would
like a Halloween
say
set.
let's probably
Still talking.
not do that, AJ. At least with one crew, the MLB draft. That one might be a long one.
I see you in the summer, guys.
Exactly. We can do a remote MLB. Yeah.
No,
there you
I'll
go.
do it
Remote MLB
solo.
draft.
I'll do it solo. I live out here now.
I live here too. I won't be here this summer though.
I also will
Alan
not be.
Judson just walked in and found out the Red Sox manager got fired. I'd imagine.
I guess. He seems pretty shocked over there.
You, like Xavier.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Xavier called it in.
So
Xavier, why did you do that?
I'm also getting reports that they're clearing house.
Yeah, Veritech I can too.
Cora, Ramon, Veritek, Hudson, and Fats all gone.
Isn't
what
it
I'm
like
hearing
less
for the
than
Red Sox.
30 games into the year?
Yeah, I mean they've been terrible. I'll agree with that. But
Oh, here we go. Pick 256, Dalen
Probably.
Bentley, tight end from Utah, a senior, second to last pick in the draft. Geez, there's one left.
Alan, you're a pretty big Utah guy. How good is Dalen Bentley, the tight
Dallin
end?
Bentley's pretty
Dallin?
good. He's got good hands, pretty decent blocker. Utah's got a lot of good tight ends, so they've put out a lot of good tight ends as of late. So
Other than Kincaid's the only one that comes to mind. There's another one recently that came out of Utah. Who else was a good tight end out of Utah?
that's a good question. they've been tight end you to me though.
To you.
not Iowa.
Just not to everyone else.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, you guys know they always have a good offensive line, and the tight ends are a big part of that. So
Yeah,
True.
I think Iowa.
Yeah.
If
Iowa
Utah
still
tight ends
is
have no
mine.
fans, then Allen is dead. That's the saying. That's
Oh.
how the saying goes.
Wait, just
Don't
came through
look.
on my computer.
Don't look.
Don't look. Okay, I
Don't
won't
look.
look. I won't look.
Did you see it?
No, I did not see it.
Okay.
I don't know who it is.
We don't know who it is. We're gonna do live reaction to the monitor in front of us to see who Mr. Irrelevant is. The last pick.
You see Sean Payton.
257 of the 2026 draft.
Oof, what a draft it's been. Another year in the books.
Yeah.
Dallin Bentley broken tibia and fibula on his only career high school reception.
Oh,
How did he get
And he
to
went
Utah?
on to become probably walked on. PWO. Well,
I mean,
I mean, he
because
probably
then
didn't get a PWO offer.
Interesting.
really? Interesting.
Base
is
you too.
in.
Watch me do it.
We are watching.
I'm 5'8", 200. I can beat Carde Mack for that.
Well,
starting
speaking of
role.
walk-ons, didn't ASU have a walk-on kicker 2 years ago? They held open kicker tryouts per Kenny
Yeah,
Dillingham.
what about Derek Eusebio? Had his
True.
first collegiate catch. Wasn't it that 80-yard screen touchdown and then immediately got put on scholarship
That's exactly what happened.
in the
yes.
Territorial Cup?
Baker's in. One more for the Broncos. They go back-to-back to close it out. They had a tight end in the first one. We're all under the impression that they should and might draft a quarterback, but we'll see.
Can I change my pick to Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State?
Who?
What? Brother.
Is it bad I don't know who that is?
Yes.
No.
It's already bad enough that Von Olem hadn't seen Happy Gilmore ever.
Oh, my. Taking us back to Bomb of the 6 days now.
Yeah.
Shout out Von Olem.
Yeah, I was contemplating calling him up, seeing if he wanted to do a Remy cover call when you were asleep.
Here we go, though. They are still showing the fans. All these fans came out for day 3 over in Pittsburgh. There's a lot of them. I mean, it's impressive for day 3.
It's a good turnout.
Yeah, it is a good turnout.
Here they come.
Oh, here we go.
Who is this?
I don't know.
I don't know.
See
The
if they
Broncos
show it.
selection. The 4 people walking on stage. All.
Where's the custom jersey? Or do they wait to give it to him?
I
mean,
like the
they're
color coordination.
Probably not here. Oh, he's holding it in his
Oh, he's
hand.
holding it in his hand.
I'd imagine that's
Well, I was-
probably it. Still don't know who this is. We don't have.
Oh wait, isn't that the guy on the?
The CEO of Irrelevant Week.
Whatever that is.
So
I was gonna
it's
say the left looks like Kevin from The Office.
There it is.
57, Mr. Irrelevant. He'll get a whole week trip to Disneyland, all the goodies. Kind of a privilege, and it is
Red Murdoch from
Red
Buffalo.
Murdoch from Buffalo.
linebacker. So they don't go quarterback.
And they don't go
linebacker.
Thad Castle, who is the better linebacker on the board there.
I think you make a really funny, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? A really funny point. That how did they choose between the tight end and Red Murdoch? That who would get the Disney trip? Who would be Mr. Irrelevant? All of that.
If genuinely, my best guess would be that they flipped a coin. Like
That's a good
that's
way to
what
do it.
I would do.
That is what I would do, honestly.
Murdoch's also from a smaller school, Buffalo, so maybe that factored into it. Give him a little more publicity considering he's from a small school, and he is destroying people.
Show some respect to the Maction, Easton.
It's a smaller school than Utah.
Yeah, I
It's no disrespect.
I
It's
think
just
that's
a
definitely
smaller
true.
school, statistically.
Yeah,
But that
Red
does
Murdoch.
it. Let's do a quick rundown of everything that
like
kind
it.
of
We're
went down
gonna
in the draft.
recap all 257 picks.
Let's see how quickly we can say every single name.
I would say let's just go through one by one, starting Xavier. Biggest winner, biggest loser from the NFL draft this year.
From just today or from the whole
From
thing?
the whole draft.
Ooh, biggest winner. I really liked. Ooh, let me pull up my team grades because I have like the list of all the Giants. I really like the Giants.
The
That's
Giants
what I was
is
gonna
your
say.
biggest winner. Do you have a biggest loser?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, is it crazy to say the Broncos? Just because they didn't have that many picks. Like, they didn't have that many picks, and I feel like with their picks, they didn't make a huge, impact. Another one that kind of stands out is the 49ers. They kind of, I know a bunch of 49ers fans who were upset with how they kept trading back. They traded back 2 or 3 times out of the first round.
Hold on, let me see what one of my buddies posted. I think he said, let me see what he posted, but I'll let you finish your point.
But, I mean, yeah, that's me, I would say.
Yeah, my buddy Jalen from Carlsbad posted, with the 33rd pick, the 49ers selected Tung Sohor from Tel Aviv University.
Wow.
But if I may go next, Easton, it's my biggest winner has to be Cleveland, because trading down to get extra draft capital and still being able to get Spencer Fano, who they wanted at 6, is so huge. And there's a bunch of other teams. We mentioned the Raiders multiple times. The Cowboys fixed their defense a lot. The Jets and the whoever else, the Dolphins filled a lot of holes. And frankly, my biggest loser, it's Dallin Bentley, the tight end from Utah, not being able to go on that week-long Disney trip because he's taken 256. Frankly, I think they should both go to Disneyland and have it paid for, one of those special occasions. But maybe with that signing bonus money, that 7th round draft pick spending signing bonus money, he can go himself.
I think for me, looking at biggest winner, I'm going to give it to the Philadelphia Eagles. Browns would probably have been my first pick, but switch it up a little bit. I think getting Mekhi Lemon at 20 was huge. Eli Stowers in the 2nd round was a great pick. And then the guard Micah Morris and the offensive tackle Markel Bell are both great pickups. Cole Payton will be a really, really good backup quarterback for them as well, in case Jalen Hurts goes down. Biggest loser, I think it's pretty clear cut for me. It's Los Angeles Rams.
Yeah.
13th pick on Ty Simpson. They didn't really do a whole much other than that. Max Carl at Ohio State's solid, but nothing that really stood out in their 5 picks. I didn't feel like they made the most of them, but I think that's all we have here from downtown Phoenix. You guys got anything else before we cap it off? Pierce, how long has it been?
7 hours.
7 hours, 9 minutes on stream today. Xavier Massarotti.
Shout out
Cash
to those
Versailles,
two. Shout out to those
myself,
two.
Easton Stockford. AJ Gonsalves, did I pronounce it right?
Excellent, man.
Pierce Gordon producing. Couldn't have done it without
Alan
them.
Judson, can't
Alan
forget about the
Judson,
big Judd.
somewhere in the back. Great day here from downtown Phoenix. NFL draft officially over, but on behalf of everybody I just named, we thank you guys for watching, and we'll see you in 365 days.
Yeah.